Thank you all for joining us today. We are here to address the current encampment problem and present a solution to transition people out of them. My name is Humaira Afshar from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and I'm joined by Lisa Alers-Hankey from the Ministry of Health, Josh Morando from the Ministry of Intergovernmental Affairs, and Tori Dukri from the Ministry of Infrastructure. Next slide. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the land that I'm calling in from. The land Toronto occupies sits on the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat, Seneca, and the Mississauga of the Credit River, as we discuss an issue that disproportionately harmed the Indigenous people. We must recognize the colonial history that brought us here and allow us to work and gather on this land. Next slide. Ontario has been dealing with homelessness for years. In the past 2 years, COVID-19 and the current housing affordability have intensified this problem, which has caused a rise in outdoor sleepers and erecting tents in public places. This has resulted in negative impact on incumbent residents as well as local communities and has put more pressure on the service deliverers. We are here to address the challenge brought by the increase in encampment and rough sleeping. Next slide. Our focus today is on the people who are chronically homeless, meaning they have been homeless for at least 6 months. These people most likely end up being rough sleepers or residing in encampment and are in urgent need to access permanent housing. Looking at the bigger picture, based on the systematic count that Ontario conducted in 2018, from more than 21,000 people which were experiencing homelessness across the province, 55% were chronically homeless. The province later reported that on any given night, approximately 9,600 Ontarians experienced visible homelessness, such as living in a shelter. Also, there has been a demographic shift in population seeking shelter, expanding from largely single men to youth, women, and families. Reports indicate that 35% of people experiencing homelessness, both outdoors or in the shelter system, were women, while LGBTQ+ form 30% of the total population. Homelessness also affects Indigenous people disproportionately, representing 3% of the population in Ontario. They represent 35% of the provincial unhoused population. Due to the rise in homelessness in recent years, the average days of stay for all shelters users in the province has increased around 30%. Only in Toronto, shelter usage experienced a rise of 80%, while in Ottawa, the use of family shelter saw a close increase of 70%. The focus of Ontario's current strategy has been to move the whole homeless population along the continuum through current policies and programs. Now I'll pass it to Lisa to take us through the causes and consideration to further understand our issue.
Thank you, Humaira. Next slide. We are talking today about encampments, but it's linked to larger issues in the system, and our solution will address the whole system. Gaps in the system have led to 3,000 people residing in encampments in 2021, which is only a portion of the homelessness issue and emblematic of larger problems. We've especially seen an increase in rough sleeping and encampments as a result of the initial reduction in spaces due to social distancing requirement, increased violence, and high rate of COVID in shelters. The conversion of hotels into shelters rapidly increased bed space. For example, in May 2021, the City of Toronto had procured enough hotel temporary shelter beds for all people in encampments. However, they did not address the service gap, so the hotel model was not enough to meet the individual needs, and many residents remained in encampments. To understand better why people live in encampments, the City of Toronto conducted an encampment engagement survey in March 2021 and found that nearly 45% of respondents felt both a greater sense of belonging and greater privacy in encampments. Encampments exist outside of the policy framework and make it more difficult to connect people with the services and supports they need. Next slide. In order to address the gaps in the system, we must recognize that the complex jurisdictions shared among our partners across orders of government and outside of government each play a vital role. In Ontario, the province takes the lead on housing and homelessness, but unlike other provinces, the municipalities take the lead on housing service delivery. Social housing units, as well as emergency and transitional shelters, are operated by municipalities, housing cooperatives, and nonprofits. These will be essential in building a suitable response to the encampment challenge. The federal government primarily funds permanent housing, providing 2/3 of the funding for housing programs in 2021. Their support is an important factor to finding solutions, as their funding programs are essential to our current and future response. The province provides funding to the municipalities and providers through programs like the Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative and investments in supportive housing. The province also acts as the lever, transferring funding from federal government to municipalities through provincial transfers. The costs are shared as the municipalities spend their own funds on homelessness programs and can also receive direct transfers from the federal government under programs like Reaching Home and the Wrapping Housing Initiative. This shows that the coordination between our partners is not only necessary, but provides a real opportunity for a strong and comprehensive response. Next slide. We could just see this issue as getting people out of encampments and into our current system. But this is an issue that's so much more than that. The entire system is under pressure. We need solutions that look at both what brought people into encampments and what's going on and will continue to strain the system past COVID-19. The demand for supportive housing outstrips supply, with long wait lists for supportive housing and shelters operating near capacity for years. There's a critical problem of service misalignment. People want privacy, they have desire for community, and high barriers like sobriety requirements attract people from addressing services and shelters. Furthermore, we need to address the unique needs of the different groups we support. People who are Indigenous, LGBTQ, women, families, and other groups have specific needs, and a one-size-fits-all approach is not enough. There's a lack of comprehensive and real-time data on the exact number of rough sleepers in encampment residents. And importantly, we do not have data on the services that people require. It's hard to reduce service misalignment without knowing the full extent or precise needs of those outside the current system. Navigation of services and supports takes place at shelter intake rather than a preemptive reaching out to individuals. This also takes place at individual shelters rather than a centralized navigation strategy across the province. Funding and services is disjointed among orders of government, which is coupled with differing approaches by police, service providers, municipalities, and provinces when addressing homelessness and encampment. Next slide. We propose that the province strengthens the entire homelessness system and addresses the capacity and misalignment gaps addressed. This would achieve the vision of aligning with the needs of encampment residents, being responsive to the needs of the whole homelessness community, coordinating to leverage the expertise of our partners, providing a streamlined system of flexible delivery, and expanding the housing capacity. Next, Josh will discuss our options.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Next slide. To achieve our vision, we need to reframe how we coordinate our approach to encampments and fill necessary gaps. We've investigated several approaches and ultimately come up with 3 nested options that build on each other to focus on different points of a resident's journey out of an encampment. Our first option focuses on enforcement, which is our first point of interaction with encampment residents. And here we'll work with municipalities to develop flexible encampment response protocols. This would be effective at getting people out of encampments, but it does fall short in addressing those gaps in navigation and service alignment. So though an important part of a comprehensive approach, we ultimately do not recommend this option alone. In our second option, we'll take that enforcement focus and add onto it a focus of transition, leveraging provincially supported navigation centers and a data collection framework to improve our supports in transitioning people out of encampments. This allows us to build on option 1 to remove barriers and match people with more appropriate services. But it does fall short in addressing the issue of our service offering misalignment and capacity challenges. Finally, our recommended option takes both option 1 and 2 and nests them together while adding onto that expanded housing options. Here, we make sure that what we're transitioning people to provides stability and flexibility to meet their needs and prevents them from falling back into an encampment after a temporary shelter stay. This is done by engaging in a coordinated effort with all our partners to increase capacity and the supply of permanent supportive housing. Option 1 brings people out of encampments. Option 2 adds on to that and brings people into our system. And then the recommended option does both and also brings people to stable housing. This allows the province to not only support encampment residents by finding temporary shelter, but also finding options that meet their own needs and, more importantly, finding home. Next slide. In order to achieve this, we need to make sure our option decreases alienation from the system, encouraging encampment systems to enter the system in the first place, while also building sustainable capacity so they have a dignified and stable option to go to. Our encampment response protocol will build trust and understanding so the system is able to help those most in need of support. We'll build sustainable capacity by learning from models that have already proved to be successful and use barrier-free rent gear to income housing so that no matter what situation someone is in, they have access to supports. Finally, we'll use data to track capacity, improve supports, and better connect people to those supports. This improves pathways into shelter by removing barriers. It's responsive to the concerns of neighboring communities by restoring public space. And it's robust and adaptable to understand the changing needs of our community and leverages our partners for a coordinated and streamlined response. Next slide. We've ensured that the recommended approach is comprehensive to get at those core issues of alienation and capacity. Decreasing alienation will come from our navigation centers and encampment response, which works with municipalities together with important partners in our response protocol to be led by navigation outreach teams, with everybody sharing the common priority of the safety of both the people experiencing homelessness and the surrounding communities. This lets those in low-risk encampments stay in place until appropriate housing is found and diverts them to shelters quickly when the risk is high. We'll address capacity through data collection, as well as our new accelerated permanent supportive housing build program, where we will connect with municipalities and service providers to act as site sponsors and operators to make sure that housing is built and operated to fulfill the needs of our most vulnerable communities. Infrastructure Ontario will use their expertise in the procurement and development process, and will work with the federal government in developing new cost share arrangements that leverage existing programs across orders of government to reach our shared goals, achieving rapid and high quality results. Next slide. So here you can see our first two options are strong at addressing those most immediate issues of the problem. But we know this issue existed before COVID and will persist after. So ultimately, they don't go far enough to truly meet the needs of those in encampments and address the reasons for being there in the first place. The recommended option builds on this enforcement and transition focus to make sure that there's not only a quick and effective transition from encampments, but they have a place to go after that is stable, suitable, and accessible. With this, people are supported throughout their transition from encampments, finding options that truly meet their needs today and in the future, ultimately supporting people in finding home. Now, Tori will walk us through the implementation.
Thanks, Josh. And next slide. We envision all of the programs within this option being negotiated in the form of provincial municipal service delivery plans. This will recognize municipalities as the province's frontline service providers and accommodate their need for flexible service implementation. A service delivery plan will allow the province to obtain a reliable commitment from municipalities while maintaining flexible delivery and funding options that can be tailored to each municipality. We know that in presenting the recommended option, there are many implementation considerations that need to be taken into account. These include navigation centers, which will be built in a flexible manner to identify specific funding and resource requirements. Funding supports for municipalities delivering these services will be provided through the Ontario Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, and more robust province-wide data collection, which will be conducted in partnership with the Multi-Ministry Supportive Housing Initiative to build on their existing efforts and collect data at more points of service. This will be conducted with the aim of leveraging the expanded by name lists to match those most in need with the available funding. Next slide. Moving on to costing. It is estimated that the midterm goal of building 3,000 hotel to housing conversions and 1,000 modular housing units will cumulatively cost $225 million. In the long term, the construction of all 10,000 supportive housing units is projected to cost $570 million. In the new coordinated cost share agreements, the Government of Ontario will be responsible for 1/3 of the projected costs, or roughly $190 million for all 10,000 units. This will be the cost irrespective of the proportion of units intended for Indigenous people. Next slide. In terms of timelines, We believe that the majority of the project can be completed by 2024, with mainly supervision and continued construction required until 2030. Both data collection and navigation centers will require consultation with provincial partners in the short term and will be rolled out in the medium term and expanded to all of the province's high-need areas prior to 2024. This will allow us to focus on key performance indicators and make any needed adjustments moving forward. Regarding permanent supportive housing, the short term will see the government negotiate cost sharing and funding. The medium term will see the delivery of the 4,000 permanent supportive housing units, with a long-term plan of building 10,000 units by 2030. Next slide. So there are several risks that accompany the recommended option. The largest risk is that we may not have the local service delivery capacity required to deliver these programs. This will be accounted for by focusing on local operators' pressure points within the service delivery plans and providing additional operational support and funding to increase staffing and resource capacity to relieve the pressure. A second significant risk is that the federal government may not participate in the program. This will be mitigated by collaborating through the project development and using existing programs to reinforce our shared priorities to further both our objectives. That being said, there are also risks surrounding community dissatisfaction and legal challenges that will be addressed throughout the implementation process. Next slide. An essential piece of this plan is determining how the province will communicate their agenda with different stakeholders. This slide illustrates key messages that the Government of Ontario will target to different groups. These will reassure encampment residents that they will be transitioned to permanent housing, inform neighborhoods surrounding encampments that there will be relief and that the government will be restoring public spaces, and clearly state that the province will actively collaborate with the federal and municipal governments. Next slide. Today, we have outlined a clear strategy for transitioning people out of encampments in a way that suits their needs through the recommended enforcement, transition, and expanded housing option. The recommended strategy is responsive to the needs of communities and leverages partnerships at all jurisdictional levels. It is aimed towards a streamlined and flexible delivery process that will expand the province's supportive housing capacity. Ultimately, we hope to meet these residents where they are and end the need for encampments. Thank you very much for your time, and we're happy to take any questions.
Well, members of the Tiger team, thank you for your presentation. I'm the chair of this central agency management team that's responsible for this file. I'd like to turn to my colleagues for some questions and follow up on what you've said. I'll start first with Pam McCurry.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very helpful. You've got a challenging set of problems here, and particularly what I'm interested in is thinking about the partnerships, in particular with the federal government. And as part of this, I always wonder kind of what kind of motivation, what will inspire them to action. They're already spending a great deal of money. They've already got a particular focus for that money. Are you aware what are the jurisdictional imperatives for the federal government? Do they have jurisdiction in the area, and are there any legal obligations that they have that might inspire them to work with us closely?
Yeah, for sure. So, sorry. Yes, great question. Something that we really are trying to do is leverage all the partners for that coordinated response, because we do know that jurisdiction overlaps. So in terms of that first question of what will inspire government, and they are already spending a lot of money, so will they participate in this? That's really why we're trying to focus on those shared goals and leveraging the existing commitments. So for example, one of our more ambitious approach, our ambitious recommendations, is the Permanent Supportive Housing Accelerated Build Program. But the federal government saw a lot of uptake with their Rapid Housing Initiative, initially allocating $1.5 billion and then doubling that this past budget, this past budget cycle. So there is funding within that program, and we're building off of previous programs like the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program to work through cost share arrangements and through that cost share arrangement negotiation to make sure that we're building off of previous partnerships that have worked quite well. And also it's important to involve the federal government and municipalities and communities when looking at how we're supporting Indigenous folks. Because we do know that Indigenous support is part of the government's jurisdiction as well. So we want to make sure that we're supporting them, looking at and working within their goals and working together to highlight our common priorities and really utilize and optimize the resources that have already been committed, because we know that across all orders of government, there has been a lot of resources committed to addressing this issue. What we're trying to do is coordinate those resources and direct them to where they're needed most, working with people within their shared responsibilities to leverage our abilities as different orders of government most effectively.
Thank you very much, Pam. Any follow-up on that, or shall I move to another person?
No, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn now to my colleague, Alan Northcott. Alan, any questions for the Tiger team?
Yes, I do have a question, but thank you for the presentation. I know this is a complex issue. We've been trying to come to grips with it for a while. I appreciated the comments at the beginning about chronic homelessness and the context that you set for us, but I'm curious to know a little bit more about the extent to which research like that or other kinds of research played a role in the solutions that you're recommending to us. And at the same time, what kinds of unanswered questions does your look at the research generate?
Team, who wants to answer that one?
I think I can speak to that.
Okay.
Thank you. So a lot of the issue with the research is that there isn't a province-wide initiative where all municipalities are collecting kind of the same information, and moreover, different organizations. So I mean, touching to what we talked about in the deck, or alluding to what we talked about in the deck, different organizations collect information. So a lot of the information that is currently collected in Ontario is collected at the shelter level, or the municipal level, or by kind of our non-governmental partners who are delivering these services. The issue is that there's not a lot of communication between the data that is collected amongst service providers and with the province. So what we're looking to do is to expand who actually asks these questions and ensuring that kind of smaller municipalities throughout the province are collecting the same data as the larger municipalities that kind of have more funding resources in these areas, and that there's open collaboration amongst the service providers, the municipalities, and the province to ensure that everyone has access to all of the information that we need to determine the gaps in our service funding and address them moving forward. In terms of questions that we don't know, it's really difficult to gain information surrounding people who particularly are rough sleepers and are staying in encampments, because as we mentioned, they oftentimes don't access the shelter system. So while we can gain information about people who are accessing point of services such as shelters on any given night, it's much more difficult to actually determine how many people are rough sleeping or in encampments. And one of the ways that we propose mitigating this risk is collecting the information at a variety of points of service, not just in shelters. So in places like food banks with caseworkers, really collecting and expanding those by name lists and ensuring that the information is collected at a variety of points of service as opposed to just shelter, and then creating a provincial plan to coordinate and collect the information so that all orders of government and our partners can have access to this coalesced information and actually use the data to readjust and reframe our service options to suit the needs of this vulnerable community.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll turn now to another of my colleagues, Trina Fraser. Trina, do you have a question for the Tiger team?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for an amazing presentation. So you mentioned a lot about supports needed throughout your presentation, and I want to look specifically in one of the topics you talked about was you mentioned one such as nonprofit. My question would be, what skills would one need to best support the needs of the people in this crisis?
Who on the Tiger team wants to take that up? What skills would you want to see in the nonprofits to best meet the needs of the people involved in this crisis?
I can address that. So one of the great things about the nonprofit system already is there are organizations for a multitude of different needs. What we're suggesting is integrating this into a broader system and providing more supports and also formalizing some supports. For example, 10% of service workers are Indigenous. So these people have the best capacity to support culturally appropriate solutions for Indigenous people. For example, there's other nonprofits that support families. This support would be great to integrate into family supports as well. So the needs would be lived experience, would be culturally appropriate, and current information on how to address the particular needs. As we mentioned earlier in the presentation, the shelter system initially was designed to address the problem of single men experiencing homelessness. However, over time, the system hasn't adapted to the unique needs of the people who are currently using it, which would lead to our response having different wings or different locations for different groups. So women may be in a separate location than men, families can stay together, and that will also allow the fostering of communities, which was another reason that people would choose encampments.
Okay, thank you very much. Trina, any follow-up on that? The floor is yours if you want.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, let me turn back then. Pam McCurry or Alan, or again, Trina, any further questions we want to put to the Tiger team? We've given us a very concise presentation and we're full of ideas. Pam.
No, not specifically. Thank you.
Alan?
Nothing comes to mind. Thank you, though.
Let me ask one question to the team then. I'm sorry, Trina. Sorry, forgive me. Trina, over to you. Any further questions from your point of view?
Now, just to follow up, I want to say thank you for addressing the culturally appropriate need. Thank you.
Then I'll just, we've got a bit of time, so I will ask a question. In your presentation, you focused obviously on the challenges facing the homeless and the sleepers. I didn't hear much from you about dealing with community impacts of encampments. Does anyone in the Tiger team have anything to tell us about how to deal effectively with the community impacts of encampments and basically restoring some kind of harmony between the wider community and the people who are rough sleeping?
I can take this one, thank you. So we really think this is a delicate balance because we do have to recognize the needs of different communities, and that communities surrounding encampments want access to their park space again, but that people in encampments also deserve to have a safe place to go and live. And the shelter system isn't meeting their needs. So we're suggesting a readjusted approach that may not clear encampments kind of immediately. So we're intending on separating encampments based on high and low risk and prioritizing high risk encampments to clear them faster, using our strategic outreach teams where the main supports will be caseworkers and social workers and culturally appropriate frontline homeless support workers who are trained in kind of harm reduction and dealing with people who have these kinds of lived experiences to transition them justly into existing shelter supports as quickly as possible. In the midterm, we're going to be, or while we're doing that, we're going to be conducting and building these transition centers. And so while we're hoping to expand that really quickly within the year and maybe end up keeping some of the lower risk encampments, residents where the shelter system really doesn't suit their needs, allowing them to stay in encampments for a longer period of time, potentially a couple of weeks, maximum a couple of months, while we build the necessary supports to transition them appropriately. And we're thinking especially of families in this instance and members of the LGBTQ community where the shelter system really doesn't meet their needs. So allowing them to stay in encampments where their needs are currently being met, while we can transition them appropriately to the necessary or to appropriate supports such as our transitional centers. However, we do recognize that surrounding communities want access to their park space. And so we're going to work, that's really in the communication strategy piece, to ensure that the encampments are transitioned as quickly as possible in a just manner, and really communicating with communities that we're supporting people in encampments and gaining access or allowing them to have access to their park space as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiger Team. We appreciate the presentation very much.
Thank you to everyone. So we have other Tiger teams who are reporting on this, but thank you for your very excellent advice this morning. And our technical person will move you back into a waiting room.
Thank you.
Or you can just press leave and that'll leave you out of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bienvenue. Welcome to the Quebec Cabinet Office and the Tiger team for providing advice on this very complex issue of rough sleeping in cities. I'd like to introduce Jim Mitchell, who is leading our cabinet team this morning. We welcome you to hear what you have to say on this very important issue. The clock begins now.
Good morning and thank you for joining us. My name is Megan and I'm from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I'm joined by my colleagues Gabriel from Health and Social Services, Gabi from Public Safety, and Marc-André from the Société d'Habitation du Québec. Today, our purpose is to propose a course of action for the Government of Quebec to help municipalities address the problem of rough sleeping and homeless encampments. Next slide. So to quickly brief on the agenda we'll be going over today, we will discuss the policy problem, some background information, or objectives or options, and we will conclude with our recommendations. Next slide. So the policy problem can be defined as follows. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the housing crisis, the largest cities in Quebec are experiencing a rise in rough sleeping and homeless encampments. So during the pandemic, several encampments appeared in Quebec, especially in Montreal, but also in cities such as Quebec City, Gatineau, and Sherbrooke. Encampments of this scale are a new phenomenon in Quebec. They pose multiple challenges to local governments, especially in terms of public safety and cohabitation with local residents. And so far, the main response from local governments was to dismantle them. After consulting with experts in the field, we know it hasn't made the problem go away. According to the City of Montreal, visible homelessness has doubled during the pandemic, and experts are clear on the fact that encampments are likely here to stay unless serious action is taken. Next slide. So it's important to keep in mind that homelessness is at the crossroads of multiple social issues such as substance abuse, domestic violence, and mental health problems. So rough sleepers are far from a homogeneous group with identical personal needs, but nonetheless, two main trends are visible in encampments. Next slide. So first, we have people experiencing chronic homelessness. These people have been homeless for a longer period and tend to have disabling conditions that make it difficult to fight their way out of it. Chronic homeless have multiple reasons for staying in encampments. So let's remember that COVID outbreaks and health measures forced the shelters to cut their capacity. So these people might have turned to encampments from lack of beds or for safety reasons. Another reason is that shelters are too restrictive or associated with previous traumatic experiences, which make encampments a more attractive option in all circumstances for some of them. And second, we have the people experiencing transitional homelessness. So these people are usually homeless for the first time because they suffered a major life change, such as housing eviction and job loss. They stay in encampments because they cannot find social or affordable housing, but they wish to go back to permanent housing. Next slide. So the COVID-19 pandemic and the current rental market have exacerbated the issue for rough sleepers fitting the second type. In Quebec, the pandemic led to major job loss in 2020, and the job market still hasn't fully recovered. On the rental market, we're experiencing an increase in average rent and rental evictions, as well as low vacancy rates, especially in lower rent ranges. So all of this is indicative of a housing problem and is fueling the demand for social and affordable housing. And currently, 37,000 households are waiting for low rental housing, what we call HLM, or for housing eligible to the rent supplement, the PSL. Of these, more than 23,000 are located in Montreal. Next slide. So before we go into the policy options, I just want to quickly turn your attention to the funding we allocate to homelessness and housing. So last October, Quebec launched an action plan with a budget of $280 million to tackle homelessness. And the Société d'Habitation du Québec has a budget of $1.5 billion they can draw on to target the housing problem. It's also important to mention that Quebec receives some funding from the federal government for homelessness and housing. So now I will hand it over to my colleague, Gabrielle, who will go over the policy objectives and options on the next slide.
Pourquoi le statu quo n'est pas une option? Premièrement, il y a des répercussions sur le voisinage qui sont importantes, notamment des problèmes économiques et de sécurité pour les quartiers près des campements. À titre d'exemple, les commerces qui sont situés près des campements peuvent voir des baisses de leur clientèle en raison de la proximité des campements. De même, des coûts élevés en matière de santé sont présents. Une personne itinérante coûte en moyenne 60 000 $ par année en frais de santé et de même, il y a un problème de dignité et de sécurité, puisque dormir dans la rue peut mener à la mort, ainsi qu'à d'importants traumatismes mentaux et psychologiques. Next slide. Les objectifs de la politique publique que nous vous proposons sont les suivants. Notamment, nous désirons reconnaître les besoins et l'expertise des acteurs locaux, notamment les municipalités et les organismes à but non lucratif qui interviennent dans le domaine de l'itinérance, puisque ce sont les acteurs qui sont en première ligne pour intervenir dans les problématiques des dormeurs de rue. De même, nous désirons promouvoir une approche équilibrée envers les voisinages qui sont affectés par les dormeurs de rue et ces derniers pour ne pas avoir un favoritisme quelconque. De même, des résultats tangibles et à court terme sont exigibles puisque la situation est urgente, comme nous l'avons vu précédemment, et une solution complète et à long terme est essentielle et est visée par notre solution puisque la problématique doit être résolue dans son entièreté. Next slide. La première stratégie que nous vous proposons parmi les 3 stratégies potentielles se nomme la pérennisation et la légalisation des campements. L'un des éléments de solution constitue la légalisation et l'encadrement des campements et des abris temporaires pour limiter les inconvénients qui sont associés à ces derniers. De même, une bonification des ressources communautaires et institutionnelles pour permettre de traiter les problématiques est prévue. L'un des avantages de cette dernière est une réduction des méfaits et des coûts de santé. Dans cette approche de réduction des méfaits, nous considérons que les campements auront lieu, peu importe les actions qui sont prises, et donc nous tentons de limiter les inconvénients et les blessures qui peuvent être associées. Ensuite, un développement des connaissances sera au nombre des avantages, puisque l'intervention de l'État permet de mieux connaître les individus qui sont en situation de dormir dans la rue. Également, une approche humaine est de mise par le biais de cette stratégie, puisque les dormeurs de rue sont considérés comme des citoyens à part entière qui ont besoin de recevoir des services. Enfin, le coût politique et financier est extrêmement modéré. Toutefois, en termes d'inconvénients, nous observons un non-respect des besoins formulés par les acteurs locaux, notamment les municipalités et les refuges de sans-abri qui désirent plus de ressources et qui désirent voir les campements cesser, ainsi qu'une visibilité du phénomène des dormeurs de rue qui persiste. Next slide. La seconde stratégie potentielle que nous vous proposons est l'humanisation des campements et la réinsertion progressive des individus qui sont dans les campements, les dormeurs de rue donc. Les éléments de solution consistent en une bonification des ressources communautaires et institutionnelles, notamment pour faciliter et pour l'accès aux services et pour augmenter la qualité de ces derniers, une pérennisation du service d'aide à la recherche au logement pour les individus qui ont récemment perdu leur logement et qui peuvent en retrouver un autre de façon rapide pour éviter de causer des traumatismes mentaux et physiques potentiels en dormant dans la rue. Également, des créations d'unités d'hébergement aux formes variées sont à prévoir, notamment pour répondre aux divers besoins des individus. Par exemple, les gens qui dorment dans la rue considèrent parfois que les individus qui dorment dans la rue avec eux sont leur famille. Donc, à ce moment, tandis que d'autres veulent être logés tout seuls. Donc, nous préconisons en fait que les unités d'hébergement soient hétérogènes pour permettre une meilleure réponse aux besoins des dormeurs de rue. L'un des avantages est le respect des besoins et de l'expertise des acteurs locaux, notamment les municipalités et les organismes à but non lucratif qui interviennent dans le milieu des dormeurs de rue. Une réponse complète et à long terme des individus pour la solution. Également, nous avons une approche équilibrée, notamment entre les dormeurs de rue et les voisinages, puisque ni l'un ni l'autre ne sont favorisés, et un apaisement politique. En ce qui a trait aux inconvénients, nous avons une résolution progressive de la situation. Il n'y a donc pas une résolution complète dans les médias, mais c'est bien à long terme. Et également, les coûts financiers sont élevés. Mon collègue Gabi Akes vous présentera la stratégie 3 sur la next slide.
Nous vous présentons la troisième stratégie focalisée sur le démantèlement immédiat des campements. Cette stratégie a comme élément de solution le démantèlement par recours aux forces de la police. Aussi, Cette stratégie a-t-elle pour mission de diriger les individus en situation d'itinérance vers les refuges? Dans l'ordre des avantages, notre troisième stratégie répond immédiatement aux besoins des situations des citoyens avoisinant les campements dans la mesure où ceux-ci sont démantelés, du coup, et il y aura comme une sorte de sentiment de sécurité des populations avoisinant les campements. Faisant suite à cela, la visibilité du phénomène d'itinérance connaîtra une réduction notable en disséminant les individus vivant dans les camps vers les refuges existants. Et enfin, cette stratégie a le mérite de présenter un coût financier minimal. En termes d'inconvénients, nous notons l'empiètement des compétences municipales. On mentionne également un coût politique important comme conséquence du démantèlement immédiat par l'usage des forces policières pour ne pas revivre ce qui s'est passé à Toronto il y a quelques années. À titre de rappel, les données de la ville de Toronto révèlent qu'il y a eu en moyenne 120 incidents violents par mois dans le système des refuges en 2016. Ce chiffre est passé à une moyenne de 270 incidents par mois en 2020 et a atteint un pic de 368 incidents en janvier 2021. Non seulement que cette approche ne règle pas les problèmes d'itinérance à long terme, mais elle nous semble également conflictuelle et violente. Ainsi, nous passons la parole à notre ami Marc-André pour la suite de la présentation et nous disons « Next slide ».
Alors, après analyse des trois stratégies présentées précédemment, nous recommandons d'opter pour la seconde, qui propose l'humanisation des campements par le déploiement de ressources communautaires et institutionnelles supplémentaires, sans pour autant les légaliser, ainsi que la construction de logements destinés aux personnes itinérantes ou aux dormeurs de rue. Cette solution est la seule qui respecte et atteint les quatre objectifs cités précédemment, que sont l'atteinte de résultats tangibles à court terme, une solution structurante à long terme, la réponse aux besoins des dormeurs de rue et du voisinage des campements, ainsi que la reconnaissance des besoins et de l'expertise des acteurs locaux. Cette stratégie s'articule en plusieurs mesures, avec un horizon allant du court au long terme. À court terme, elle comprend le rehaussement du financement des organismes communautaires en itinérance par le ministère de la Santé et des Services sociaux du Québec, par l'intermédiaire de son programme de soutien communautaire, ainsi que le rehaussement des ressources de santé des centres intégrés de soins de santé et de services sociaux dédiés à l'itinérance. Elle comprend également, à court terme, la pérennisation du service d'aide à la recherche de logement offert par les Offices d'habitation du Québec, lequel sera mis en œuvre par le ministère des Affaires municipales et de l'Habitation en collaboration avec la Société d'habitation du Québec, le Service d'habitation de la Ville de Montréal et les Offices d'habitation du Québec. Elle comprend également la flexibilisation des critères d'attribution du programme de supplément au loyer par le ministère des Affaires municipales et de l'Habitation en collaboration avec la SHQ, les offices municipaux et le service d'habitation de la Ville de Montréal. Cela permettra d'utiliser, entre autres, à court terme, les 7000 unités de supplément au loyer non encore attribuées et de mettre à profit les logements disponibles sur le marché privé. À moyen terme, cette stratégie comprend la réforme du financement communautaire autonome, du financement communautaire distribué par le ministère du Travail, Emploi et Solidarité sociale par l'intermédiaire du secrétariat à l'action communautaire autonome et aux initiatives sociales pour passer d'un financement par des ententes de services plutôt que par projet, comme c'est le cas actuellement, ainsi que la création d'un milieu de pratique par le ministère de la Santé et des Services sociaux et ses centres intégrés de santé et de services sociaux, auxquels le gouvernement fédéral et les municipalités pourront apporter de l'expertise afin d'améliorer les pratiques des différents intervenants en milieu d'itinérance et auprès des personnes dormant à l'extérieur. Certaines pratiques d'intervention non optimales nous ayant été signalées, entre autres, par le milieu de la recherche. Finalement, à long terme, cette solution prévoit la création d'unités d'habitation variées destinées aux personnes dormant à l'extérieur par le ministère des Affaires municipales et de l'Habitation, la Société d'habitation du Québec et le service d'habitation de la Ville de Montréal. Next slide. En ce qui a trait maintenant au crédit associé à cette stratégie sur 5 ans, il faut compter un total de 578 millions de dollars, dont 293 millions, soit 53,1% du total, proviendront du gouvernement du Québec, 93,8 millions proviendront des communautés et des municipalités, soit 15,4% de l'enveloppe totale, et 191,2 millions proviendront du gouvernement fédéral, soit 31,4% des sommes. Ventilé, cela nous donne un budget de 18 millions de dollars pour l'acquisition des chambres d'hôtel, actuellement réquisitionnées par la mairie de Montréal en 2021, à titre de solution d'hébergement d'urgence pour les personnes itinérantes ou dormant à l'extérieur. Nous avons un budget de 460 millions sur 5 ans pour la construction de 2000 unités d'accès logis, volet 3. Ensuite, nous avons, afin d'intervenir en fait dans ces logements accès logis volet 3 aux formes variées et dans les campements, nous avons prévu 50 millions de dollars pour rehausser le financement des ressources communautaires et 27 millions de dollars pour bonifier les ressources des centres intégrés de santé et de services sociaux sur 5 ans. Pour embaucher les ressources humaines afin d'assurer l'animation et la mise sur pied des communautés de pratique, des instances de concertation et de partage des bonnes pratiques, la stratégie prévoit 1 million de dollars sur 5 ans. Finalement, la stratégie prévoit 22 millions de dollars sur 5 ans pour la pérennisation du service d'aide à la recherche de logement afin de s'assurer que les personnes qui perdent leur logement dans un contexte pandémique où il y a perte d'emploi et augmentation des coûts du loyer puissent s'en trouver un qui convient à leurs besoins. Next slide. Pour ce qui est de la répartition maintenant des sommes entre les différentes zones du Québec, la stratégie prévoit dédier 58,1% des investissements à la RMR de Montréal, 13,7% des fonds à la RMR de Québec, ainsi que entre 4,6 et 2% des fonds pour les autres RMR du Québec, soit Drummondville, Saguenay, Sherbrooke, Gatineau et Trois-Rivières. Également, 11,1% des investissements seront réservés aux autres agglomérations de recensement, qui sont des villes au fond de 10 000 habitants ou plus, parce que, en fait, le phénomène, bien que plus visible dans les grandes villes, existe également dans les régions. Next slide. Quant au calendrier de mise en œuvre, la stratégie prévoit la pérennisation du service d'aide à la recherche de logement et des 150 places dans les hôtels réquisitionnés à titre d'hébergement d'urgence par la Ville de Montréal, ainsi que la flexibilisation des critères d'attribution des PSL et la bonification des ressources communautaires et institutionnelles en itinérance dès le 31 mars 2022, soit le début de la prochaine année financière. Elle prévoit aussi la mise sur pied d'une communauté de pratique en itinérance dès juillet 2022, le début des appels à projets pour la construction des logements de type accès logis volet 3 dès septembre 2022, laquelle se terminera en mars après 5 phases d'environ 1 an. Elle prévoit finalement la réforme du financement des organismes communautaires en itinérance par l'intermédiaire du secrétariat à l'action communautaire autonome et aux initiatives sociales en mars 2023. Next slide. En somme, la seconde stratégie étant la seule des 3 stratégies de lutte contre le phénomène des dormeurs de rue et de l'itinérance qui répondait aux 4 objectifs que nous voyons présentement à l'écran, c'est celle que nous vous recommandons d'adopter, malgré les coûts financiers un peu plus élevés qu'elle implique. Je vous remercie de votre écoute. Nous sommes maintenant prêts à prendre les questions en français ou en anglais.
Oui, merci Marc-André et merci à l'équipe pour votre présentation. On a des questions, bien sûr. Je vais passer la parole au début à James Hughes. James, la parole est à vous.
Merci Jim, merci beaucoup de la présentation, chers collègues. Ma question pour ce qui est de cette stratégie 2 que vous proposez, c'est la suivante. vous misez sur, en effet, une solution transition. Donc, vous allez passer les gens qui sont actuellement dans les campements petits et peut-être plus larges vers les hôtels et à plus long terme vers le logement, si j'ai bien compris la présentation. Mais j'aimerais vous entendre sur qu'est-ce qui se passe avec les campements qui sont justement, qui restent, qui demeurent tels quels, vu que justement, nous avons des problèmes, comme vous avez noté, de problèmes de capacité dans les refuges, capacité de main-d'œuvre, c'est-à-dire que la transition risque de prendre du temps. Entre-temps, on fait quoi avec les campements? Vous les réglementez, vous intervenez comment vis-à-vis le statu quo, si vous voulez?
Oui, donc est-ce que je peux me permettre de répondre à cette question? Notre solution s'appelle l'humanisation des campements et la réinsertion progressive parce que justement, on vise les deux axes. Donc, notamment, nous désirons rehausser le financement communautaire des intervenants en itinérance, notamment pour que ces derniers soient capables de donner un meilleur accès aux individus qui dorment dans la rue à des services. De même, puisque nous visons la réinsertion progressive, on a conscience que c'est une résolution à long terme du problème, mais pour le court terme, nous visons à humaniser les campements, donc notamment par le biais en fait là, de l'instauration de services dans les campements, des travailleurs sociaux, par exemple aussi qu'on fasse des campements qui sont plus grands pour, par exemple, limiter la propagation de la COVID-19. Donc, ces mesures sont notamment faites par le rehaussement du financement communautaire par les individus qui ont des expertises. Est-ce qu'un autre de mes collègues souhaite compléter la question?
Oui, alors, si je peux me permettre aussi, ce qu'il faut prendre en compte dans cette approche-là, c'est que le gouvernement du Québec, au fond, vient en soutien à l'action des municipalités et les municipalités actuellement n'ont pas de désir, en fait, d'évacuer les campements et semblent, en fait, prêtes à accepter que les campements perdurent un peu dans le temps. Et donc, il revient davantage, en fait, de la responsabilité, en fait, des municipalités d'intervenir, en fait, auprès de ces campements-là.
Juste un suivi, James, pas de suivi avec ça? Non.
Ça va, merci.
Ça va. OK. La prochaine, c'est Suzy McDonald de notre Conseil du Trésor.
Merci. Alors, souvent, il y a une manque de collaboration et coordination entre le fédéral, le Québec et les organismes à but non lucratif. Je pense que sur votre diapo 13, vous avez quand même assez bien indiqué différentes ressources. Je remarque que pour le fédéral, uniquement le rôle de financement dans une entente qui existe déjà. Croyez-vous qu'il y a un rôle plus approfondi pour le fédéral dans ce contexte-ci?
Gabrielle?
Oui, donc pour notre part, on pensait notamment à un transfert d'expertise, puisque c'est une problématique qui est trans-canadienne, en fait, donc qui prend l'ensemble du pays. Nous pensons à un transfert d'expertise du fédéral vers le provincial et donc c'est le rôle que nous voyons pour le fédéral. Je ne sais pas si un de mes collègues désire également compléter cet élément de réponse.
Oh.
Oui.
Oui, c'est Marc-André.
Exactement. Alors, je peux me permettre de compléter brièvement.
Oui, certain. Oui.
Donc, notre solution, en fait, prévoyait la mise en place de tables de concertation au milieu de pratique afin d'améliorer les pratiques, justement, des différents intervenants. Et donc, nous prévoyons que le gouvernement fédéral pourra apporter son expertise précisément dans ce cadre-là, en collaboration, entre autres, avec les municipalités.
OK, merci Marc-André. Pas de suivi, Suzy? Non?
Oui, peut-être juste une petite.
Oui.
Alors, question expertise, est-ce que vous voyez aussi un rôle au niveau des données dans cette expertise?
Effectivement, étant donné que le fédéral exécute finalement un recensement chaque année, les données peuvent être extrêmement utiles, notamment dans le cadre d'identifier où sont les campements, puis qui sont les dormeurs de rue. Donc, effectivement, je crois que c'est une piste de réflexion qui est excellente.
OK, Marc-André, encore.
Oui, alors si je peux me permettre aussi, il y a notamment le CRSH, qui est l'instance fédérale de recherche en sciences humaines principale, qui pourra, entre autres, financer peut-être davantage de recherche, considérant que le recensement n'a lieu qu'aux 5 ans, et qu'il nous donne peu de données, en fait, sur les dormeurs de rue et l'itinérance. Donc, le CRSH pourrait être là en appui pour financer des recherches sur le phénomène.
OK, je passe maintenant à Janet Golding. Janet, la parole est à vous.
Merci, Jim. Merci pour la présentation. C'est vraiment une situation complexe quand on pense à l'itinérance et les personnes dormantes à l'extérieur. Donc, pourriez-vous me dire quels sont les 2 ou 3 points clés que le Premier ministre et le public doivent comprendre au sujet de la question du sommeil brutal? Donc, pouvez-vous le mettre dans 2 ou 3 phrases complètes? C'est sûrement les points clairs.
Je vous invite en fait à aller à la next slide. En fait, nous avons élaboré un plan de communication.
OK.
Donc, pour le message central, c'est que nous sommes un gouvernement humain et attentif aux besoins de cette population. Nous répondons présents lorsqu'il faut et nous nous donnons les moyens d'agir collectivement. Donc, ça, c'est notre message global. Toutefois, vous voyez que pour chaque cible, il y a un message différent, notamment donc, pour les municipalités. Nous désirons présenter que le gouvernement du Québec est un partenaire sur lequel les municipalités peuvent compter. Pour les dormeurs de rue, le gouvernement du Québec respecte votre dignité, vos droits et vos besoins. Pour les personnes affectées, donc les personnes ne devraient avoir à dormir dans la rue, le gouvernement agit. Citoyens affectés, on parle des voisinages autour. Et pour le communautaire, le gouvernement du Québec reconnaît votre expertise et votre travail. Puis enfin, donc, la façon dont nous allons communiquer le message, on prévoit donc des moyens de communication qui sont variables. Donc, notamment, si on parle de réseaux sociaux pour les citoyens affectés par les quartiers autour, nous parlons davantage, par exemple, de paroles de personne à personne pour les dormeurs de rue et de canaux officiels pour les municipalités et le communautaire.
Janet, question de suivi?
Merci pour ça. Non, rien à ajouter maintenant.
D'autres questions, anglais-français, des autres membres du panel, de notre panel?
Vite, une audience qui n'est pas identifiée ici, c'est les citoyens qui sont autour des campements. Et c'était quoi votre message à eux? Et plus spécifiquement, ma question sera, est-ce que vous donnez la Sûreté du Québec certains droits d'intervenir? Et si oui, quels seront justement les critères que vous permettrez le SQ de rentrer dans les campements pour les évincer si nécessaire?
Again?
Oui, si je peux me permettre, pour les citoyens affectés, sur la diapositive que vous voyez actuellement, on veut leur passer le message que personne ne devrait avoir à dormir dans la rue, donc c'est important de le reconnaître, puis que nous agissons en conséquence, donc autant pour aider les personnes qui dorment dans la rue que pour les citoyens qui sont affectés par cette problématique. Donc, on est en action et on tente de régler la problématique. Sinon, pour le service de police, en fait, dans notre stratégie 3, qui était le démantèlement des campements, on souhaitait en fait que ce soit fait par le service de police, par exemple, de la Ville de Montréal et des autres villes. Donc, on n'avait pas le service, la sécurité du Québec n'était pas impliquée puisqu'on souhaitait conserver en fait les compétences et en fait respecter les compétences juridictionnelles des municipalités en ce sens.
Mais toutefois, ce n'est pas la stratégie qu'on recommande. Nous recommandons la stratégie 2, donc qui est celle qui ne convient pas de démantèlement. Puis, en fait, vous disiez que ce n'était pas sur notre diapositive les citoyens affectés, mais oui, c'est juste en bas à droite, en fait, citoyens affectés, c'est eux, en fait, ceux qui vivent autour des campements.
Juste une petite question finale, si je peux. Votre option numéro 3, est-ce que c'était vraiment une vraie option? est-ce que c'est juste quelque chose à rejeter tout à coup? Est-ce que vous pensez que c'est vraiment une option pour le gouvernement du Québec, Megan?
Bon, nous allons peut-être répondre à cette question-là.
Oui,
peut-être que
Gabi.
Megan aura à compléter.
Oui.
Nous avons dit, nous avons proposé 3 stratégies, la première, la deuxième et la troisième. Mais toutefois, nous avons pris soin de montrer que cette proposition-là, de la stratégie 3, n'était pas la meilleure. Elle était source de conflits et aussi de violences. Donc, c'était une stratégie à rejeter.
OK.
Si Megan a ajouté quelque chose, elle est la bienvenue.
Réaliste pour le gouvernement du Québec. OK, merci. Merci.
Thank you to everyone for your advice. We have another Tiger team coming, so we'll move on. So you just have to push the leave button and you will receive an email to join the YouTube live session.
Okay, merci.
Jane, and welcome to our briefing here at the Ontario Cabinet Office. I'd like to introduce Jim Mitchell, who is leading our senior management team to receive your briefing. You have 30 minutes starting now.
Okay, well, good morning and thank you for coming today. My name is Nick and I'm an ADM at the Ministry of Finance. I'm joined by my ADM colleagues, Sydney from the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, Kelsey from the Ministry of Intergovernmental Affairs, and Dong from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Our team has been tasked with examining solutions to address the growing number of rough sleepers and encampments in Ontario. And today we've put together an overview of this problem and a number of realistic solutions the province can implement to address the immediate and long-term needs of rough sleepers and the surrounding communities. So next slide, please.
Rough sleeping is not a new phenomenon and has affected many countries around the world, but it has reached emergency levels here in Canada in recent years. In major centers like Toronto and Ottawa, we have seen tent cities ranging in size from 10 to 300 plus individuals pop up throughout 2021. COVID-19 has played a major role in the growth of encampments, and many people experiencing homelessness have seen the outdoors as being safer and have chosen to live outside instead of at crowded, outbreak-ridden shelters. Encampments in Ontario have been met with opposition from the public and municipalities, and many communities have raised legitimate safety concerns as rough sleepers can suffer from health problems related to exposure and disease caused by lack of proper sanitation. There has also been an increase in fires at encampment sites causing concern. Others are concerned about the presence of encampments in public spaces like parks and community gardens. Municipalities are under pressure to remove encampments because of neighborhood concerns about criminal activity, garbage, cleanliness, and noise. This pressure to remove camps has led to police interventions, which often turn violent. In many cases, the police are the only avenue Ontario municipalities have to remove encampments, even though sending the police has harmed rough sleepers, angered homeless advocates, and inspired protests. Next slide, please. Part of the emergency situation we're facing is that rough sleepers are different from other individuals experiencing homelessness. While they may share some characteristics like mental health problems, addictions issues, past traumas, and little to no income, rough sleepers are distinct in two ways. The first is that many rough sleepers have chosen to sleep outside. They feel detached from the shelter system and government assistance and choose to not accept aid, and this may be due to personal traumas or circumstances. The second is that many rough sleepers, especially those who've been living outdoors for a long time, have developed a sense of pride and community. They do not view themselves as homeless because encampments are their homes. Any policy approach to address encampments and assist rough sleepers needs to consider these differences. Policies should also build on successes had in other jurisdictions like the United Kingdom, which will be referenced later. Note that while we have outlined characteristics of rough sleepers, the province does lack specific data and information about this vulnerable group. The current data collection standards for homelessness are point-in-time counts and by-name lists, but these methods do not always accurately capture rough sleepers. Next slide, please.
So to avoid these encampments from becoming a recurring problem, we suggest Ontario set a goal to meet rough sleepers where they are while addressing their immediate needs and to help them find permanent housing. And if we could move to the next slide, you can see the goal on the screen. So while this presentation will focus heavily on policy responses, we must remember that this is a human issue and that the province has a moral obligation to reduce suffering. This is why it is important that Ontario bring support to rough sleepers at the local level rather than force a one-size-fits-all approach. We acknowledge that the province is not on the front lines of this problem, and some of the policy options will rely on the expertise already developed at the municipal level. Over the course of this presentation, we outline a number of goals to be achieved in the short, medium, and long term that will guide our approach going forward. Next slide, please.
So to help understand the problem and to enable the development of an appropriate policy response, Ontario needs to take a closer look at the bigger picture. As my colleagues have emphasized, Ontario is facing a public emergency, highlighted in red, with cities and the public demanding the province help manage and find permanent solutions to these encampments. But while responding to the camps is the immediate problem, the overarching challenge, identified in blue, is the ongoing lack of suitable and affordable housing in Ontario. Put simply, those who end up living in encampments often have nowhere else to go. This problem is only expected to get worse as Ontario's housing market continues to tighten and inflation remains high. In order to respond to this issue in the long run, Ontario will need to disrupt the road to homelessness and rough sleeping you see before you. Next slide, please.
So zooming out, we understand the big picture as a pipeline with 3 distinct stages, each requiring different but complementary policy supports. Now, on the left, individuals and households are considered at risk due to a variety of reasons, the largest of which is being in core housing need. That is defined as households that spend 50% or more of their income on housing. And ultimately, policy solutions here need to prevent people from becoming homeless or rough sleepers. And when individuals cannot afford their housing, government's focus should be to alleviate the hardship these individuals face and connect them to services and social assistance. Now, on the right-hand side, individuals leaving homelessness either through provided supports, friends and family, or other reasons. And here the focus is to prevent their return to at-risk status. We view the current crisis of rough sleepers as a result of a bottleneck in this journey. Shelters and existing supports are struggling to help individuals and families due to an increased flow of homeless individuals as a result of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So what are the Ontario and federal government doing to address this bottleneck? Well, both governments have several programs aimed at addressing homelessness and increasing the supply of affordable housing, and all of these programs you can see are listed at the top of the matrix. Now, the province alone is projected to spend $446 million on homelessness programs in the 2022-23 fiscal year, and the province has also committed an additional $566 million in homelessness spending at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic through the Social Service Relief Fund. However, as we know from the growth of these encampments, this has not been entirely effective. So drawing your attention to the top row, this is because none of the existing programs at either the federal or provincial level directly address rough sleeping. The majority of this support is provided through the shelter system, which, as we know, is not used by rough sleepers. So we find that there is both a direct need to bring services to the encampments and to prevent the flow of at-risk individuals into this precarious situation. Next slide, please.
Another question worth asking is Ontario's current path sustainable? There is a cost to doing nothing. It is very unlikely the problem of rough sleepers and encampments will go away once the COVID-19 crisis has passed. Fewer COVID-19 cases could see some individuals return to shelters, but the pandemic is not the only reason rough sleeping exists. Cost of living in a red-hot housing market will continue to put pressures on people's wallets, and some may become homeless as a result. Current resources are not equipped to meet this potential influx, nor do they satisfy the immediate and distinct needs of rough sleepers. By not responding, encampments may become a common fixture in urban centers. Not responding also ignores the human face of this problem and does not satisfy Ontario's moral obligations. Rough sleeping is costly for the province in the long term. It is estimated rough sleepers currently cost Ontario a minimum of $42 million per year. This is a conservative estimate and does not account for expenses like emergency services, landscaping, health, and legal services. The problem will only become more expensive should encampments become a permanent issue. Ending encampments through police enforcement can be violent and is not cheap. Last summer, the City of Toronto spent $800,000 on policing alone to 3 clear encampment sites. These removals also came with an $800,000 landscaping bill. In addition, Ontario's coordination on this file with municipalities, the federal government, and NGOs is weak. Staying on the current path does not fix this shortcoming. The province has a unique opportunity to take stronger action to address the issue of rough sleepers and encampment sites. Choosing to not respond means this rare policy window will go unused. Next slide, please. So it is recommended that any policy approach taken by the government address the following 3 priority areas. In the short term, in red, focus on harm reduction by immediately meeting the needs of rough sleepers and reduce the dangers and disruptions these encampments can have on those living in them and around them. In the medium term, which is marked in green, stem the flow of at-risk individuals into homelessness and help rough sleepers afford permanent housing. And in the long term, which is marked in blue, increase Ontario's supply of affordable housing. The matrix before you indicates which goals each suggested policy option fulfills, with preferred choices indicated by the shaded colored boxes. The rationale for the outlined preferred approach relates back to the notion that Ontario needs to disrupt the road to homelessness in order to prevent rough sleeping from becoming an endemic issue. Next slide, please.
Our presentation will now examine the various policy options at the province's disposal. Recall that the intent of our short-term actions is to address the hazards and disruptions posed by rough sleepers to themselves and others. Our options are designed to be implemented quickly, with timelines not expected to take more than 1 year. Once implemented, these options could be done on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. One short-term option we propose is to construct housing units for rough sleepers. This can be done through building tiny homes, which provides rough sleepers with a temporary place to call home as they transition from encampments to longer-term housing. There are two different types of tiny homes. The first type are small wooden insulated structures. This option is lower in cost and can be built to be moved, which allows municipalities to relocate the structures if necessary. The second type are modular homes. These are larger dorm-style buildings with multiple units within them. These homes require less land as units can be stacked on top of each other. Although tiny homes are faster to build compared to traditional affordable housing projects, the need to find and acquire land may cause delays. This could be a particular challenge in heavily populated cities, such as Toronto. Furthermore, provincial and municipal rezoning would need to be fast-tracked to ensure quick construction of the tiny homes. Next slide, please.
With that in mind, our preferred short-term approach is to coordinate with municipalities to create what we call mobile operating service teams, or MOST. The MOST initiative targets the specific needs of rough sleepers by bringing resources to them. MOST units would be the first to respond to the creation of encampments as opposed to police. These teams are temporary and mobile units equipped with outreach services to help rough sleepers transition out of camps into safer, more permanent housing. Recall that one of the challenges of assisting rough sleepers is that many are skeptical and detached from government services. They do not identify as homeless and do not wish to be treated as such. Now, while some rough sleepers may choose to live outside permanently, many want a home. Drastic improvements in standard of living and the physical and mental well-being of rough sleepers will occur once they are housed and supported. Research from the UK has found that one of the most effective ways to connect rough sleepers to housing services is by using an autonomy-based approach. Social workers and advocates provide information by building personal relationships, giving rough sleepers the freedom to make their own choices. This model is the crux of the MOST initiative and makes it easier for rough sleepers to make the choice to seek safer and healthier accommodations. Next slide, please. Here's an example of what the MOST initiative could look like in Ottawa. With a wide variety of nonprofits and charitable organizations available throughout the city, outreach can be tailored. Outreach workers would assist rough sleepers in navigating social assistance programs, housing registries, and accessing necessary items like identification. Health responders would also be on site to deal with any emergencies like overdoses, and collaboration with public health units can be done to provide mobile COVID-19 vaccination sites. Foodstuffs can also be provided with if needed. Providing sanitation and site maintenance is a key part of this initiative, as it both reduces harm to inhabitants and responds to the public's concern about trash and cleanliness. These actions also reduce cleanup costs once the encampment is no longer in use. Finally, most units would also provide an avenue for data collection that is specific to rough sleepers to address existing data gaps. Next slide, please.
Turning to the medium term, our focus is to stem the flow of at-risk individuals going into homelessness and to help rough sleepers afford housing. Timelines for these medium-term options are expected to fall between 1 to 3 years. Our intent is for these proposals to be in place sooner rather than later. Once implemented, these programs could continue on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. A medium-term option for preventing homelessness are rent banks. A rent bank is a homelessness prevention program that offers grants to low-income renters. Rent banks are intended for people who are either behind on their rent or need assistance in covering their first and last month's rent. To implement the solution, the province could provide funding to municipalities for creating new rent banks. This could be delivered through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. However, rent banks do not provide help to rough sleepers, as it's focused on preventing homelessness. The program is targeted towards individuals who need short-term rent support. Applicants must be paying market rent, and grants are limited to a maximum of $4,000 or 3 months worth of rent. As a result of these conditions, rent banks do not help rough sleepers afford housing. Next slide, please.
Now, taking a look at our preferred medium-term approach, a number of studies have found that one of the best ways to stem the increase of homelessness and rough sleepers is to provide income and rental assistance over a longer period of time. While the Canada-Ontario housing benefit includes approximately $200 a month for individuals in core housing need, the benefit is available to a number of different groups. This puts pressure on the province's service managers to distinguish the most deserving candidates among a larger pool of individuals. And as a result, rough sleepers can be left out given the many obstacles they face in accessing government services. So to address this, we propose to divert funds from the Canada-Ontario housing benefit and to add new funds for the creation of a homeless housing benefit, which would be delivered using Ontario's 47 service managers, but explicitly target the homeless, rough sleeping, and at-risk population. We would also increase the funding amounts from $200 to a minimum of $300 a month and up to $800 a month, scaled to the jurisdiction to supplement the challenges these individuals face in finding income. Now, while this will require increased expenditures, it is both safer and cheaper than building new units and has been shown to be very effective in reducing rough sleeping in other jurisdictions, while also providing a large return on investment in the medium to long term. Next slide, please. Now, moving into the long term, we need to address the lack of affordable and suitable housing in the province. Accordingly, we have set two goals: to increase the provincial stock of affordable and suitable housing, and to attract federal funds wherever possible. We also want to note that there are a number of existing long-term funding programs that have been implemented through the National Housing Strategy that have yet to come into effect. So under the NHS, the federal and provincial governments have committed to $4 billion in spending through to 2028, in addition to existing provincial programs. We expect that the long-term strategies in place to build affordable housing for the homeless population will also reduce the number of rough sleepers in Ontario. While we propose some changes, it is important to remember that allowing existing programs to take effect is also an option. Next slide, please.
Sticking with the existing programs, though, prevents Ontario from capitalizing on an opportunity to seek out additional funds to build affordable housing with the support of the federal government. During the pandemic, the federal government funded the $2.5 billion Rapid Housing Initiative to provide expedited housing to the country's most vulnerable. Since its launch in October 2020, this national program has seen 10,000 plus new affordable housing units come on stream, including more than 2,800 units here in Ontario. Homelessness and housing advocates have praised the Rapid Housing Initiative and are urging the federal government to extend and expand the program in their upcoming budget. The Rapid Housing Initiative has helped Ontario and many of its major cities increase their affordable housing stock without bearing the full brunt of the capital costs. Given the strong outside interest in responding to public concerns about encampments and the lack of affordable housing, Ontario could add its voice to those seeking an extension, expansion, and a replenishment of federal funding for the Rapid Housing Initiative. Next slide, please.
Now, I want to turn to how much we expect our proposals to cost. This is always a common question. We expect that new spending for our proposals will be approximately $70.6 million annually for the next 6 years. However, it is important to know that this is likely less expensive than doing nothing, and the problem is already costing us millions. Preliminary costing for the MOST initiative includes providing funds for equipment, staff, and operating expenses within each unit, and we anticipate a total provincial expense of $45 million. However, this will work to directly mitigate many of the existing costs of these encampments. For the homeless housing benefit, we propose reallocating 25% of the existing Canada-Ontario housing benefit funds with an additional annual top-up of $25.6 million in new spending, and this may be cost-shared with the federal government given its strong alignment with the goals of the National Housing Strategy. And finally, our proposal to expand and extend the Rapid Housing Initiative relies on new funds from the federal government. This program stream is policy that the province can use to appeal to the federal government to justify the need for an additional $490 million that the province believes it is entitled to under the National Housing Strategy, but has yet to be allocated. What we want to convey here is that while there will be new provincial expenditures, the proposed solutions are cost-effective and designed to mitigate the risk that encampments become a recurring problem in Ontario. Next slide, please. So to close things out, we want to reiterate that these encampments are an urgent crisis in municipalities with long-term implications. The COVID-19 pandemic has made rough sleeping a highly visible problem, and in doing so, created a large window of opportunity to work with municipal and federal partners to explicitly address rough sleeping across many communities. We know from past experience that a one-size-fits-all approach has not been successful in reaching the rough sleeping population, which is why we have taken public concerns into account and developed a number of solutions that meet rough sleepers where they are and are explicitly tuned to meet their needs. Now is the time for the province to act, and we welcome further discussion on how exactly the province can do that. Thank you.
Well, members of the team, thank you very much for a concise and very interesting presentation. The members of the management team here do have some questions. I'm going to start with Pam McCurry. Pam.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much, everyone, for this very interesting presentation. It's very thorough. You've talked about the partnerships necessary to deliver on particularly the longer term vision that you have here. And you've talked about your sense that the stars are aligning, and that the federal government will naturally understand the need, and they've got a national housing strategy and a rapid housing funding flowed. But one thing I haven't heard from you is whether or not there are, I mean, those are kind of the soft influences, but does the federal government have any particular jurisdiction or legal obligations that would motivate it to participate more vigorously in the kind of approach that you're recommending?
So I can take that question. There has been a debate. The federal government used to be responsible for housing, and they passed that responsibility on to the provinces, and that in Ontario was passed on to the municipalities. But there has definitely been a pressure put on the federal government in the last few years that has spoken that the federal government really needs to take some action in this space, and they do have a responsibility to ensure that the residents of Canada and the citizens of Canada have the needs that they need. And I think during the pandemic, we've kind of seen the federal government step on that with the Rapid Housing Initiative, and that's why they brought it to the table. They understood that they did have a role to play. They have the coffers to supply some of the capital costs that the provinces and municipalities may not have. And through their National Housing Initiative, they have put themselves in this spot because they have set a target to eliminate chronic homelessness and, you know, reduce the homelessness across the board, across the country. And so understanding that this is kind of an area that the federal government has highlighted, we feel like there is an opportunity for Ontario to bring our arguments to the table with clearly designed programs that fit with their initiative and their ideas already to meet that need.
Okay, thank you. Pam, further follow-up on that or on anything else within your area of interest and responsibility? Oops. No, okay. Pam, you're muted right now.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm just saying I'll pass it to others.
Okay, Alan, Alan Northcott, my colleague Alan Northcott.
Thank you for this presentation. We know we're dealing with a complex issue, and I appreciated the range of solutions over different timescales that you provided to us, which leads me to the question about, could you give us a better sense of the extent to which for those different solutions, that different array of solutions, they are informed by evidence or informed by research? And then a related question to that is, in looking at that research, what questions did it raise that you think would need to be answered if we were to have success in your proposal?
Wants to take that one?
Sure, I'll start with the short term.
Yeah.
So the MOST initiative is designed based on research out of the UK. And the UK had a lot of success in dealing with rough sleepers, especially those who've been rough sleeping for very long periods of time, so 4 to 45 years even. And they had a lot of success with their personal autonomy-based approach in moving rough sleepers into accommodation. So that's why we're basing the personal autonomy approach there in the short term. However, we do recognize that our situation isn't the same as the UK. And part of the beauty of the MOST initiative is that it's also, while it's an information providing initiative to rough sleepers, it's also an information gathering initiative for the province. So we can understand that we might have some, I don't want to say chronic, but long-term rough sleepers in those encampments, but we might have a few who simply are sleeping rough because they are not comfortable in shelters. So it's a way for us to kind of gauge, okay, what is the range of rough sleeping, and how can we tailor our policies there? So that's the research we're basing the MOST initiative on. And it's also recognizing by leaning into municipalities and existing organizations within these municipalities, we're recognizing the expertise on that level that the province might not have. So maybe I'll turn to my other colleagues to discuss the medium and long term.
Any further comments on the research issue, colleagues?
Yeah, I could jump in here.
Okay,
so
Nick, you go ahead.
So one thing that we know is that we actually don't know a lot about the impact of these encampments on the province. So one of the remaining questions that we really do need to address, really across the short, medium, and long term, is how much exactly it's costing the province. So the preliminary research that we use out of the UK did provide some estimates of the cost of individual rough sleepers, but that is only helpful for one rough sleeper. So we need to know exactly how many people we have in these encampments. We have some estimates, but it's changed over the course of the pandemic. And we also need to know the full range of costs associated, which includes enforcement, health services, social services, environmental impact and landscaping, legal services, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you, Tiger team. I'm going to turn now to my colleague, Trina Fraser. Trina, the microphone is over to you.
Thank you for your presentation. And I picked up that you spoke a lot about the fact that this is a human issue and to meet them where they're at. And you identified that one size does not fit all. If you could, in one sentence, put the key point out to the Premier and the public, how would you sum it up to understand about the issue of rough sleeping?
Who wants to take a run at that one? Boil it down to one sentence.
I can take that.
Okay.
We actually have a communications plan in the appendices. So if you could flip to that slide, I think it's slide 24, maybe 23. Or 22, there you go, go back, sorry. So we've kind of summarized it in one sentence, one more, 22, slide 22, there we go. We've kind of already summarized the issue that we're facing for the various jurisdictions. And if I were to summarize this to the Premier, the reality is this problem is not going away. And these individuals are residents of Ontario, and they do have specific needs. And continuing with our approach is not going to solve the problem, and it's not going to go away, and it's not going to make these individuals want to become non-rough sleepers. And so we've kind of targeted various groups in terms of passing on that message. And we want to explicitly say as well to the municipalities, look, we are your partner and we want to help you.
Okay, that very good answer. Thank you, Kelsey. Trina, and over more follow-up if you'd like. Go ahead. You've got the time.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, let me turn to other members of our panel here. Any other questions you want to? Susie McDonald, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much for an excellent presentation. Just wondering, you spoke about Ottawa, in particular Toronto, both have relatively large Indigenous populations. You talked about intersectionality and the need to address people where they're at. I'm just wondering about coordination between provincial government and NGOs and how you might be able to really address those intersectional issues.
Sure, I'll answer that question. So that's again, the nice part about the MOST initiative is its flexibility. So if we actually return to slide 14, oh, one more, sorry. Perfect. Yeah, so I provided a couple examples of different organizations that we could lean into in the Ottawa area. But essentially what we would imagine the MOST initiative would look like is that as the province, we've set out criteria for what we think would work well. So we're saying we want to see outreach workers, health services, food supplies, and waste and sanitation management provided to encampments. And we give the municipalities the flexibility to partner with whom they see fit based on the rough sleeping population in that municipality. So I provided some examples here, but it could look very different based on who we see in encampments as the year progresses. And my colleague Dong will follow up.
Thank you, Sydney. One way the provincial government could facilitate collaborations with both the federal governments or with the municipalities and nonprofits is through creating a formal agreement, such as a memorandum of understanding that clearly outlines the responsibilities of each partner in the agreement. This could help clear up any misunderstandings and can help clearly establish what each partner is responsible for and their role in the grand scheme of an operation.
Any further follow-up from anybody on the team on that issue of coordination and FedProv and FedProv Municipal? Let me just see. Any further questions from the panel? Well, in that case, then let me say to this Tiger team. Oh, Janet, go ahead. Janet, you got a quick question and a quick answer. Go ahead.
Sorry, just really quickly, you talked about the collaboration and the experience in the UK. Can you tell me what the biggest obstacle was in the UK to implementing their MOST approach?
Got 8 seconds, guys. Nick.
I could jump in on here just very, very quickly. The MOST approach is actually an original idea that we think would be very, very flexible and tailored to the needs of Ontario. Most of our understanding of the rough sleepers, though, is based off of research in the UK. But the policy is our own idea.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiger team. We appreciate the presentation and we appreciate your answers. Thank you very much. So thank you. Over to Rob.
Thank you so much. We have other Tiger teams in waiting, so we need to move on to them. But if you would just exit via the leave button, you'll receive a message to join the YouTube live streaming. Thank you, guys.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So just a point.
So Rob, we're set.
So welcome, Tiger team, to our briefing with the senior management team responsible for this issue on rough sleeping with the Ontario Cabinet Office. I'd like to introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who is leading this team of senior officials. You have 30 minutes and the clock begins now.
Good morning. My name is Indra Nyambumba. I'm here today alongside Brian Jad, Farah Matawe, and Miranda Landry. We're a task force of analysts on the issue of encampments. Today, we're here to advise the Ontario Cabinet Office, senior officials, and the Premier on how best to balance the demands of municipalities. We recommend a tailored funding program consistent with municipal needs to ensure health, safety, and dignity of Ontario's most vulnerable. Next slide, please. I would like to begin with a land acknowledgement. Queen's University and the School of Policy Studies acknowledges with gratitude and respect that we're situated on the unceded land of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee people, past and present. We honor the nations for their care of this land and are thankful to be here on Turtle Island. Next slide, please. On our agenda today, we will provide a problem statement followed by an analysis of the problem. We will then go into our options and our recommended options, as well as our implementation plan and a summary. After that, we'll conclude the presentation and open the floor up for questions. Next slide, please. To begin, we would like to clarify that rough sleepers are people who either choose to or are forced to sleep outside. In Canada, they're often referred to as unsheltered. They are a subsegment of the homeless population with an array of distinct needs. Encampments are semi-structured organized arrangements of at least 20 rough sleepers in one area of the city, typically a public space. We have concluded that there are no targeted initiatives by the province of Ontario to address rough sleeping and encampments. This is leading to health and safety concerns such as drug overdoses and an increasing number of fire incidences. This problem has become visible as a result of the pandemic and has posed various challenges for municipalities. The surrounding community's discontent has pressured municipalities to take immediate action, often resorting to using police force to disband encampments. This has proven to be costly and ineffective. Next slide, please. The management of encampments has come at a high cost for municipalities. For example, in 2020, there were over 250 incidences in Toronto encampments alone, costing over $120,000. In the fall of 2020, the City of Toronto spent $2 million disbanding only 3 encampments. Our advice is to act on the matter as we run a consequential risk of not responding. Not only are municipal bylaws being violated, but not responding to the issue runs the risk of a charter action against the province. Further, inaction could lead to an increase in encampments, and there are currently 93,000 households in Ontario at risk for homelessness. Additionally, by not helping to reintegrate these rough sleepers back into society, we fall short of our commitment to end homelessness by 2025. Next slide, please. This is a Canada-wide issue. In 2018, it was estimated that 14% of the Canadian homeless population were unsheltered. Municipalities in Ontario have anywhere between 17 and 742 rough sleepers, depending on its size. For example, here in Kingston, rough sleepers have been reported to have issues of trauma and abuse. Across Ontario, there have been reported that in these encampments, there are issues of addiction and mental health. As the most populous province in Canada, our unsheltered individuals are diverse. Those who identify as Indigenous are disproportionately represented in encampments. They make up 3% of Ontario's population, but represent 1/3 of those in encampments. The overrepresentation of Indigenous people indicates that we need to solidify our reconciliation responsibility. Next slide, please. To support off-reserve organizations and communities, Over the last fiscal year, the federal government has allocated $150 million of needs-based funding. In 2022, Ontario announced new funding of $10 million for Indigenous-led, culturally appropriate long-term housing solutions and support services for Indigenous people risking homelessness. Other jurisdiction supports focus broadly on housing and those in shelters. Beginning in 2019 to 2020, the province of Ontario spent $1.1 billion, and the federal government spent $2.9 billion over the 9 years to fund 3 housing programs under the National Housing Strategy Act. In the last fiscal year, the province has doubled its spending on homelessness programs. During the pandemic, they increased their spending from $424 million to $990 million. And of that, $339 million of this was transferred directly to municipalities. While housing and homelessness are directly correlated, they do not directly address the issue of rough sleepers in encampments. Thus, no current government programs respond to this need. This has resulted in a reliance on nonprofits to fill the gap. I will now pass it on to my colleague, Brian, who is going to talk about our options.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Indra. We have determined 3 objectives that we'd like to achieve. First, we would like to empower and equip municipalities to better manage the issues with encampments. The province will provide funds to municipalities and nonprofits, as these are the entities on the ground. Our second objective is to enhance the efficacy of approaches to encampments and shift practices to prevention. Our final objective is to ensure the well-being of both communities and rough sleepers, whereby both parties' needs are addressed effectively. Next slide, please. We have proposed initiatives for the short, medium, and long term. Conditional funding will be provided to municipalities for each of the initiatives that they agree to implement. As previously mentioned, the use of force to disband of encampments is ineffective. Therefore, right now, we will focus on management rather than disbandment. For the short term, one option is to provide funds for municipalities to create and distribute encampment survival kits, which could include items such as naloxone, safe needle deposit boxes, blankets, or other essential supplies deemed necessary by the municipalities. This would empower municipalities to address the immediate health concerns of those in encampments, such as hypothermia, illness, or potential overdose. Another potential option for the short term is to extend the Social Services Relief Fund. This fund aims to address and relieve municipalities of the impacts of COVID-19 on homeless shelters by providing funds for the purchase of PPE and hotel rooms. However, this does not directly address encampments. Next slide, please. For the medium term, one option is to provide funds for municipalities to create cabin communities, which entails providing small cabins to those currently in encampments in a communal area with communal showers and washrooms. This was first piloted in Kitchener, and it led to a decrease in encampments, and it also led to stable housing and increased access to healthcare. A second option for the medium term is to increase homeless shelter capacity, as 4,500 women and children were turned away from homeless shelters in Eastern Ontario in 2020. However, not all jurisdictions in Ontario have a capacity issue, as Kingston, for example, has only a 56% occupancy rate. Next slide, please. For the long term, one option is to extend and expand the Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative. This program aims to help people who are homeless obtain and retain housing, and those who are at risk of being homeless to remain housed. We proposed using the collection of data to expand on CHPI through targeted initiatives that address the direct causes of those currently in encampments and those most likely to be in encampments in the future. Another option for the long term is to fund municipalities to create tailored shelters that address specific needs, such as those who are survivors of abuse, Indigenous people, or families. However, this option may be difficult to implement, as it may be very difficult to find convenient locations for these tailored shelters, and it may be difficult to relocate those who are currently in the shelters during the transitional period. I'll now pass it off to Farah to talk about our recommendation.
The options we recommend provide a strategy that encompasses a short, medium, and long-term response. Could we please have the next slide? The issues faced by municipalities are short-term, long-term, and medium-term. The short-term encampment fund empowers municipalities to respond to encampments without resorting to the utilization of the police force. The funds can be tailored to suit the diverse situations faced by municipalities and the communities surrounding them. As my colleague Brian mentioned earlier, we will also provide funds for the encampment kit that can be tailored to the specific needs of the rough sleepers within their community. This would meet our first objective and address the immediate health and safety concerns of the unsheltered in encampments and the surrounding community. In the medium term, we will be providing cabins as the recommended course of action in rehoming rough sleepers. This approach is grounded in the success of the pilot in Kitchener. Their unsheltered housing initiatives has successfully rehomed 50 rough sleepers from encampments into independent cabin living, increasing feelings of security and happiness by the local community. This is a cost-effective model, as a cabin is only 30% of the price of a similarly sized apartment, and it generally requires only 6 months or less to build. In the long run, we are aiming to prevent the formation of encampments in the first place. So we believe expanding CHPI will limit those at risk of losing their homes. Any factors and characteristics such as income level, ethnicity, or gender will be analyzed to fill in the knowledge gaps to understand the factors we believe are contributing to the uniqueness of the situation. Next slide, please. In order to implement this recommendation, we are proposing a set of principles to be maintained throughout the process to increase the likelihood of success. Our principles include collaboration with municipalities while maintaining their autonomy, involving nonprofits to support the implementation, all while remaining efficient in responding to the demands of all parties involved, and that encompasses municipalities as well as the communities. Next slide, please. We are proposing a network of collaboration to administer the program as a whole. The total amount needed is between $81 million and $114 million, depending on encampment sizes and negotiated procurement pricing. The federal government has committed $2.9 billion to the National Housing Strategy. This is a commitment over 9 years, and we could reallocate part of that investment into what we have suggested today. We would work with other provinces as a united front to approach the federal government on funding matters related to the Indigenous issues. Additionally, our Indigenous population is disproportionately represented in the unsheltered community. So we are hoping that the federal government would grant funds for that matter in specific. Once the funds are redistributed, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing would be responsible for coordination among all partners involved in this network, including NGOs. The amount would be split over 3 years, with the first year dividing $29.3 million amongst municipalities. My colleague Miranda will now explain the action plan.
Next slide, please. Our plan of action consists of 3 phases. Phase 1 begins immediately. So starting March 2022, we recommend beginning engagement with the various partners. This includes engagement with the federal government to discuss funding, engagement with municipalities to inform them of these initiatives, but to also facilitate the discussions between nonprofits and municipalities to design and implement the cabin initiative. We will also provide support in terms of determining the location for cabins, as we recognize there are challenges around zoning practices. It also includes engaging with Indigenous organizations to form partnerships, as they have a better understanding of their community's needs and how the cabin communities may work for them. Engagement with nonprofits and social workers is also vital, as they may be able to assist in distributing the kits, collecting data, or providing health services to the cabin communities. In terms of procurement, we recommend working with vendors to procure the cabins. With centralized procurement on a provincial basis, we can negotiate more affordable prices for municipalities. After we've procured the cabins, municipalities can begin building the cabin communities. Further, during this phase, we recommend working with vendors on the centralized provincial database to allow for more consistency in the data and establish trend data to be used for CHPI. The last major component of phase 1 entails distributing the funds for the encampment kits. Phase 2 begins after 6 months. We would recommend a pilot for the Cabin Community Initiative with 3 cities, Hamilton, Ottawa, and Toronto. We've selected these cities as they vary in size and have faced distinct challenges when attempting to address encampments. If the pilot goes well, we recommend the expansion of this program to the rest of the province. This phase should also include a review of the cabin initiative to ensure that the objectives are being met. Phase 3 begins after the first year. This entails extending CHPI, which is set to expire in March 2023, and expanding it to include targeted investments. This would be based on the analysis of the data collected during the previous phase, which may point towards some of the most common causes of individuals being in encampments. Following that, targeted investments would be distributed. To conclude this phase, we recommend a summative evaluation. Next slide, please. In terms of the feasibility of this plan, there are a few key risks to address. Rough sleepers often have a mistrust in authority and may be hesitant to engage in our initiatives. This would be mitigated by establishing relationships with them through social workers or nonprofits who may be distributing the encampment kits, which could foster trust in the long run. Another potential risk is the lack of uptake among municipalities who may be concerned about their autonomy. This would be mitigated by not using a top-down approach and through collaboration with municipalities by providing them the flexibility to adjust these initiatives according to their needs. Further, given that these initiatives require extensive coordination with various partners, there is a risk that some parties may not be aligned. To mitigate this, it is important to maintain open communication channels with our partners on a regular basis. Next slide, please. When engaging with our partners, we will communicate that the province is renewing its commitment to serve its residents and impact their lives positively. We understand encampments come with a variety of concerns for the surrounding communities and the municipalities. The provincial government proposes to work with the federal government, local authorities, Indigenous organizations, and other nonprofits to design and implement a targeted approach to address the issue of encampments. Over the next 3 years, we recommend an encampment fund for the survival kits, cabin communities, and an expansion of the CHPI. Next slide, please. To conclude, the initiatives we recommended today aim to address the immediate health and safety concerns of rough sleepers who are in encampments, works towards providing more permanent housing, and aims to prevent homelessness in the long term. The funding initiatives recommended today falls in line with Ontario's vision to end homelessness by 2025. Thank you, and I will now open the floor up for questions.
Well, Tiger Team, thank you very much for a concise and most interesting presentation. I'm going to start with the members of our panel here today, starting with Susie McDonald. Susie.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is really on the federal government. So you talk about the federal government transferring money for Indigenous and then the province working with organizations to distribute those funds, and you talk about the overall transfers. I'm wondering, is there a broader role for the federal government in terms of coordination in this space? What is the role for the federal government beyond just being a dollar transfer to the province, especially in coordination with not-for-profits and Indigenous organizations?
Who wants to take that question? Queens, Tiger Team? You're muted. Sorry, Queens, you're muted. There you go.
Sorry about that. I will now pass it off to my colleague to answer that question.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. So the role of the federal government, besides the dollars, is that they have a responsibility to ensure that our to partner with Indigenous organizations and NPOs across the country to ensure that they're fulfilling those needs.
Okay. Anything more to add? Any follow-up on that, Susie? Just so you've got the floor. No. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll turn now to Alan. Sorry, Janet Golding. Janet Golding.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation. As you've indicated in your presentation, the problem of homelessness and rough sleeping is complex. Lots of things to consider, and you've sort of described short-term, medium-term, and long-term approaches. But I wonder if you could just for us sort of, if you had to think about what the key messages around what the problem is and what the solution is, how would you describe that in one sentence? Thank you.
Yeah, I will pass that over to my colleague, Miranda.
So as we have established, this is an issue for municipalities, for rough sleepers, and for the government at large due to the variety of health and safety concerns and our commitment to ending homelessness.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiger team. Janet, any follow-up on that? You've got the floor.
Yeah, and maybe you could just tell me what you see as sort of the key obstacles to implementing your solution.
Some of the key obstacles, as I mentioned previously, we do require a lot of coordination and collaboration with a variety of partners. There are NGOs who play a role currently, and we would like to build on those existing partnerships and relationships, and we would want to empower municipalities to do so as well. So we do rely on coordination and collaboration, and so that is definitely a challenge. But as I mentioned previously, ensuring that we maintain open dialogue with our partners on a regular basis should address that challenge.
All right, I'll turn now to James Hughes. James, any questions for our Tiger team?
Yes, thank you very much. So if I'm going to summarize what I've just heard, I think what we've just heard is that you're essentially proposing the transformation of encampments into cabin communities. And that is a really interesting characterization of the needs. I'm interested, though, in whether or not, in effect, you are saying cabin communities are a new normal in the homelessness community, and whether the actual long-term option of housing, as we understand housing, in some cases with services and in some cases without, is really not part of the solution anymore. In effect, you've given up on housing as the solution to encampments.
Tiger team.
We understand that the housing crisis is a huge matter for governments, and it is something that is experienced across Canada. However, our mandate was to address the immediate health and safety concerns of encampments, to provide an immediate response to address this issue. And looking at more affordable housing options is definitely a suitable response. And so that's part of the reason why we decided to pursue the cabin options, as it does provide an alternative method to housing.
Okay, James, any follow-up on that? Oh, you're okay?
No, I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to other members of the panel if they've got any other questions we want to pose to the Tiger team. The floor is open. Trina, Alan. Trina.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. And again, you talked a lot about nonprofits. So in putting it out there that nonprofit would be left to support in as many ways as they can. One of the things that I often look at is the staffing within nonprofit organizations. Could you respond in telling me what do you see being the best resources for nonprofit employees who may be frontline in supporting these encampments?
That is an excellent question. I will pass it off to my colleague to answer that.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, so in regards to having nonprofit kind of be there at the front line to support these groups, what is one of the best resources that you see being beneficial to support the staff that may be frontline?
I think one of the challenges based on our research that we found with nonprofits engaging with this matter is that there was a lack of support from municipalities. And I think one challenge mentioned by nonprofits was the lack of PPE equipment for their staff when addressing these encampments. So I think that by providing, by supplying extra PPE kits and naloxone kits, not only for municipalities and city workers, but for those for staff and nonprofits when dealing with this matter, would be a solution to helping their staff in what they lack, but also in engaging them more in the communication as well as their strategies and taking on any issues and challenges that they may have to give them a platform to raise those at the municipal level, which could be taken, which could be also channeled to the provincial level.
Other questions from other members of the panel, whether Alan, Pam? Alan, go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I heard the word evaluation, which always gets me interested. My question would be, what happens if this evaluation that you suggest, the evaluation of the cabinet initiative, begins to show that the initiative just isn't working? What happens at that point?
Pass that question over to my colleague, Brian.
So first of all, we will be evaluating all of our programs throughout. As I mentioned, we'd be piloting our cabin communities first in Toronto, Ottawa, and Hamilton. This gives us time to adjust and evaluate why our initiatives are not creating the impact that we have designed. This could be due to implementation barriers, such as finding a convenient location, as these cabin communities need to be in a location that both incentivizes those in encampments to move, as well as is in a location that is fitting for the local community. So by evaluating throughout, we can determine whether or not this is an implementation issue or if there is a design factor that needs to be adjusted. And by piloting our programs, we can make these changes more quickly without wasting too many resources.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Pam? Anybody else? Pam, go ahead. Yep. Sure.
Okay. You seem to be focusing on the federal government as a partner. The focus seems to be on providing for Indigenous housing or Indigenous and people involved in encampments. And I'm wondering, the federal government, as you've pointed out, is spending a lot of money on housing, and they're also spending a lot of money on reserve, on Indigenous issues. So can you tell us a little bit more about kind of what you're relying on? Like what's the hook to get the federal government involved for Indigenous housing or encampments, involvement in encampments off reserve? Is there a legal obligation, or where are you thinking the hook is?
Thank you for your question. I will pass it off to my colleague to answer.
To summarize the Indigenous situation at the moment, there are 85% of Indigenous living off reserves. I'm just gonna look at the stats real quick because I have them noted. So the total population on reserves is decreasing, whereas it is increasing off reserves. They are the fastest growing population in Canada. So mainly the funds that the federal government is spending at the moment as they go to reserves, the Indigenous population is getting off reserves. So that amount is becoming less. If they need to target them as part of the reconciliation efforts, they need to do it within the province rather than on reserves alone. So the responsibility on that matter is providing the funds where they're at, where the Indigenous population is at, and that is, in our case, in Ontario's case, they are off reserves mostly. So that's where we would need that's why we would need the funds allocated within this program as a whole to serve the Indigenous population where they're at.
Okay, thank you. I've got one quick question for you. Who is going to manage, how are your cabin communities going to be managed and governed on your model? A quick answer on that if you can.
Yes, the way they are being managed is that we're allowing the municipalities to maintain the responsibility for them on the long term. So we are addressing it at the moment by using cabins. We are addressing the issue of encampments by using cabins. However, we believe that on the long run, we wouldn't require the cabins as much if we were able to repair CHPI, that we could reintegrate them back into the community and into the economy. So if we could reintegrate rough sleepers once they're in cabins by providing them with tailored services that could help with mental health, that could help with substance abuse, we would be able to reintegrate them back again. So that management phase is dependent.
Thank you very much. Yep, I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you very much. That's good.
So thank you, team, for your very good advice. We'll take that into consideration. If you would just use the leave button to exit, you will shortly receive a message to join the YouTube live stream.
Just quickly, Jim, my French is maybe not
So Rob, we're okay. We're okay to go. Yep.
So welcome, Tiger Team, to our briefing on rough sleeping in cities to the Senior Management Committee. I'd like to introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who is leading this issue with the Ontario government and the Cabinet Office. You have 30 minutes and the clock begins now.
Thank you. Good morning, judges and guests. My name is Zyla Schliebad, and I'm accompanied by my colleagues of the Tiger Team, Caitlin Mehrotra and Billy Laflore, to address the current crisis of homeless encampments in Ontario cities. But before moving on with the presentation, we would like to state our land acknowledgement. Next slide. Glendon, as part of York University, acknowledges its presence on the traditional territory of many Indigenous nations. The area known as Toronto has been caretaken by the Anishinaabe Nation, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Huron-Wendat, and the Métis. It is now home to many Indigenous peoples. We acknowledge the current treaty holders, the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation. This territory is subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement to peaceably share and care for the Great Lakes region. Next slide. The purpose of today's meeting is to propose a solution to respond to the ongoing homeless encampment crisis in Ontario cities. Our key objectives are that we are going to address the unsafe and unsanitary conditions of illegal homeless encampments, respond to the unique needs of rough sleepers, and develop a tailored solution for Ontario. Next slide, please. Now, my colleague Billy will provide an overview of homelessness in Ontario and its cities.
Thank you, Ayla. It is important to mention the lack of a centralized approach in identifying homeless people in the province of Ontario, therefore making it difficult to have an accurate account of what is happening province-wide. The number presented in this slide are from a pit count conducted by each city in 2018 and from a variety of different studies. A study showed that about 11,731 people are experiencing homelessness in Ontario. On this pie chart, we included 4 Ontario main cities demonstrating the number of homeless people per month. We can see that most of the homeless community is in Toronto with 74%. When focusing on encampment sites defined as semi-structured or organized arrangement of at least 20 people outside in one area of the city, Toronto also has the most rough sleepers in encampment sites, with a total of 732 on a given day. Lastly, while homelessness is an equally growing issue in rural areas, the lack of study and information about the situation is drastically missing. We recognize that data is a critical part of addressing this issue. Next slide. We will proceed with a focus on Toronto rough sleepers because, as we saw in the previous slide, it is where the majority of the homeless people in the province of Ontario are situated. The City of Toronto reports that 6,900 beds are available throughout shelters in the city. However, Toronto accounts for approximately 8,000 homeless people, resulting in a shortage of bed. The data shows that simply requesting homeless people to go to shelter will not suffice. As far as encampments in public parks around Toronto, they can have up to 80 people on a given night. Studies shows that about 80% of them are men, 17 are women, 53 are part of a racialized group, and 23% are part of an indigenous group. Many rough sleepers decide to sleep outside for a variety of reasons. The main ones are the high barrier to conventional shelters such as curfew, sobriety, background checks, rigid rules and requirements, and the important sense of belonging found in encampments. First, our proposed solution will in part solve the issue by adopting the housing first principle in providing low barrier access to our designated encampment sites. By offering low barrier to access, we recognize that homeless people face many challenges that should not refrain them from having a safe place to sleep. Second, some rough sleepers who decide to congregate in encampments can develop a strong sense of belonging to their community, which they cannot find in regular shelters. You will see in our proposed solution how we will make sure to recreate that sense of belonging. Now, my colleague Ayla will be providing an overview of the stakeholder. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Billy. We want to highlight which stakeholders and key people are currently involved in the treatment of the homelessness issue across Canada and Ontario, and who would be involved in implementing our policy solution. First, the first key individuals that the task force needs to consider and ensure that their needs are met, first and foremost, are homeless residents or rough sleepers. Next, the task force plans to continue dialogue with housed residents. It is important to address their safety and well-being given their experiences living near and transiting through the current homeless encampments across cities and rural areas in Ontario. It is also essential to recognize how local organizations can help fulfill the responsibilities that meet the homeless encampment residents' needs while working with existing municipal cities, so with the municipal government, to help operate housing and shelter programs. And then we have the municipal government, and then with our partner ministries and the federal government, we plan to coordinate with both the partner ministries and the federal government, who currently both have programs that address homelessness across Canada and Ontario. And lastly, although there are existing programs at the federal, provincial, and municipal levels to respond to the homelessness crisis, we need to address the current issue of homeless encampments across Ontario. And since the homeless encampments are a relatively new problem that has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, it is understandable that not enough time was afforded to develop solutions towards the current issue, and why our policy solution is fully equipped to provide immediate solutions to the homeless encampment issue in tandem with the current policy programs and solutions established by the federal government, partner ministries, and municipalities. Now that we have a better idea of the scope and scale of the issue, my colleague Caitlin will be presenting the results of our jurisdictional scan. Next slide.
Thank you, Isla. So this slide represents the most pertinent findings from our jurisdictional scan. After doing a comparison of major cities with similar population sizes, demographics, and climates to those in Ontario, we have found 2 that are doing innovative things to solve similar issues to the ones that we are experiencing. BC's modular housing program is the first that we've chosen to highlight. This was a medium to high barrier program that quickly created 2,000 new modular housing units from 2017 to 2019. That greatly improved the living conditions of homeless people or people at risk of homelessness. Yet, despite these new units, BC still experienced a rise in encampments along with the rest of Canada starting in 2019 because the program did not meet the unique needs of rough sleepers. Our second pertinent case is from Denver, who in 2020, in partnership with local community organizations, opened designated encampment sites that provided a low to no barrier shelter option to quickly and efficiently improve the safety, security, and well-being of rough sleepers. This targeted approach meant that 98% of the residents of this designated encampment sites were formerly rough sleepers. Next slide, please. Based off of the information of our jurisdictional study, I would like to present the first of our 2 potential policy solutions to address the encampment crisis. Ontario's Modular Homes project would partner with municipalities to provide $500 million in funding over 5 years to construct and staff 1,500 modular units. Although this project would provide permanent housing and support services to residents, it does not address the unique needs of rough sleepers. Our jurisdictional scan revealed that North American modular housing initiatives did not replicate the sense of belonging reported to be a priority by encampment residents, and that their permanency and high cost necessitated medium to high barriers to access that exclude many rough sleepers. Next slide, please. For these reasons, our recommended option is an Ontario Safe Outdoor Space program. These would be designated encampments designed to immediately improve the living conditions of rough sleepers while being low to no barrier to access and maintaining resident sense of belonging. These sites would achieve these goals by partnering with existing community services to provide the following services, as you can see some examples on the slide. These services would generally ensure the safety, security, and well-being of both residents and the surrounding communities. For example, they would eliminate the fire hazard posed by open flames in illegal encampments. they would improve residents' health and well-being through the provision of basic hygiene services, and would generally provide a space where community organizations could build trust and relationships with residents. Our jurisdictional analysis tells us that the provision of these services would encourage rough sleepers to opt for these designated encampments over their current sleeping arrangements. If you'll remember, in the Denver case study, 98% of their designated encampment residents were former rough sleepers. A sense of belonging will be maintained by prioritizing residents' needs, dignity, and community, all of which are much more feasible in this less formal environment. For example, with these designated encampments, there is more flexibility in location compared to modular homes, and sites with close proximity to services or places frequented by residents would be prioritized. Next slide, please. This next slide outlines our cost analysis for this project. In recognition of the different needs of rural and urban communities, we have separated them out. For urban environments, we are proposing funding for up to 25 safe outdoor spaces. These sites would service roughly 50 people each at a cost of $1 million per site for a total of $25 million per year. The number of proposed sites is based on the estimated number of rough sleepers as outlined by Billy at the beginning of our presentation. Since rural areas are likely to have less concentrated pockets of rough sleepers, we are proposing an additional 10 sites of 25 people per site at an annual cost of $500,000. One of the benefits of this solution is its scalability, making it adaptable to urban and rural environments. The number of people per site could be increased or decreased in response to a community's needs. These sites would apply annually to renew their funding for up to 5 years, and this 5-year number is based on the expected completion dates of affordable housing projects that are currently underway in many municipalities that these residents would gradually be transitioned to. This brings their total up to $150 million over 5 years. We are proposing that the funding for this project be split between Ontario and Canada through their respective initiatives to address homelessness that my colleague Isla mentioned. The project team would work with the Ministry of Intergovernmental Affairs to try and secure the federal funding. Next slide, please. In terms of implementation, we are proposing that this program be housed under the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, as we are aware that they have a community homeless prevention initiative through which they are mandated to provide emergency shelter solutions. In this case, both municipalities and nonprofits would be able to apply for this funding, which would increase the reach of the program. Additionally, to ensure the feasibility of the project and a smooth, large-scale implementation, we are proposing a 5 urban site pilot project. We have selected urban areas for the pilot project as we need more time to consult with rural municipalities about the scope and scale of their issue with encampments before implementation. As my colleague Billy mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we know that rural rough sleepers exist, but we do not have any data on them. And this initial $5 million, $1 million per site, in funding would come from Ontario. Next slide, please. On this slide, we've outlined a quick hypothetical example to highlight the potential impact that this project could have on a city like Toronto. We've chosen to highlight Toronto here because they have the lion's share of rough sleepers. So by repurposing city-owned lots and partnering with community organizations, this program could result in about 750 rough sleepers in Toronto having improved living conditions. Additionally, the economic impact could be well upwards of $2 million, which is just the amount that Toronto police spent last year to clear 3 encampments. Next slide, please. So to summarize our reasoning behind our recommended option, here's our decision matrix. Both option 1, the modular housing solution, and option 2, the safe outdoor spaces solution, would address the safety, security, and well-being of both the encampment residents themselves and the surrounding community. Arguably, modular housing would be a longer-term solution to these considerations. However, as we saw in BC, modular housing alone is not enough to address the unique needs of rough sleepers because it necessitates medium to high barriers to access, which exclude our target demographic of rough sleepers. Our recommended option, the safe outdoor spaces solution, improves the wellness of encampment residents and mitigates safety and security concerns through the provision of basic services and community supports, while also addressing the unique needs of rough sleepers by prioritizing and maintaining their sense of belonging and reducing barriers to access. We are confident that these key aspects will enable the success of this program in terms of being an effective tool to address the encampment crisis and encouraging maximum uptake by current rough sleepers. Furthermore, it is cost-effective, and because it leverages existing community organizations and partners with municipalities, it produces a relatively lower administrative burden compared to modular housing programs. Now that we have outlined our recommended option, my colleague Isla will walk you through our consultation process on the next slide.
Thank you, Caitlin. So in terms of our consultation process, we will consult with encampment residents or rough sleepers first and foremost, in order to ensure that this policy solution will result in the best possible outcome for their health, well-being, and safety, and ensure that this service will also be used by them. Next, we will consult with the Rural Ontario Municipal Association and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, ROMA and AMO, in order to understand the unique challenges of homelessness and encampments in both rural and urban Ontario. Then we plan to consult with our Ontario ministries, our partner ministries, such as the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and to an extent, the Ministry of Health, in order to take into account health considerations and implementation considerations. And lastly, we also plan to consult with local organizations in order to understand their capacity to help with the implementation and resources for the policy solution. Next slide. In terms of our implementation timeline, it is as follows. So starting next month to April of this year, we plan to hold stakeholder consultations and put our plan into development, in which we plan to secure $5 million in initial funding. By May, we plan to open applications for 5 of our pilot sites across various locations in Ontario. Between July and August, we plan to open our pilot designated encampment sites for residents. And in December, we plan to also secure joint funding with the federal government. And this is where we will also plan to open applications for the rest of the proposed sites for the rest of the funding. And from next year, January and beyond, we plan to open designated encampment sites on a needs basis. Next slide, please. Billy will now walk us through our risk assessment and mitigation strategy.
Thank you, Ayla. Based on the recommended solution, these are the risks that we have identified in our mitigation strategy. Primary risks are identified in red and minor risks are identified in yellow. First, we recognize that our proposed encampment might seem like a temporary solution. We will work with site managers and nonprofit to leverage existing relationships and start to slowly build trust. This will help facilitate the transition of rough sleepers who are able to handle high barrier into already existing temporary housing. We will launch a feasibility study in response to the lack of data and to look into the achievability of low to no barrier modular permanent housing. Second, to address the liability that could be associated with low barrier services, we would specifically identify those risks during our pilot project in addition to the already identified ones. And we will consult with the Ministry of Health and Housing, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Housing on harm reduction practices that would be employed to ensure safety of all residents. Third, we understand that the intergovernmental coordination needed for this plan may result in an increase of the implementation time. Again, the pilot project will help us identify any issue regarding intergovernmental coordination and help streamline the process. This pilot project will also help us establish the longevity of the safe outdoor space solution. Lastly, there is the possibility of a negative public response. However, we have consulted opinion polls that you can find in Appendix A indicating a favorable opinion regarding encampment sites. Next slide, please. For the optimal success of our project, we will increase awareness of the safe outdoor space solution while building public trust that Ontario is committed to solving the encampment crisis. Our key message is that Ontario is committed to help the homeless people, provide a low barrier safe place for our sleepers around the province, and to use a 360 approach to solve the encampment problem. Lastly, we want to communicate this to rough sleepers, municipalities, and community organizations and residents. Next slide, please. In all, we believe that in the next 2 years, this plan will provide rough sleepers a low barrier, temporary safe place to sleep and will improve the living condition and well-being of encampment residents. As we say in the demographic analysis, there is a gap in the data collection of the homeless community in Ontario. As a medium-term goal, we would like to establish accurate data of rough sleepers and launch a feasibility study about low to no barrier modular permanent housing. And all this accurate data and study will help in providing a tailored transition of homeless people into permanent housing. Next slide, please. And all this Safe Homes of Space will be an arm reduction tool that addresses the unmet need of rough sleepers. It is an immediate and cost-effective solution to the Ontario encampment crisis. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for listening, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Well, Tiger Team, thank you very much for a concise and very interesting presentation. Your deck was very interesting. I'm going to start first with members of the panel. Susie McDonald, do you want to start off our questioning?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. And I was intrigued just by kind of the federal aspect of it. I note that you expect to negotiate with the federal government and 50% of funding would come from the feds. They already are funding a tremendous amount of money under the National Housing Strategy and the Rapid Housing Initiative. So I think my question is, what makes you think they'd want to invest here? What would be their role beyond just being a funder in this? And what is the role of the federal government in the space of rough sleepers?
Who wants to take that question?
I can answer that question.
Ayla?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, the federal government currently has a national housing strategy that is funding over $40 billion across Canada in order to provide policy solutions and programs in order to eradicate homelessness across Canada. The reason why we believe that the federal government should and would want to fund this policy solution would be due to the fact that this particular issue is very specific and extremely different from the current policy solutions that there are, or the current issues in homelessness that the federal government is trying to solve. Because, and like we've mentioned in our key stakeholder landscape, the issue with homeless encampments is a relatively new issue, and it is something that the federal government, the partner ministries, even the municipalities have not been able to address the current issue right away due to it being a relatively new problem that has become exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And our plan was that for the National Housing Strategy, a part of those funds that have already been allocated to eradicate the homelessness crisis and the homelessness issue across Canada would be used to fund this particular policy solution.
Okay, thank you, Ayla. Let me turn now to Janet Golding. Janet, a question for the Tiger Team.
Great, thank you, and thanks very much to the Tiger Team for your presentation. As you pointed out in the presentation, the problem of homelessness and the encampments is a complex one, and there's many things to consider as you look through your proposed solution. So in briefing the Premier, if you could, for me, just sort of encapsulate in a sentence or two, what is the key message that you want to convey on the problem and the solution you're offering?
So if you had to boil it down to one or two sentences, the problem and your solution.
Yes, could we return to slide number, I think 3 or 4?
Sure.
3, please. Yes, sorry, thank you. So here's our purpose of in terms of briefing the Premier. I think what we would say is that homeless encampments since 2019, homeless encampments have been a growing problem in Ontario's cities and rural areas. It is now being called it's now the stage where it's a crisis. Existing homelessness or housing programs are not meeting the needs of the residents of these encampments. And we are proposing a solution of designated encampment sites that would quickly and efficiently improve the living conditions of both the encampment residents and the safety and security of the surrounding communities as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any follow-up? No, that's good. So let me move then next to James Hughes. James, question from you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and needless to say, it's interesting to see the logic driving you to what appears to be in many ways a proposal of a silver bullet, that you're proposing a single policy solution, which is, as you say, instead of illegal homelessness, illegal homeless encampments, legal homeless encampments. These are the same people living in now legalized environments. If I understood the presentation, perhaps with more focus on safety and hygiene than would be currently the case, but it's nonetheless a proposal with that single-mindedness. And I want to invite you perhaps to tell us if indeed there are any other layers that you'd like to add on to the response, because at the end of the day, more people will be coming into homelessness than are there today. Some people may leave, but some people may stay. And in effect, are we essentially legitimizing urban campsites as a new form of housing? Is that what you're trying to suggest that the cabinet accept and put into place as its policy response?
Thank you for your question. Yes, it's a very important consideration and something that we did think about. If we could go to the risk and mitigation slide, which was the slide 13. This was definitely a risk that we identified, is the fact that this is we're proposing is a short-term solution. It is designed to be short-term. We do not want to legitimize urban campsites as a alternative form of housing. We recognize the value and importance of looking towards long-term solutions, such as modular permanent housing. As my colleagues mentioned, housing first is the guiding principle that is driving both the provincial and national housing strategies, which is the idea that we should be providing current homeless people or people at risk of homelessness with housing, whether that be affordable or deeply subsidized options. The reason that our current policy solution is is the designated encampment sites, is because North American modular housing programs are currently medium to high barrier. There's been no low to no barrier options. And if there's no low to no barrier options, rough sleepers will not be able to access these services. So we need something that will address the current crisis while also looking towards the future to create longer term options, which is why we've in our project outlined a feasibility study on low to no barrier modular permanent housing, and also why we have emphasized the fact that community services should be providing referrals to the residents of these designated encampment sites. So those that could access medium to high barrier housing programs can be transitioned in the medium term, and in the long term, we would look towards providing permanent housing for people.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll turn to the other members of the panel for further questions. Anyone in particular? Trina, or would you like to start? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. And you did mention that your ultimate goal would be to move folks from the encampments into a more long-term housing situation. What types of supports would be provided to the rough sleepers to prepare them for the move from the encampment into a more permanent housing solution?
I can answer that question. So our plan was we would be consulting with local organizations and also the municipalities in order to be able to, one, help rough sleepers, homeless encampment residents to be able to transition from the current illegal encampments in the cities to the legal encampments that we propose. But further on, as we progress into our plan and as more permanent housing has been created, since our policy solution will really be working in tandem with other policy solutions, other programs that have been funded and that have been implemented and resourced by the provincial government or with the provincial, yes, and if we could also go to slide 9 as well. Thank you. With the provincial partner ministries. We do plan to consult with those local partners in order, like Home First and Fred Victor, in order to provide the essential services that the homeless community requires, whether that be any sort of mental health services, services and being able to acquire employment when transitioning from the homeless encampments to permanent housing. So really this solution is supposed to work in tandem with the current policies and the current programs in place in order to facilitate that transition. Yeah, so, you know, with the basic services that the provincial government is currently funding, this would also be, again, in collaboration with existing community services. So any sort of like outreach programs or outreach services would be offered.
Okay, thank you, Ayla. We've got time for one quick question and one quick answer. Pam McCurry, go ahead.
So I was interested that you're thinking of having, oh, sorry, good.
Go ahead, you're good, we can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, no, now we've lost you. Okay,
now
you're
we've
good
lost
now. No, you're
right.
good now. Yep, go ahead. No, you're lost again. Oh,
There, all right. You mentioned that you would be looking to the federal government for 50% funding on the project that you're proposing, but I don't see, I don't see.
Sorry, but we're out of time.
Okay.
We're out of time. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
So team, let me say thank you very much, Tiger team. That was a very interesting proposal and with lots of good ideas in it. So we appreciate both your presentation and your responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, team. If you can exit using the leave button, you will soon get a message to join the YouTube live stream. Welcome, Tiger Team, to this briefing to the Alberta Cabinet Office on rough sleeping. I would like to introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who is leading this inquiry for the Government of Alberta. And you have 30 minutes to convey your briefing. The clock begins now.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to review our brief, Rough Sleeping in Cities, presented by Nelson DeCura, Paul Hartman, Hannah McKay, Victoria Peta, and Natalie Schmidt. Next slide, please. Before we begin, we would like to respectfully acknowledge that the Government of Alberta is located on Treaty 6 territory, a traditional gathering place for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Nakota Sioux, Iroquois, Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and many others whose histories, languages, and cultures continue to influence our vibrant community. Next slide, please. The issue at hand is that catch-all approaches by previous governments regarding homelessness show significant gaps in the data and understanding needed to address encampments and rough sleeping in Alberta. Next slide, please. With the rise in complex homelessness, specifically around rough sleep and encampments, the Government of Alberta must create a robust strategy to further address the complicated needs of vulnerable Albertans sleeping rough, to gain a greater understanding of rough sleep and encampments, and to provide tools for civil society organizations to execute their work better. We are briefing the Ministers of Health, Community and Social Services, Justice and Solicitor General, Executive Council, Municipal Affairs, and Communications and Public Engagement bodies from our respective ministries to propose a policy solution to address this ongoing crisis. And now I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Nelson. Next slide, please.
All right, thank you, Natalie. I'm going to provide a quick background. So rough sleepers are the most visible form of homelessness. Despite this being the case, little is known about rough sleepers and the challenges that they face. What is known, however, is that rough sleepers are often characterized by sleeping outside, or in some cases, sleeping in empty buildings, bus shelters, or even cars. The common theme amongst these places is that they're inhabitable for humans. They create challenges for safety, dignity, and the health and well-being of these people. Unfortunately, little is known about the specific challenges to the health, safety, dignity, and well-being of these folks. This is important because some social services, like shelters, are not utilized by these people, and the services that they need are not available to them at times. The issue of rough sleeping in Alberta has distinct challenges. Not only does Alberta have to contend with its large population of rough sleepers, but there are also distinct issues related to indigeneity and climate. I want to first point out that Alberta accounts for 20% of the country's rough sleepers. This is particularly concerning given that it is one of the highest rates in Canada, and the number of rough sleepers has significantly increased since the start of the pandemic. Another thing that ties in with the sheer magnitude of rough sleepers in Alberta is the number of Indigenous people rough sleeping in Alberta. Specifically, Edmonton has a large Indigenous population of rough sleepers, and that indicates that they face some particular challenges to getting their needs met. Lastly, a very distinct challenge to rough sleepers in Alberta is the weather in Alberta. 180 nights out of the year is below freezing, and for an additional 25 nights a year is below -20. This creates severe health risks related to things like frostbites, hypothermia, and other cold-borne illnesses. I also want to shed light to how contemporary conditions of rough sleepers are changing. As I mentioned, the pandemic has added additional challenges to rough sleepers, and in addition, the opioid crisis has created a massive concern related to health and well-being. So as I mentioned earlier, the number of rough sleepers has significantly increased since the start of the pandemic, and this has become very visible as we've seen uprisings in encampments like the one we saw in downtown Edmonton of 2020. COVID-19 has limited access to shelters due to concerns over things like viral transmission and other health related issues. On top of the pandemic, the opioid crisis has completely changed the reality of drug abuse related rough sleeping, specifically related to fentanyl use. Before going into the health concerns of fentanyl, I just want to mention that fentanyl makes it a lot more difficult for people to rebound from intoxication compared to alcohol, which was previously believed to be the most prevalent abuse substance. Given the recovery time for opioids could take days compared to the roughly one night from alcohol, this reduces the ability for people to get back up on their feet. The other concern with fentanyl is specific to the climate of Alberta and the inability to confidently treat somebody with an overdose. The liquid antidote, naloxone, becomes unusable when frozen, and if it's defrosted, it has 1/3 of the effectiveness. I also want to mention that mental health concerns should also be noted to the changing landscape of rough sleeping. The changing nature of rough sleeping and the distinct challenges to rough sleepers in Alberta has been inadequately addressed by previous governments. In 2009, the 10-year plan to end homelessness was not successful, and the sentiments of that plan still carry on today. In addition, local law enforcement efforts have been ineffective to address the root causes of rough sleeping, and provincial and federal funds have not addressed the needs of rough sleepers. The 2009 plan to end homelessness in 10 years was based on the principles of rapid rehousing, providing client-centered supports, and preventing homelessness. The concern is that through our understanding of homelessness supports and housing stability, the last 10 years have seen significant change in the landscape of homelessness. And as mentioned, the growing concern about mental health and by extension dignity require more support than we believed 10 years ago. Another issue with the efforts of how shelters were addressed is how shelters are addressed. In our conversations with some of the largest shelters with some of the public servants in Alberta, we were made aware that shelters, possibly including the largest shelter in Edmonton, have deficiencies when it comes to cultural sensitivity. This may help to explain the lack of shelter take-up and therefore the number of people rough sleeping, specifically for Indigenous and LGBTQ+ communities. The last comment I want to take, and the last comment is particularly important. While we understand that things are changing, we don't understand exactly how. And embracing the fact that we do not know will allow us to untangle from failed policies and programs that have tried to address the issue in the past. A key reason for the failures of these policies and the programs is because of the underpinned assumptions of rough sleepers, which has not allowed governments to address the actual concerns of these people. Could I get the next slide, please? So the first stakeholder I want to mention is Albertans. Albertans that rough sleep deal with the health, safety, dignity challenges that I had mentioned earlier. Albertans that do not rough sleep also have an interest in ensuring the well-being of rough sleepers. Unfortunately, many Albertans are only separated from being unhoused by a bad economic period, falling to substance abuse or other personal crises. Ensuring the needs of rough sleepers are addressed will reduce the consequences of other Albertans that may fall on hard times. The next group of stakeholders I want to bring up is civil society organizations in Alberta. Alberta is lucky to have numerous qualified civil society organizations that are taking on challenges of homelessness, poverty, and rough sleepers. I want to mention a few, like the Boyle Street Community Services, Homeward Trust Edmonton, and Basel Center, but there's many others. Per the government's priorities, we can best leverage the expertise of civil society organizations by providing them with the requisite tools to address rough sleeping issues. The next group of stakeholders that are important to mention are public service providers. This includes shelters, substance treatment providers, and community organizations that provide services. Albertan municipalities and law enforcement work in coordination with public service providers to give rough sleepers and unhoused people access to these services. The last group of stakeholders I want to address are all three orders of government. They are the primary funders of public service providers, with the provincial government having the greatest direct contribution to civil society organizations and public service providers. Municipalities are directly responsible for addressing the concerns of rough sleepers. However, the provincial and federal governments also have a responsibility to the well-being of their citizens. Having said all that, I want to pass the floor to my colleague, Paul, to take over. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Nelson, for that. So, of course, there are risks of action. One of them is that we may realize that the problem is just too large to solve. This issue is substantial and it is growing, but we don't have all the information to capture just how many people are rough sleeping and exactly why. So in conducting research, the problem might appear overwhelming and nearly impossible to address. But we have to remember, there's no silver bullet solution, but we must begin to take gradual action to protect this vulnerable population. And the core issue solutions and interventions are not immediately seen. Again, because this issue is so complex, research is required as a first step. Therefore, positive results from new policy development may not be immediately visible. And of course, in the meantime, we will need to have a continuation strategy to fund temporary solutions that may seem somewhat band-aid-like for short-term benefits, but these are absolutely necessary. And rough sleepers may be wary of intervention due to poor previous experiences. Because previous government strategies have lacked strong policy outcomes, rough sleepers may be wary from government intervention that could once again produce insufficient results. Again, as Nelson spoke to, marginalized groups are overrepresented in this population. So this demographic may be distrustful because prior planning has failed to understand the cultural sensitivity and unique needs. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, there are risks of inaction. So like we've said, we've looked at the 10-year strategy and it technically expired several years ago, but continuing with it may lead to inadequate policy outcomes as it's still being used as a rough guide to address the issue. However, as discussed, circumstances have absolutely changed in this time, and this document is no longer the best course of action. On top of that, the pandemic has flipped this world upside down and it has had severe implications on this demographic. For example, shelters may be overcrowded and some may avoid them for health concerns and choose to be outside instead. Now, of course, we still lack that qualitative data on vulnerable Albertans, specifically with rough sleepers and those in encampments. So without action, there are still many unknowns of who rough sleepers are, and we need to understand the needs and stories to develop concrete policy. In particular, we often lack individual level data behind rough sleeping to understand how these individuals have come to this situation. And of course, rough sleepers may increase and still feel unsafe in shelters. As we've seen, under current strategies, they have failed to mitigate problems surrounding rough sleeping, nor do they address issues within the shelters themselves. Therefore, this trouble can only be assumed to grow. And substance abuse-related issues may not be addressed. Like we've seen, we are in the midst of a crisis with the opioid-related deaths, and it's on the rise. In Alberta in 2020, we ranked third in number of opioid-related deaths among all the provinces. And finally, inaction would fail to ensure the dignity, health, and safety of all Albertans, including those who are vulnerable. This commitment is a staple of this government. Therefore, new strategy is absolutely necessary. You can move it to the next slide and I'll pass it over to my colleague, Victoria.
Thank you so much, Paul. So today we're bringing two policy options to the table to address the challenge at hand, and we will discuss the details of both. We will propose a preferred approach that we recommend ministers closely consider going forward. Each option contains strategies that will directly address rough sleeping in encampments. Although one option takes a step back to begin addressing what previous governments have gotten wrong and what this government can do to make the situation better and to focus on the dignity, health, and safety of Albertans. Next slide, please. As noted, we're proposing two different policy options. The initial option is a recommended alternate option. This policy option includes pursuing current state policy with additional funding specifically allocated to municipalities to address rough sleeping and encampments as these challenges arise in Alberta. This option would continue to address homelessness in Alberta while also allocating resources to organizations that may need crucial financial support in addressing encampments and rough sleeping in their respective communities. The government of Alberta announced the Civil Society Fund in 2019, and in 2020, they allocated $20 million over 3 years to expand civil society's capacity to address social problems facing Albertans. If this policy option would be chosen, we are proposing a direct allocation from the second round of funding to fund civil society organizations that can build their capacity in addressing and combating rough sleeping and encampments. Further, the government of Alberta would continue the following initiatives without any significant changes or budget implications. That includes supporting the Housing First initiative, which provides annual provincial funding to community-based organizations in Alberta's 7 major cities, which allows them to deliver the Housing First programming and support local homelessness priorities. Support trusted partners in the operation of emergency shelters, And finally, continue to invest in the provincial affordable housing strategy that sets a path for sustainable, affordable housing systems that will hopefully make life better for Albertans now and into the future. This option would put a small allocation towards combating rough sleeping encampments in Alberta municipalities, while continuing to support investments and initiatives already supported by the government of Alberta. Next slide, please. It is clear from the evidence presented that there's a lot we don't know about homelessness, but specifically rough sleeping in encampments. Governments that have come before you have had it wrong. The solutions they presented to Albertans have only been Band-Aid solutions. This government, with a strong focus on the dignity, health, and safety of all Albertans, has the opportunity to get this right through investing in a robust data strategy and essential supports directed at Alberta's strong group of civil society organizations. Our preferred approach going forward is to begin exploring the possibility of implementing a robust data strategy to ensure the government gets addressing rough sleeping encampments right. The strategy would put forward and hope to achieve the following objectives. What is rough sleeping in Alberta? Who are the individuals that are rough sleeping and what are their unique needs? Where are the gaps in the services currently offered? And how can the government continue to support civil society organizations to ensure high quality communities and lifestyles for all Albertans? The strategy would be a partnership between the government of Alberta and civil society organizations, with the government of Alberta housing the data, ensuring it would be readily available for evidence-based action by government, civil society organizations, and groups working directly with homeless Albertans. Further, we're recommending that the government allocate specific funds to civil society organizations to launch community action teams in hard-hit Alberta communities. Teams would be dedicated to supporting rough sleepers and getting them the supports they need from the cold and or out of the heat, and helping them with ailments or certain needs, all while beginning the crucial data collection that we might not understand about the Albertans who are rough sleeping currently. These teams would ideally include individuals with various degrees of expertise in supporting folks who are experiencing a wide range of complex issues. These teams have proved to be important in communities such as Grand Prairie, Fort McMurray, and here in Edmonton. With this, we're recommending the government allocate an initial $10 million from Budget 2022's commitment to $193 million allocated to supporting Albertans experiencing homelessness and women's shelters to this initiative. The strategy will help inform current and future initiatives supported by the government to end homelessness, understand rough sleeping in a more in-depth way, and create a centralized and accessible database for stakeholders working to ensure the dignity and health and security of Alberta's most vulnerable. I'm going to be passing the slides back to Paul. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Victoria. So in terms of our timeline for our data strategy, we've categorized this into three phases. So in the short term, current programs remain. We continue to support various services for rough sleepers as these programs are absolutely necessary. But here we start to develop the framework and engage with various stakeholders to establish the beginning and continuation of our data strategy that moves Alberta on a concrete path forward. In the medium term, we begin with test sites across the province to begin the collection of data, and we continuously evaluate how the process is working. This test period gives us time to rethink our methods and make adjustments to our methodology when and if necessary to ensure that it is working to the best of its abilities. Now, in the long term, we work with stakeholders across the province to assist us to collect data on rough sleeping and contribute to our base. Finally, we work with developers to create a base for civil society actors and government officials to access. Importantly, this is a continuous data set, and in doing so, the evolving information will assist in the formation of further policy development to best help the rising demographic of these individuals. So we can move it to the next and final slide. I want to say thank you for listening to our briefing. We're looking forward to your questions and comments. We'll just open up the floor.
Well, Tiger Team, thank you very much. That was a very concise presentation, and we are looking forward to raising some questions with you. So let me start now with Pam McCurry. Pam McCurry. Oh, Pam, you're muted.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering here, you talked about a role for the federal government briefly in your discussions. Moving forward, I mean, as I understand it, you've got a $10 million option that you're putting on the table. But what would you see as the role of the federal government? So I'm thinking sort of intergovernmental partnerships here. What would you see as the role of the federal government moving forward, and why would they want to engage? Are there any legal obligations, or is it strictly policy, or kind of what's behind it?
Who wants to take that?
I can take that one.
Okay, Victoria.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that question. I think the role for the federal government, at least after our initial stages of kind of understanding where we'd like to take our data strategy, but also in kind of developing these community action teams, I think that we would look for a partnership with the federal government to invest in these strategies in Alberta and hope to invest more broadly intergovernmentally. We see that this could be a policy solution and a policy option for other jurisdictions across Canada by ensuring that each jurisdiction has accurate data, good understanding about rough sleeping and encampments, but also while being directly on the ground, getting folks the services and help that they need in a more direct way. This will ensure more vibrant communities across the country. I think the federal government has a huge role to play in this in terms of partnering with Alberta initially, but also partnering with other jurisdictions to ensure that we have safe communities across the country.
Okay, Pam, further, any follow-up on that?
No, I'll pass to the next.
Okay, let me go to Alan Northcott. Alan.
Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting set of solutions presented. If I'm understanding it correctly, the solution you're proposing has a data collection and use strategy baked into it. And if I'm understanding correctly, I think you mentioned that you would rely, at least to some significant extent, on civil society organizations to collect that data that would then get used. Could you talk to us a bit about what you think the biggest challenges would be around that data piece? Who's going to collect it? What about privacy? All of those issues. What would you propose to do to address those data questions?
Who wants that? Nelson.
Yeah, I'll hop in there. Thank you for the question. So one of the reasons that we decided to go with civil society organizations to collect this data is, first off, they're already collecting this data to some degree, but one of the big problems is that it's very difficult and very fragmented to get your hands on to create robust policy solutions. So there are some areas that collect data on the number of people rough sleeping. Others will count shelter usage, but nothing really kind of takes into account all these sorts of things. And there's a big gap in terms of qualitative data. Another thing we believe civil society organizations are well equipped to do is to address more marginalized communities because of potential distrust with government officials with these marginalized groups, specifically Indigenous groups. We think civil society organizations would be best equipped to address, to collect this sort of data. And in terms of privacy, we believe that these will be kind of optional, like optional interview type collection strategies, amongst other types of quantitative data. So we think that protecting them under like government like data sets will address those type of issues.
Okay, let me turn now to other member, Trina Fraser. Sorry, Trina Fraser.
Hi, I do feel that Nelson kind of touched base on the answer to the question I was about to pose, but I'm still going to ask that question because there may be more to add to it. So throughout your presentation, you did mention a lot about cultural sensitivity. Nelson, you just spoke on the fact of in regards to marginalized communities. It's my thought and wonder, and you did answer this somewhat. You addressed the need for cultural sensitivity. How do you see this being addressed as it comes to making new policies or developing new policies? Who do you see best fitted to be at the table to help support that?
Nelson, do you want to take that or somebody else?
I can add a little bit to
Okay,
that.
Paul, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. Really one of the big hearts of this policy solution is civil society that has that cultural understanding. So they're absolutely necessary to be stakeholders in this. The role of the government here is to also facilitate civil society in gathering this information. So they definitely need to be a part of the solution as well. And of course, here we're calling for a little bit of a step back to rethink our policy. And once we gather that data, we can further develop policy that will encourage and benefit marginalized communities who are in this demographic.
Okay, let me turn, any follow-up there, Trina? Sorry, anything?
Good,
No?
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go now to James, James Hughes. James, you've got the floor.
Yeah, thank you as well. So it sounds to me like this is a strategy, if I'm trying to really boil it down, the recommended strategy is to collect data, and while we're doing that, try to effectively intervene with harm reduction types of strategies within existing encampments. So just kind of in hockey parlance, this would be kind of rag the puck until we know more. This is kind of what I'm hearing what you're doing. Interesting, but I'm wondering if in the meantime, what about the status of the encampments themselves? I'm going to put a very focused question to you. Would you legalize the encampments during this interregnum period until you know more?
Who wants that? Tiger team?
I can take that one.
Victoria, go ahead.
To be completely frank, that's potentially a question that we haven't fully thought of. And I think that would be conversations that we would need to have with municipalities first and foremost. The municipalities, while the provincial government funds our policing and all of that kind of stuff, municipalities at the core of it are the ones that are dealing with encampment specifically. That would need to be a bigger discussion on what municipalities see a benefit, if there would be a benefit to legalizing encampments, if there are serious risks. But ultimately, we are focusing on harm reduction and ensuring that folks have the ability to meet their basic needs. And I think that's where we're really focusing, is we hope that if we were to implement these community action teams, they'd be able to intervene in some of those situations before they got to the point where we were seeing encampments, especially those to the degree that we saw in Edmonton with Camp Peckaway. So I think we're really focused here on intervening before it gets to that point. But in the short term, I think we would need to work with municipalities to decide the best foot forward regarding potential encampment pop-ups.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll move to Janet Golding. Janet, have you got a question you want?
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks to the Tiger team for your presentation. I just wanted to ask you about perhaps the impact of the data limitations that you flagged on the success of the previous provincial strategy. So you raised the fact that the strategy is over 10 years old now, but it seems to still be the guiding principle in Alberta. Can you just speak to where you see some of the challenges and how that data gap has perhaps limited the effectiveness of the strategy that's in place now?
Who wants to take that one? Paul, Nelson, Natalie, Victoria?
Sorry, could I just get you to repeat that question one more time? I think I just missed a little part of it.
It's okay.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Jen.
Just in relation to the current provincial strategy, you've mentioned that it's over 10 years old, and that really what we need is to take a look at the current context. And a lot of your proposal looks at how we can use data to kind of move this strategy forward. I just wondered if you could comment on how the lack of data has limited the previous provincial strategy.
Yeah, for sure. So in our understanding of the previous 10-year plan, there's a lot of assumptions made about what the needs of unhoused people are. Say, for example, like shelters are one of the ways to address unhoused people, but it doesn't account for the reasons why some of these folks might choose not to use shelters. You know, there's concerns with personal belongings, as we mentioned a couple of times, cultural sensitivity issues, and additionally, like COVID-19. A lot of reasons that folks might not use some of these services, including like distrust with government. And I feel like those types of questions haven't been quite addressed quite yet. So having a fuller understanding of that will allow us to create more targeted policies and programs to address the specific needs of those people.
Okay, thank you, Nelson. So we've got time. Susie McDonald, last question.
Yeah, you spent, and thanks for the presentation. You spent you spent time in the beginning just talking about the changing nature of the situation and raised issues like climate change and the opioid crisis. But then your solutions focus really on the ground kind of approach. Is there a bigger role for the federal or provincial government in addressing some of the root causes of this crisis?
So you got 30 seconds, folks. Who wants to take it?
I would say absolutely. And in the meantime, that's why we have to gather that data. Of course, we know that homeless populations, generally that is associated with the federal government to address homelessness. But we don't have the information. Like we said, this 10-year plan was written actually more than 10 years ago. It was written in 2007 to 2008. And like you said, we've seen climate change. In 6 months, we go from the hottest temperature ever in Edmonton to -30, right? To massive forest fires. So we need to take that step back and see what the province can do and what the federal government can do, because we're just getting Band-Aid solutions. And frankly, the situation is getting worse. So
okay,
that's
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We have to cut you off there, Paul. Sorry. There you go.
So thank you so much for your advice, Tiger team. The panel will take your advice into consideration. If you don't mind, you can use the leave button to exit, at which point you'll receive a message to join the YouTube live stream.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, on behalf of our panel, I'd like to welcome our Tiger team to speak on this very complex issue of rough sleeping in cities. I'd like to introduce Jim Mitchell, who is leading this inquiry on behalf of the province of Nova Scotia, who will be reporting on this in very short order. You have 30 minutes and the clock begins now.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our presentation on responding on incumbent challenges in Nova Scotia. We are Sebastian Gibson, Cameron Pride, myself Mahbub Rahman, and Divya Thomas from Dalhousie University. Next slide, please. Encampments and rough sleeping has significant negative impacts on public health and safety for the campers and also in the community as a whole. The current encampment challenge is a complex problem which is associated with a number of social and economic issues. But this is not an unsolvable problem. It can be solved with strong government leadership and responsibility. And to solve this problem, the broader social problem of homelessness needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. Homelessness is a situation where a person lacks stable, permanent, and appropriate housing. In the housing ownership spectrum, homeless people are at the end. And the core of solving homelessness problem is to shift these homeless people towards affordable housing in the housing spectrum. But recently, the opposite has been happening. Due to lack of affordable housing and other factors, a lot of people who have housing are falling into the crack and the homeless population is growing. Encampments are manifestation of this homeless problem, which is a symptom of a bigger issue. The homeless acuity can be chronic. Those who are homeless for longer period can be episodic. Those who have become homeless in different period of their life and can be transitional for those who are homeless for shorter period of time. All of this complex problem indicate that we have a encampment problem, which is a symptom of homelessness issue. And this is complex, but it is solvable as it is done in many jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So in Canada, homelessness is the rise as there is a reduction of public system capacity. The current emergency home shelter system is designed to support individuals for short duration and only for basic survival needs like shelter, food, and security. Consequently, the existing inadequate housing options and services are not capable of meeting those increasingly complex individual needs. To solve this problem, we need to close the gap between the reduction in public system capacity and the complex individual needs. Next slide, please. So from 80s, where there are a small number of largest single man experiencing homelessness, we see in last couple of decades that thousands of Canadians are homeless in a given night. There are 100,000 of Canadians experiencing homeless in a year. And the decline of public system capacity is caused by withdrawal of federal government housing and homelessness in the 90s, and they're downloading the responsibility of this on provinces, who in turn download some of the responsibility towards municipalities and non-for-profits. And this decline resulted in lack of expertise and capacity within the government on housing and homelessness service delivery. We saw decline in overall level of resources provided for housing and homelessness, and also it led to a weaker intergovernment and intersectional coordination and collaboration. To address the homelessness issue, we need to address all of these factors. Next slide, please. So homeless population is diverse. As it used to be, like single individual are no more. We have a lot of women and families in the homeless population who are not addressed by the system capacity and their support system. And also we have seen a lot of women and families are at risk of homelessness and due to various factors like abuse, violence, and also the other factors mentioned. We've seen increasing number of youths and older adult seniors are in the homeless population. The indigenous peoples are a number of this homeless population. 1 in 8 urban indigenous people are at risk of homelessness, where the general population is more than 1 in 100. We see there is 2S LGBTQ plus population in the homelessness, where are on the both sides, they're at risk of being homelessness for various reasons, and also their needs are not addressed. The diverse factors for addresses by this population create these complex needs, which are current system are not offering either in terms of housing options or the service provided. So people have no choice to become sleep outside, creating those encampment, and this indicate the symptom of the problem of homelessness, which need to be solved by us immediately. Next slide, please.
Now we are transitioning to a focus on homelessness in Nova Scotia. So in Nova Scotia, housing and homelessness are definitive areas of provincial responsibility. The government of Nova Scotia has a jurisdictional mandate to provide housing programs and services for people with low to moderate incomes, and that includes housing options for those experiencing homelessness. To date, encampment challenges in the province have been confined to the Halifax Regional Municipality, or HRM. So HRM is a county in Nova Scotia, shown here in red on the slide, with approximately 500,000 people and around 50% of Nova Scotia's population. So there are actually two distinct problems at hand in the province. There's homelessness in HRM, and then there's homelessness in the rest of the province. Unfortunately, due to poor and uncoordinated data collection, there's an inadequate knowledge of the scope of the problem outside of HRM. Consequently, we are focusing this presentation and our solutions exclusively on HRM, although we recognize the importance of addressing these broader issues as well. Within the Halifax Regional Municipality, there has been a substantial increase in the homeless population over recent years. So whereas in 2019, there were approximately 125 chronic homeless people, this more than doubled to 375 in 2022, so a very significant increase. This has been associated with the COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent closing of shelter capacity in the province, unemployment and lost incomes also associated with the pandemic, as well as the worsening housing crisis in the city, where Halifax has some of the lowest vacancy rates of 1%. Next slide, please. There have been some very significant encampment challenges in HRM. So in the winter of 2021, the not-for-profit group Halifax Mutual Aid began installing built structures on municipal land. Over the summer, the city moved to disband them to enforce its parks bylaw, and this led to significant clashes between police and protesters, shown here. Largely as a result of this political fallout, the city of Halifax moved and then allocated approximately $4 million for tiny homes to house around 70 people. The province also provided funding for wraparound services. However, this did not address the entire scope of the problem, and there are encampments that remain in the city. There is a large encampment of approximately 25 people in the city. These crisis shelters by Halifax Mutual Aid continue to be placed. Next slide, please. It's critical to discuss who is currently doing what regarding homelessness in the province. So a really recent positive development is the transition of a former hotel to supportive housing. So this is a multi-governmental partnership with the federal government, the provincial government, and HRM all providing financial contributions, and it being operated by a not-for-profit. And this will provide 65 spaces of supportive housing. However, and over the last several decades, there has been a history of weak collaboration between the province and HRM, particularly on homelessness. The HRM largely sees homelessness as an area of provincial responsibility and has been unwilling to step into a larger role until recent events in this past summer. The level of collaboration between the two is improving, but there remain gaps to effective coordination. The province has contributed significantly towards housing and to a lesser extent homelessness. So the government of Nova Scotia is matching $530 million for affordable housing, along with the federal government through a bilateral agreement. It provided $12 million in 2020-2021 for homelessness. And as I mentioned, the federal government has contributed significantly to the development of affordable housing in Halifax, but to a lesser extent homelessness. So through money available under the National Housing Strategy and more specifically the Rapid Housing Initiative, a number of affordable projects have been funded in the city. Additionally, the federal government is funding the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia to be the lead entity implementing coordinated access, and it has received approximately $7 million to do so. Next slide, please. It's very critical to discuss best practices regarding addressing homelessness. So Housing First is an innovative harm reduction approach that focuses on quickly moving people from homelessness into stable housing and then providing them with services that address the underlying issues that got them there in the first place. Coordinated access is essentially the way through which Housing First is implemented. It's the system through which a person enters the system and then is matched to the appropriate housing and supports, shown in the figure here. System planning is a really innovative approach that focuses on moving people, shifting the entire homeless serving system towards housing first and working towards system integration. This approach has been developed and implemented notably in places like Medicine Hat, Alberta, and is also being put into place across the country from Hamilton to Regina. There are 3 keys to the implementation of Housing First. These are capital investments in housing supply, investments in services and supports that go in tandem with the supply, and strong organizational leadership and capacity. Next slide, please.
With that, let's discuss the options we have that tackle this challenging but ultimately solvable issue. First, we have the option that requires the least in the way of systems-wide changes. Simply put, to stay the course that the province of Nova Scotia has begun, with the addition of targeted increases of support to the Halifax Regional Municipality, where the problem is most acute. We believe that many of the actions that the government of Nova Scotia has taken are sufficient for dealing with the symptoms of homelessness, such as the Housing First pilot, which studies have shown lead to a substantial reduction in costs and result in better outcomes. Essentially, the province of Nova Scotia has started to take actions to increase system capacity and boost individual outcomes. We think that this momentum could easily be sustained and built upon. With the continuation of wraparound services for the HRM, and with additional funding to ensure that the city has the capacity to respond to new encampments, this represents a very viable option for dealing with the problem, especially in the short term. Next slide, please. Our second option is more transformative than the first. Recognizing that the responsibility for this issue needs to be clearly delineated, this approach positions the province as a resource provider for not-for-profits who lack the resources but not the expertise or will to deal with homelessness. For instance, the North End Community Health Centre currently runs a mobile outreach street health program, one that is vital but cannot be scaled up due to resource constraints. By providing targeted investments and positioning the provincial government as a source of funding and support, not-for-profits can apply assertive community treatment strategies to ensure that the needs of individuals are being met. This option leverages on-the-ground expertise and positions this as a problem that the government plays a fully supportive but still vital role in solving, and supplements existing federal and municipal funding streams. Next slide, please. Our final option is the boldest and most transformative. We're proposing that the province take full actual responsibility for the problem and takes on a coordinating and governing role. Housing is fundamentally a provincial responsibility, and failing to step into a leadership role on this could have severe implications as the problem continues to worsen. The core element of this approach is to establish a province-led governance table to implement a systems planning approach with the cooperation of major stakeholders. While this does involve major capital housing projects, it goes beyond and takes a preventative approach, including funding affordable housing initiatives, as well as expanding the system's capacity to meet the needs of high-risk populations. It recognizes that homelessness is a symptom of other very solvable issues, and while addressing those factors are expensive, they pay significant dividends in the long term. So yes, this approach is resource intensive, but it will have multi-sectoral benefits across employment, justice, and healthcare, and if executed properly, can consist of a major win for the province of Nova Scotia. Next slide, please. So we've established 4 criteria in order to differentiate these options: how well they address the root causes of homelessness, how well they meet the diverse range of individual needs, the ability they have to increase coordination and establish leadership, and how long it will take to implement them. In terms of the impact on causal factors, option 1 does the least. The actions being taken by the province are not holistic and focus on addressing the symptoms, even though they do that very well. Option 2 focuses on the preventative services that not-for-profits can provide, but is primarily geared towards the symptoms. Option 3, by focusing on health and housing, can take a much more preventative approach. For the second criteria, both options 1 and 2 expand services in order to meet individual needs, anything from tiny houses to mobile health units, but neither do it as well as option 3, which includes preventative and population-targeted programming and the expansion of case management services. For the third criteria, only option 3 clearly establishes leadership for this through a province-led governance table, which is vital. Without better coordination and focused intent and accountability for the problem, initiatives to address homelessness will be ineffective in the long term. Option 1 does nothing to establish responsibility, and option 2 only delegates it. In terms of our final criteria, option 1 is the fastest to implement, as it builds on existing actions being taken by the province. Option 2 takes longer, as the monitoring resources and funding streams need to be put into place, and not-for-profits will need time to expand their programming. A fully transformative and province-driven approach will take years before it can effectively resolve the problem, making option 3 by far the slowest. Looking at our 4 criteria, the proposed way forward is clear. It's option 3. A bold, transformative approach in which leadership is clearly established by the government of Nova Scotia. However, as our criteria show, this strategy has significant time to action. As such, we've incorporated elements of options 1 and 2 into our implementation plan to ensure that the symptoms of homelessness can be addressed in the short term. Next slide, please.
I will now discuss the implementation plan of option 3. So in the short term, we need to establish a province-led governance table to implement a system planning approach to housing first, then enhance HRM's capacity to address encampments. In the medium term, we need to increase capital investments and services to address the diverse range of housing needs for chronic homeless population. Invest in population-specific housing and supports for Indigenous people, African Nova Scotians, youth, 2S LGBTQ+, and women, and expand the strengthened coordinated access. In the long term, we need to invest in homelessness prevention with federal funding and improved discharge planning. Next slide, please. So let's get into specifics. In the short term, our goal should be to support those who are unsheltered, and we recommend the establishment of a province-led governance table to implement a system planning approach to housing first. And this can be accomplished by building on the Housing and Homelessness Partnership and expanding the leadership role of provinces. This action would fall within existing mandates and roles of provincial staff, making it very feasible. The next step would be to fund HRM's capacity to address encampments. And this can be accomplished by funding the expansion of modular units and wraparound services for the 40 current unsheltered individuals in HRM. We estimate that this will cost approximately $3.5 million for housing for 1 year and $1.6 million over 5 years for services. In the medium term, the focus should be on supporting people experiencing chronic homelessness. And this can be done through capital investments to address housing needs for the 376 individuals identified in HRM. This is estimated to cost $7,500,000 for services over 10 years, $13 million for housing, and $500,000 over 10 years for operations. And these numbers are all based on recent expenditures in other jurisdictions, namely Regina, Saskatchewan. The implementation plan should also include development of population-specific service delivery. And to accomplish this, we will have to consult community and those living with lived experiences. And expenditures are expected and to be determined in the future. We also need to expand and strengthen coordinated access. And this can be done by matching current federal government support under the Reaching Home initiative. We estimate this will cost $10 million total over 5 years. Next slide, please. So in the long term, our focus should be on homelessness prevention. And we can accomplish this by creating a prevention fund, implementing rental assistance program for those in housing need, in core housing need, and by tapping into federal funding through the Reaching Home initiative. This is estimated to cost $230,000 annually for 10 years. That's $4,000 per person for 58,000 people living right now in the low income measure within HRM. Overall, it is estimated to cost $18 million annually over 10 years. Lastly, we need to achieve homelessness prevention by addressing systemic inflows into homelessness. And this means modernizing public systems. Expenditures are expected and to be determined. Overall, our plan will cost a total of $285 million plus a 20% contingency planning. And this gives us a product of $342 million over 10 years. Next slide, please. So we have identified the following provincial departments, not-for-profit organizations, and federal and municipal stakeholders as key actors to the successful implementation of our plan. Next slide, please. We've also identified risks, the first being a lack of political will. We've identified this risk as medium probability, but very high severity. The government of Nova Scotia was elected on a mandate to fix the healthcare system. And since homelessness intersects closely with health issues, we argue that this fits within their mandate. Moreover, Housing First has spillover effects on public systems and leads to a $9,000 cost savings per person. Given this, and as encampments worsen and become more visible, Taking leadership will result in a political win for our province. The next risk that we identified is negative perceptions. This is highly probable, but has a low severity risk. And we recommend mitigating this risk by implementing a comprehensive communication plan that emphasizes the cost savings within our public systems. Our final risk that we identified is coordination challenges. Nonprofit organizations have consistently demanded a greater response into this issue, and establishing provincial leadership is necessary, but establishing trust is of utmost importance if we want this plan to be successful. And this means that the province must focus on building trust and maintaining relationships by demonstrating positive outcomes. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the government of Nova Scotia can solve the problem of encampments by addressing the broader problem of homelessness. By implementing a transformative shift with strong provincial leadership, we can build on our existing strengths to deliver services and care to those experiencing homelessness in Nova Scotia. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Tiger Team, for a very concise and very interesting presentation. I'll turn to my colleagues now. We'll start with Pam McCurry.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This was very interesting. It's a complex problem, and you're presenting kind of a complex solution to it, right? With several moving parts. I'm interested at the moment in the role of the federal government in this. You've talked about the investment that the federal government is making through Reaching Home, their Reaching Home program. Are you looking for a greater investment or money within the existing investment? And what would inspire the federal government to participate, to engage fully in the manner that you'd most like to see? Are there policy reasons? Are there legal obligations? What would you see there?
Who wants to take that?
I will take the question. Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Yes. So there are several components of your question that I will answer. So currently within Nova Scotia, the federal government is funding the implementation of a coordinated access system in the homeless serving system. And money for that is being provided to the Affordable Housing Association, in which they're administering. There has also been a significant amount of federal funding for various types of affordable housing projects. And these have often been through multi-level partnerships. So there has been a strong federal role. For the implementation of our proposal, we are looking to tap into additional federal investment. We think that this is particularly for our long-term strategy of addressing homelessness prevention, and with a focus primarily on affordable housing, recognizing that a lack of affordable housing is a really prominent factor that drives people to homelessness. So given that we are really relying on the feds for funding on affordable housing, we think that this is feasible because the feds have put up significant money for affordable housing in the first place. And we think that ultimately that there is a really strong alignment in terms of the approach that we're proposing and the current approach that is being adopted by the federal government, whose Reaching Home is underpinned by many of the best practices we're talking about. Housing first, the implementation of coordinated access. So there's already very, very strong alignment in terms of these approaches.
Okay. I don't want to cut you off, Sebastian. I want to give time for lots of questions. There we go. Let me move now to Trina Fraser. Trina.
Thank you. So the question that I've been thinking on is just knowing that Nova Scotia has one of the largest African Nova Scotian communities. And we know that homelessness affects everyone, no matter color, race, creed, no matter what. How could we see more of the African Nova Scotian community's voices being at the table to help find solutions for communities within?
Okay, who wants to respond now?
I can also answer that question as well if anybody else would like to.
Yeah,
I completely agree. There's the African Nova Scotian community in Nova Scotia are overrepresented in the homeless population, and it is really critical to do something to address that the systemic barriers that put them there in the first place. So I think that there are a few ways to address this issue. A very key one is the way that we integrate, and we talk about this in our solutions, but a population-specific lens in program and service delivery. And that is used through very integrated community engagement sessions that feed back into policy development in a kind of holistic way. And I think that what is really critical too is the prioritization of lived experience in the design of policy, particularly the lived experience of marginalized populations who experience systemic discrimination and systemic racism that contributes to the higher rates of homelessness in the first place. So I absolutely agree with the prominence of the issue. And I think that there are some approaches, some models for bringing in those voices to the table, to the policy development process, and to inform policy and service delivery that can lead to better outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Let me move to Alan Northcott. Alan, floor is yours.
Thank you for your presentation. I think as has been said by one of my colleagues, a complex issue, you're offering a complex solution. One of the hiccups in all of this, it seems to me, is research evidence. So, we have pretty good evidence about homelessness on a number of dimensions, but a lot less when it comes to encampments and rough sleeping. Could you connect the dots a bit for us about to what extent has evidence framed the solutions that you're offering? And a related question is when you're looking at the evidence that's available, what sort of key questions did it uncover that would need to be answered?
Who wants to take that one?
Would anyone like?
Okay, Mababur, go ahead. Mababur, over to you.
Yes, I think we're seeing recent encampment across the country in different cities. So we identify this as a symptom of bigger problem of homelessness. So with the increasing need of diverse population, which the current shelter system is not addressing, people are choosing to be camp outside rather than if there is a option to move into the shelter system. So that's being increasing. And we are addressing this problem is if we can address the bigger problem of homelessness, also with our option for a longer term solution, we can also address this ongoing issue of encampment, because if they can have their needs within a housing solution and also other services provided, obviously people don't want to sleep in the camps. They have no other choice to be, or there's no affordable housing with related services so that they can tap on. So I think if we can address the core of the issue of homelessness with the service and appropriate housing, the encampment issue can be solved.
Okay, thank you. Let me turn to Janet Golding. Janet.
No, thanks very much, and thanks to the presenters for their presentation. Super interesting. I guess my question kind of links back to Trina's around the intersectionality, and I was wondering if you had a view on sort of how those sort of population-specific services could be developed to target not just the Black population, but the Indigenous population in Nova Scotia, and what challenges or opportunities you see there.
I can take that one. The indigenous population in Nova Scotia obviously specific needs. The urban indigenous community, a lot of them are tasked with like Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, and Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center is trying to provide appropriate services towards them. So I think the key partnership here with the Cappa partnership with the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center and other indigenous urban groups to have an appropriate system that can be developed over time. Because if there is no like one system that fits all across all the solution, and the current solution we have, shelter system, doesn't consider those indigenous urban population, their needs and their cultural appreciation. So I think it's very important to partner with those urban indigenous leaders, the service centers, and bringing them into the fold so that you can develop those services appropriate for them.
Okay, thank you. We've got time for one more quick question from James Hughes and one more quick answer, concise answer. James.
So my question is simply this. Yes, if we can solve the causes of homelessness, we will deal with the encampments, but that's a symptom of much larger forces at play. But I want to ask you about the symptom, and I want to ask you and give you the chance to talk about encampments and precisely what your strategy is to address it in the immediate short term. All I've heard so far is housing, modular units, but I'd like you to speak to how that happens. Are there other layers to this, and who's involved in trying to address the immediate issue of encampments?
Okay, team, you got 20 seconds. Just a few quick thoughts.
So I can take
Go
this.
ahead. Go ahead.
So the HRM and the province of Nova Scotia, with things like the tiny homes and like mobile shelters, are already taking steps, right? So we want to build on this. We want to make them more specific to individual needs. But we do recognize that dealing with the encampments is the priority. So again, the housing first is designed to get them immediately into housing where their long-term needs can be addressed. So it's very much, what can we do to increase the immediate housing stock, build on what the province and the city has done, and then transition them into more permanent long-term solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Rob?
Thank you very much, team, for that candid advice to the panel. We will take that very much into consideration. If you wouldn't mind, you can exit by the leave button, and you will be sent a message almost immediately to join the YouTube live stream. Thank you so much, team.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to our discussion this afternoon. We are presenting, well, the Tiger team is presenting before a panel working on rough sleeping in cities. I'd like to introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who is leading this inquiry for the province of British Columbia. You have 30 minutes to make your presentation, and the clock starts now.
Well, good afternoon. Despite the efforts of all levels of government to date, the issues of rough sleeping and encampments have not gone away. Today, we have a unique window of opportunity to take decisive action to improve quality of life for British Columbians. I am Mercedes from Mental Health and Addictions, and I'm joined today by Fionn from Finance, Carol from Intergovernmental Relations, and Cora from BC Housing. Next slide, please. Before we begin, I would like to give a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge and respect the Lekwungen peoples on whose traditional territory the government of BC stands, and the Songhees, Esquimalt, and Wasanich peoples whose historical relationships with the land continue to this day. We'll start our presentation off today by first defining our issue. Then we will provide some context, discuss our policy options and analysis, and end with plans for implementation. Next slide, please. So as noted in the slide, the primary issue is that encampments and rough sleeping are a result of a confluence of crises and gaps in connecting people to the support and services they need. For this task, we've defined rough sleepers as those who are absolutely homeless and living without consent on the streets or not in places not intended for human habitation, such as public spaces, vehicles, or abandoned buildings. Today, our purpose is to present our provincial strategy on how to best manage the risk of encampment recurrence while balancing the needs and dignity of rough sleepers, those at risk, and the community as a whole. Next slide, please. BC acknowledges that moving people into stable housing quickly is an effective short-term solution to homelessness and rough sleeping. Multilateral agreements with municipalities to collectively tackle parts of this issue have been a key step in addressing encampments. From 2020 to 2021, over $400 million were spent to procure hotels in Vancouver and Victoria, creating over 1,000 beds for decamped individuals. Federal funding from the CMHC Rapid Housing Initiative and grants from the Reaching Home program have also provided much needed shelter beds, housing, and other supports. Despite these efforts, the Ministry of Attorney General and Ministry Responsible Housing has received reports of 50 encampment areas and 1,600 people sleeping rough throughout BC this year. With hotel leases expiring soon and an additional $633 million committed to this issue in the 2022 BC fiscal plan, it is important to seize this window of opportunity. Next slide, please. Rough sleeping is a complex problem, and the challenge lies in addressing its vicious cycle. Encampments have been front and center in the media during the pandemic, highlighting the prominence of its cyclical nature. Housing offered as part of encampment efforts may be insufficient or inappropriate. This can lead to individuals finding themselves sleeping rough again, congregating in encampments, and continuing this cycle. For example, in January of 2022, 37 people were evicted from a procured Vancouver hotel for undisclosed reasons. Coincidentally, 35 tents then popped up in Vancouver. As well, in February of 2022, the encampment on Salt Spring Island was decamped for the 5th time. This pattern suggests that service gaps must be addressed. Next slide, please. In our current state, the cycle of rough sleeping highlights two pressure points where we have focused our strategy efforts: meeting rough sleepers' needs and stabilizing housing. Our goals are to maintain and improve housing stability, improve our understanding of needs, and enhance resource accessibility. This leads us to our future state, our vision to make encampments unnecessary. I'll now pass this on to my colleague Fionn, who will take us through the next part of our presentation. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mercedes. This complex issue involves a diverse range of stakeholder groups that are affected by rough sleeping and encampments. We all have a role to play in addressing these issues. Taking a comprehensive approach recognizes that while each group may perceive the problem and propose solution from a different vantage point, the objective is the same: We want to reduce encampments. The BC government has a critical role in balancing these perspectives in its prevention and response strategy. Next slide, please. In terms of contributing factors to this issue, our research demonstrates rough sleeping and encampments are complex and need an intersectional lens to be fully understood. For example, our research shows that with people experiencing homelessness, 67% live with mental health and or addiction issues. 59% are indigenous, first experienced homelessness as youth. 29% with acquired brain injury. Also, our statistics gleaned from the Victoria's most recent point in time count also describe the prevalence of trauma, disability, and youth homelessness as profounding factors to housing insecurity. The most commonly cited reason for loss of housing is insufficient income. Within this homeless population, 62% of Indigenous people have a personal or close family history of attending residential school. This fuels the need for our multifaceted solutions. Next slide, please. To provide strategic guidance to our approach, we selected an objective that focused on annual reduction to support our vision, making encampment unnecessary. A number of criteria have been used to assess the options that focus on putting people first, demonstrate alignment with government priorities, work within existing funding envelopes, and demonstrate shared accountability across key stakeholders. The first criteria, human right focus. We are looking for solutions that address the fundamental human rights to housing and dignity. Next, timeliness. We want solutions that can be implemented or started within the next 3 years. Alignment. We want solutions that support provincial, territorial, federal, and municipal initiatives. Existing funding, solutions that fit within the current budget cycle. And finally, shared accountability. We want solutions that promote shared commitment. Next slide, please. Members of the Cabinet, on behalf of our team, I'm excited to present to you our policy options. We considered a number of approaches and devised 3 policy bundles. Taken as a whole, they represent a phased approach to both prevention and response. Our first policy bundle, intervention, aims to support individuals and families to stay housed, particularly those who were previously living in encampment and provided rapid housing during the pandemic. Aimed at reducing the rate of recidivism, the province has a key role in keeping people out of that vicious cycle and to avoid the proliferation of new encampments. Policy Bundle 2, information. It highlights the need for relevant and timely access to data on a population that has unique and often complex intersecting needs. This will help us respond quickly with an evidence-based decision-making approach. It will also allow for ongoing monitoring and evaluation. Finally, Policy Bundle 3, interconnection. It recognizes that a variety of valuable services exist already, but not everyone is successfully connected to what they need, where and when they need it. And with that, I will now pass to Cora to present each options in more detail. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Fiona. Research suggests that keeping people housed yields disproportionately large reductions in homelessness. Therefore, our first phase and policy bundle is focused on intervention. Rent supplements in the homeless prevention program are currently limited to market housing and priority groups such as youth, women, and Indigenous people. Opening eligibility to include all rough sleepers and those in supportive housing, more people can stay in their current housing situation, thereby reducing rates of recidivism. We also want to focus on people who are discharged from provincial care and are at risk of rough sleeping at those points. By strengthening the continuum of care and offering more housing, we address supply issues and wait times to transitional housing and services. As mentioned earlier, hotel leases are coming due. Decamp people who have been housed in these properties are at risk of losing their homes. By extending leases, we ensure continuity of housing and community for these people. Next slide, please. The second phase is focused on information. Together, these three strategies on the left will improve early identification of rough sleepers, ideally within the first 24 hours of them being on the street, and will build a connected and comprehensive list of people experiencing homelessness. Using a by name list in conjunction with an annual PIT count is a more precise method of collecting data. Detailed and actionable data will lower response times for outreach workers to reach those in need and will provide deeper insights for leadership to make evidence-based policy decisions. The rapid alert system used for early identification is intended as well to strengthen community engagement. Consultation with those who have lived experience has provided us with insight that improving information flows and having a shared platform would relieve some of the exhaustion felt when people are asked repeatedly to provide personal and often traumatic information. Any strategy involving personal data collection will be done in a way that respects privacy. Next slide, please. And finally, the third bundle and third phase is focused on strategies that will improve interconnection, allowing people to have immediate access to the services they need when they need them. Navigation centers are safe places that provide 24/7 accommodation, individualized attention, case planning, and wraparound support. This model has been used with great success in numerous American cities, particularly in San Francisco, where they currently have 7 locations. Reports from San Francisco indicate that the neighboring areas have not experienced detrimental effects from having the centers in their communities. Navigation centers and outreach teams work together to provide services to rough sleepers when and where they need them, with the goal to connect people to permanent housing. To make everything work, we maintain that permanent, affordable housing is a priority. Carol will now share the results of our analysis and describe our implementation and communication strategies. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Cora. With significant planned expenditures and recent investments, this proposal aims to optimize provincial resources with a balance of prevention and response to rough sleeping and encampments. If left unaddressed, citizens and communities will continue to experience the associated social and economic impacts. According to Vancouver's 2020 Homelessness and Supportive Housing Strategy, each rough sleeper connected with supportive housing represents an estimated cost avoidance of $18,000 related to corrections and healthcare spending. Next slide, please. This phased approach is based on a few key assumptions: the continuation of existing federal and provincial programs, and cooperation from municipalities in terms of zoning and regulation for upcoming housing projects. Looking at the top 3 identified risks and their corresponding mitigation strategies, we recognize Cabinet may elect to implement only portions of this proposal. We believe each bundle clearly adds value and supports the government's ability to deliver on its commitment to citizens, as highlighted in the recent budget announcements. Economic factors such as interest rates, inflation, and market housing rental rates may impact the overall cost to deliver these initiatives. Keeping in mind that these would also have a proportionate effect on affordability of housing, this in fact strengthens the case for urgency. Anticipated savings to healthcare and corrections expenditures also serve to offset potential increases. The recommended approach includes, by design, strategies for reducing the size, duration, and prevalence of encampments, if and when they reoccur. However, consistent with our human rights focus, we cannot impose our values on individuals who may continue to choose to live outdoors, but supports will be made available. Next slide, please. So all 3 bundles presented demonstrate value against our criteria, and Cabinet is encouraged to consider implementing all 3 as a comprehensive phased approach, with components rolled out over the immediate, medium, and long term. Next slide, please. So phasing our strategy includes concrete actions that the government can announce and implement this year. Activities noted in the green boxes reflect the key strategies included in Bundle 1, intervention. We would like to highlight the importance of balancing short-term results, like keeping people housed through an expanded rent supplement program with longer-term investments in information systems that will inform the rollout of subsequent programs and ultimately allow for a meaningful evaluation and improvements to provincial strategies over time. Next slide, please. So to support successful implementation, we will proactively engage with our internal stakeholders to emphasize we are proud partners in strengthening sustainable solutions to rough sleeping and encampments. Through shared resolve and by leveraging our unique strengths, we can deliver timely and effective results. Meaningful community engagement is identified as another critical success factor. With external stakeholders, including rough sleepers, nonprofits, and the public, we will focus on our citizen-centric approach and a commitment to supporting resilient and thriving communities with this multi-pronged approach. Now I'll turn it back to Cora to lead us through next steps and our conclusion.
Next slide. Thank you, Carol. Our immediate next steps for this phased approach are to assign accountabilities, determine the evaluation framework, and allocate funding. The benefits of this approach and using a phased model are that we will continue to leverage existing programs and the strong collaborative partnerships that we've built. We will capitalize on our recent successes with a timely implementation that is strongly aligned with the BC budget announced this week. We continue in our commitment to British Columbians to build a stronger province, prioritizing community well-being and putting people first. Next slide. In conclusion, by investing in capacity to address encampments and rough sleeping through both prevention and response, we recommit to our vision to make encampments unnecessary by reducing rough sleeping, maintaining stable housing, and improving understanding of people's needs. Thank you all so much for your time, and we will now open the lines for the question and answer period.
So team, thank you very much. That's a most interesting and well-delivered presentation. I'll turn to my colleagues now, starting with Susie McDonald. Susie.
Great. Yeah, well, thank you very much for the presentation. And I note that you include the federal government as a strong stakeholder, and you did reference the transfer of funds under rapid housing and reaching home, the national housing strategy. But beyond that, is there a role for the federal government in what you're doing in British Columbia around housing and rough sleeping in particular? And sort of linked to that, I notice in your risks you talk about the migration and the need for intergovernmental collaboration, and I wondered what you'd envisioned there.
I'm happy to answer that question. So regarding the possible roles for the federal government, so we have acknowledged, as you mentioned, existing programs and initiatives. We also see that the federal government has a role in really supporting that second bundle around information. So we know that the federal government already coordinates the point-in-time counts across the country. However, we feel that the need for more real-time data and consistency across provinces and territories is also an opportunity for the federal government to step in. In terms of looking at the migration between provinces, we do recognize that current statistics suggest that about 84% of British Columbians experiencing homelessness experienced homelessness while already living within the province. So we do see that there might be some opportunity to collect more data to dispel perhaps myths around migration. So the suggestion that because of our warmer climate that we're seeing more people coming to our province. However, if through our improved data collection, it proves to be a more significant proportion of migration in this province as opposed to others, there's definitely an opportunity to use the federal government or provide a forum at the national level to look at what shared solutions can be proposed.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn now to Janet Golding.
Thank you, and thank you very much to the Tiger team for their presentation. As you've alluded to in your presentation, homelessness and rough sleeping is a very complex problem and issue. And if you could really just boil it down for us into a sentence or two, what would you say is the key message that you want to give the Premier on both what the issue is here and what your solution is?
I'm happy to answer that. So as we have presented in slide 5, we really have a vicious cycle. We do see a pattern of a vicious cycle that people are put into rapid housing, but they cannot sustain it, and they end up on the street again. So, and it leads to encampments. I think the message to our Premier would be, right now is the time. BC is in such a good position. We have the political willingness to really end homelessness, and now is the time to act. That will be my message to the Premier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fionn. Thank you. Any follow-up there, Janet? You're okay with that? Okay, let me turn now to James Hughes. James.
Thank you, team. My question is about Bundle 3. And if I understand Bundle 3 correctly, it is what you're proposing in order to achieve the targeted reduction of 30% in terms of residents in the encampments is by encouraging campers into navigation centers, which will be opened up in time. I think 2024 was the targeted time to open them up. So both in the meantime and thereafter, I understood that you're not going to force people into the navigation centers. You're going to work with them based on a human rights, if you will, perspective or regime, respecting their rights. So you won't force them out. So I guess what I'm hearing is that are you essentially saying that encampments are here to stay? In fact, that there's an eviction moratorium regarding encampments? And what do you say to the residents surrounding the encampments today who now must bear this potentially into the long term, the existence of these illegal facilities?
Would like to take that one.
I can take that. Yes, thank you. So as Fionn mentioned, British Columbia is in quite a good place. I know we said up the top that we do have encampments right now, but the majority of those are smaller. So the large encampments that we saw earlier in the pandemic in Victoria and Vancouver and the main urban centers have been decamped. So we feel like if we can capitalize on this moment and engage the community, especially with Bundle 2, we have some community engagement with the crowdsourcing app, and we're hoping to stop people sleeping in encampments and rough sleeping before it really gets to that critical point again. So with Bundle 3, the navigation centers, our thought is that we may not need them. It may never come to fruition that we do need them. If we do need them, they will be smaller. They will presumably only be 45 beds versus some of the larger ones that we see in the United States where there are 150 beds. We really don't know if we will need that service if Bundle 1 and Bundle 2 work really well. If we do need them, navigation centers work in conjunction with our outreach teams. Typically, they speak with people who are living in the encampments and bring them in on a priority basis. Let's say we don't have huge encampments, we would make a more targeted approach to smaller encampments. In the United States, some jurisdictions use just 2 people sleeping together outside as an encampment. So depending on which way we're defining encampment, that's an important thing we'd have to work through as well, as what is our definition of encampment.
Okay, so I'm going to interrupt you there, Cora, just so we get enough time to get, when I get a couple more questions in. Let me turn now to Trina Fraser. Trina, do you have a question for the team?
I do. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, what role is there for the rough sleepers themselves in resolving this challenging issue?
I can take that question, and thank you so much for your question. I believe that to take a compassionate approach and to take an evidence-based approach, we do really rely on their lived experiences and to collaborate with people with these lived experiences to make sure that we're meeting their needs. With that said, of course, if they do not want services from the government, that is their prerogative and we respect that. But when they do want to receive services from the government and collaborate with us, we are very welcoming to that, and it's an important part of the data collection to make sure that we can continue to help the communities to give them the services that they need.
Thank you very much, Mercedes. Alan Northcott.
Thanks for your presentation. My question is about the role that NGOs or civil society organizations would play. I wonder if you could just say something about where you see those organizations, who have the expertise on the ground in the various bundles, and how, what could be done to ensure that their expertise is optimally used?
Thank you for that question. Happy to answer. So I do think that the existing supports available in the nonprofit and voluntary sector are very important, and that's really coming at that outreach level or street interaction level, and that we recognize that they're the boots on the ground and that they have a lot of interaction with that lived experience, as Mercedes mentioned. What we're looking at is more of a systemic view, in that there could be lots of great organizations that have very specific supports and kind of niche areas that they are really good at, and but it doesn't mean that they can meet the needs of everyone. And so it's about connecting and ensuring the optimal use of those resources, because we know that their capacity is also limited, but there's a great desire to help and support and to coordinate. And I don't think turning people away is definitely not part of the nonprofit sector's plans, or having people give their information multiple times. So part of our integration strategies will include bringing this sector together, especially in part of that data collection. So ensuring that the right access and the right level of information is collected, and that organizations have access to either the aggregate level or at that more individual level, whatever helps support the better decision making, but also the level of care that they need to provide by each organization.
Okay, thank you very much, Carol. The last question, or the second last, Pam McCurry. Pam, anything for the colleagues here? Maybe Pam's frozen. So I've got a question, and I'll come back to Pam. Team, you made you pointed out prominently that you could do this within existing funds. This was a virtue of your approach, and one recognizes that. But could you explain a little bit more why you didn't try to go for more money, like for example from the feds? What was your reason for showing that you could do what you want to do within existing funding?
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. First of all, I want to acknowledge that BC government this year in budget 2022, we have already allocated 3 times more budget than in the previous one. So we have allocated 600 million over the next 3 years to tackle homelessness. And I believe all these bundles, after some analysis, is we can likely work within this funding to get started.
So in other words, there's actually this year there's a lot more money available, and you're saying we can go with that. Is that right? Okay, so that's very useful for us to know. Let me turn Pam McCurry. I don't know if you were frozen or if you're whatever. Let me just make sure that anything from you. Go ahead.
Just a brief question about the federal role in all of this. It doesn't seem prominent in your options. Is there anything further that if you're okay on the money, okay on a lot of fronts, based on your analysis, is there anything else you need from the federal government, and is there an obligation on the part of the federal government to assist?
I can take that. Okay. So one thing we did consider that the federal government could help with is having a specific strategy under national housing to address rough sleeping and under reaching home, to have a specific strategy for rough sleepers and encampments, because so many urban areas are experiencing this. And if we had coordination and leadership from the federal government on that, that would be really beneficial, I think, not just for British Columbia, but for all provinces and territories. So that would be one thing. We didn't put it in this policy brief, but it is something that we discussed as a team that would be really helpful.
Okay. So colleagues, anything more from the rest of the panel here? Then in that case, then let me say to the team, thank you very much. That was a very well done deck and presentation, and we've enjoyed very much meeting with you. So thank you all very much.
So thank you very much, everyone. We will take that advice very much into consideration. If you wish, you can leave using the leave button on the bottom right of your screen, and you will be sent a link to the YouTube live presentations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome to our Tiger team who is going to be presenting before our panel addressing rough sleeping. And in order to do that, I'd like to welcome or introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who is leading this inquiry on behalf of the province of Saskatchewan. So you have 30 minutes to make your case and presentation, and the clock begins now.
All right, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today as we present our plan to tackle the growing challenge of rough sleepers in the province of Saskatchewan. My name is Heather Barlow, and I'm from the Ministry of Health, and I'm joined by my colleagues Irina Larinovich from the Ministry of Government Relations, Abimbola Ojo from Social Services, and Sushant Sharma from Finance. Next slide, please. So moving on to the issue, rough sleeping and encampments in public spaces across Saskatchewan, and especially in the cities of Regina and Saskatoon, has been increasing. This is a growing public health and safety challenge without clear and sustainable solutions that meet the needs of this unique population. Today, we will be addressing how the government of Saskatchewan can balance its approach to tackling the issue of a growing number of encampments while protecting the dignity, safety, health, and security of everyone involved, as well as limiting disruptions to the community at large. Next slide. We would like to start by giving an overview of the affordable housing situation in Saskatchewan, as our provincial situation is quite unique. According to a survey conducted by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, Saskatchewan had 4,500 vacant affordable housing units as of November 2021. In Saskatoon, 250 social housing units run by the Saskatoon Housing Authority sat vacant as encampments in the city grew. As you can see, a lack of affordable housing is not the key issue, leading to increased rough sleeping in Saskatchewan. Next slide. Next, we wanted to outline the two primary challenges that we have found with these encampments. First is the cyclical nature of the problem. In November and December 2021, individuals sleeping in these encampments were moved to temporary shelters, which is obviously a necessity in our very cold winters. Stakeholders, including the Saskatoon Fire Department, are predicting that when the weather warms up, again, these individuals will end up back outside and encampments will reemerge. We know that this is very likely because of the lack of medium and long-term solutions to support these individuals. Additionally, some individuals do not want to move elsewhere, likely because of the sense of community that exists in these encampments and an inherent mistrust in government programs and officials that exists among a large portion of encampment residents. Second, there also remains a lack of data available on the number of rough sleepers throughout the province. There is also a lack of concrete data on the needs and motivations of this population. Next slide. As would be the case across Canada, rough sleepers come from a variety of backgrounds and circumstances that have led them to living outside. Many rough sleepers are also experiencing mental health and addictions challenges and are high needs individuals that require a variety of supports to meet their individualized needs. In Saskatchewan specifically, 90% of the people who were living at Camp Hope in Regina during 2021 were Indigenous. Finally, we know that this population is growing. As you can see in the point in time count shown on this slide, there was an 1,100% increase from 2018 to 2021 in the number of rough sleepers in Regina alone. Next slide. The new Saskatchewan Income Support Program and COVID-19 have been two factors that have intensified the problem of rough sleeping in Saskatchewan. Under the new SIS program, there was a move away from direct payments to landlords. In September 2021 alone, 31% of SIS tenants did not pay their rent and 18% more only paid a portion. Many stakeholders believe that there is a link between this new program and increasing rates of homelessness across the province. And of course, COVID-19 has also further intensified the problem. Next slide, please. Finally, on this slide, you can see a breakdown of some federal, provincial, and municipal programs already in existence. While there were two recent one-time funding enhancements in the National Homelessness Strategy to help provincial and municipal governments address challenges related to encampments, these programs have fallen short of meaningfully addressing the unique needs of rough sleepers and stopping the cyclical nature of the problem. I'm now going to pass it on to Irina, who will outline our vision. Next slide.
Thank you, Heather. Given Saskatchewan's context and recent developments, we envision a solution which is community-driven and collaborative. Rough sleeping is a complex issue that requires a multidimensional approach. Past attempts to contain the issue with the help of law enforcement did not help, and perhaps even further diminish the public trust in the government. We believe that involving community-level representatives, including collaborating with Indigenous organizations, will help build quality and trustworthy relationships instead of delivering prescriptive programming. We also know that people who are sleeping rough in Saskatchewan are predominantly Indigenous, so we need to develop a culturally appropriate and trauma-informed solution. And of course, nobody's situation is the same, so we need to offer help which is client-centered. Lastly, it has to be proactive in addressing the actual cause instead of being reactive in managing the symptoms. Next slide, please. If we choose not to act, we will continue to face several risks and higher societal costs. This includes the risk of rough sleeping continuing to grow in our province, as well as several negative externalities and disruptions in terms of safety and public health. We know that the current response strategy is not effective and efficient, which is costing the government a lot in terms of emergency services while not resolving the issue. It's like putting band-aids on broken bones. There are also risks and costs to the broader public, including its confidence in the government's ability to effectively resolve the problem. Next slide, please. With that, our team has prepared a few policy options. Option A is creating a new program called Bridging to Sustainable Independence. This includes leveraging provincial funding in the short term and gradual rollout. There are a few stages: creating a designated zone for encampments as an interim measure, soliciting third-party agencies to build relationships with the rough sleepers, and getting the third-party agencies to deliver wraparound supports to address individualized needs and help bridge the rough sleepers to housing and more sustainable living. Under option B, the government of Saskatchewan will primarily engage with the federal government to advocate for additional funding to support rough sleepers. Municipal governments are positioned uniquely to deliver support, giving their expertise and knowledge of local needs. Therefore, it is proposed that this potential federal funding goes directly to municipalities to deliver place-based strategies. Municipalities will have the flexibility to choose what programs are a fit for their area. And finally, option C maintains status quo, which means no additional funding or action. But with this option, there are significant drawbacks of not acting, as discussed previously. Next slide, please. For comparing the three options, we have selected several criteria which we think are essential in achieving best results. Both options A and B are strong in terms of financial sustainability. The first option implies that Saskatchewan has to allocate funding to this program, which would be a new expense, but we estimate it will lead to savings and strong outcomes in the long run. Option B's disadvantage is that there are no guarantees of how much and for how long the federal funding could be provided, as well as how it supports municipalities in the short term. Further, negotiations with the federal government could be lengthy, which delays the initiation of support. In this slide, again, option A is the only that allows for immediate actions that focus on the root cause. And lastly, as our research indicated, rough sleeping is not primarily about the lack of housing in Saskatchewan, but about the additional supports which are needed along the way. With that, we identified option A, which entails wraparound supports, would be most effective at addressing the root causes of the issue. As you can see, option A meets all of the criteria which we have identified as necessary for our approach. And with that, we would like to recommend it for your consideration. Now, I would like to pass it on to my colleague Abimbola to explain the recommended option further. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Irina.
Our recommended option involves leveraging provincial funding to create a new program that will bridge rough sleepers and encampment residents into more sustainable living. The program will be structured around 5 pillars. First, there will be the provision of inclusive shelter solutions such as designated encampments that will be coordinated and managed by third-party service providers. Subsequently, clients will be transitioned into culturally appropriate residencies with common areas that would replicate the community feeling found in encampments. Where possible, individuals with particular relationships may be assigned to live with their preferred groups in the same residence. These kind of arrangements are usually favored by Indigenous people. Once housing is settled, the program will provide wraparound supports to clients based on individual needs assessment. These may include physical and mental health or addiction treatments, tailored income assistance, as well as social support to help with day-to-day living. The program will be administered by an appropriate third-party, nonprofit, or community-based organization with experience in managing such social programs. An Indigenous organization is preferred given the demographics of Saskatchewan's encampments. We suggest that the Ministry of Social Services provide oversight to this third-party organization. This program will be rolled out in phases starting with the 2 major cities in Saskatchewan, Regina and Saskatoon, before it is expanded to other larger cities in the province. The program will be technologically driven to assess needs and support performance measurements and evaluation. Progress of each client will be tracked by assigned case managers to provide data on recovery and possible graduation from the system. Next slide, please. If the program's recommendation is accepted, the program can expect to provide favorable outcomes to clients, government, and the public. Clients can expect respectful engagement with zero use of force that would facilitate their recovery and reintegration into the community. The program will provide the government with much needed data points on this vulnerable group of society and help to better understand the complexities of their needs. Housing units currently going unutilized will be repurposed to provide shelter, thereby leading to cost savings from renovations and provision of emergency services. Next slide, please. A few potential risks that we expect from establishing this new program are the risk of third-party accountability, lack of consensus among stakeholders, and low program enrollment. Our plan to mitigate the third-party accountability risk is to set measurable targets and evaluation criteria for the third-party organization in collaboration with the municipalities. Lack of consensus can be mitigated by holding regular working group meetings to give stakeholders an opportunity to brainstorm and provide practical solutions to challenges. At the moment, there is considerable reluctance by rough sleepers to sign up to any government program. To address this, the program will be administered by third parties that understand the population and communities they will be serving, thereby motivating participation. I will now call on my colleague Sushant to take us through the implementation plan. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Abimbola. Our implementation plan aligns with the City of Regina's plan to end chronic or episodic homelessness in the next 5 years. We propose to implement our recommendation in 3 phases. In the short term, the province will create designated encampments in Regina and Saskatoon with the help of the municipal government. These camps will have 24/7 support from healthcare and social workers to monitor any issues such as reducing risks of drug overdoses and calling emergency services when necessary. Since the third-party service provider will most likely be an Indigenous community-based organization, they will have the trust of the rough sleepers to enter into community agreements to create roadmaps towards transitioning into permanent housing. Moving on to the medium term, our objective would be to transition people from designated camps to inclusive housing solutions. During this period, we'll also work on delivering customized wraparound supports, focusing on harm reduction and monitoring of the client's recovery progress. In the long term, we'll work with clients to achieve sustainable independence by continuing to provide wraparound support and training towards skill development in preparation for seeking employment. We hope some individuals can graduate from the program at the end of 5 years. However, we are also mindful that some individuals will always require support, and because of this, we lobby the federal government for more funding to continue the program beyond the 5 years. At the midpoint of the program, we'll evaluate our progress in Regina and Saskatoon with the intention of adapting the program to other cities. Next slide, please. Before presenting our financial plan, it is important to highlight the impact of a small proportion of users in the overall healthcare costs in Saskatchewan. As it can be seen from the graph, it is estimated that 5% of the population in Saskatchewan with complex healthcare needs due to lack of housing and social supports utilized and resulted in 66% of the total healthcare bill of $3.4 billion. Now, this translates to $2.2 billion of the costs that can be significantly reduced. Next slide, please. Moving on to our financial plan to utilize existing and upcoming infrastructure on housing already identified by the government. Our program will run in parallel with other homelessness strategies. We've estimated the cost of the proposed solution with an assumption of supporting 500 rough sleepers in Regina and Saskatoon over the next 5 years. The current scenario puts great pressure on our health and emergency services. Based on our estimation, we have found that maintaining the status quo will cost the government approximately $174 million over the next 5 years. We believe our new program will lead to significant savings of $82 million with the added benefit of addressing the root causes of the problem and thereby significantly reducing harm to the clients. Next slide, please. Our implementation plan is incomplete without a collaborative and community-driven stakeholder engagement plan. While the province will help us with funding and oversight of the program, the municipalities will be engaged to assist with the selection of service providers and to bring them together with Indigenous peoples and rough sleepers. We envision community organizations will play a similar role as they did when encampments were first set up in these cities and shall inform them about our short, medium, and long-term plans. Their support will help us restore and build trust with rough sleepers. We'll engage community members and professionals to assist with the delivery of wraparound support and for reporting progress on the physical, mental, and financial well-being of the clients. Most importantly, we'll consult with the Indigenous peoples to bridge the gap in our understanding of the client's needs to ensure the solutions are culturally appropriate. All in all, we'll be guiding our engagement process to ensure rough sleepers are holistically transitioned to a more sustainable living. Next slide, please. We hereby conclude our presentation and would like to thank you all for your time today. We'd be happy to take any questions for further discussion on this now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, members of the Tiger team. That was very interesting and very comprehensive. So I'm going to turn it over to the members of the panel to pose their questions. I want to start with Pam McCurry.
Okay, thanks, Jim, and thank you, team. It was an excellent presentation, and I'm just curious. I noticed that one of the options that you discarded was involved going to the federal government for more funding, right? Because you thought that that was a little too risky and it would tangle you up for too long, and you need some earlier solutions. But then you brought it back. You brought it back as part of the long-term strategy under your recommended option. So that's good. But what I'm wondering, given the savings that you're projecting by following the option that you're putting on the table, the $82 million, it's going to take a lot, it seems to me, to have the federal government pitch in. Like, you're saving money, but we need more money. So kind of what are the hooks that you would use to convince the federal government to contribute more money for the longer term solution? And are there any legal obligations that might be built in that?
Thank you so much. That's a great question. Definitely, we decided to go forward with leveraging provincial funding for the time's sake. But looking in the long run, we think that the current federal programs which address homelessness, they're kind of missing the piece where people are getting the supports, the social supports. So when approaching the federal government, we would like to mention that this is a very important component to make sure that the current programs work. Plus, once we have a few years of the implementation, we'll have a lot of data which will show that we have a good model. And this model can be potentially replicated across Canada. And I think this is going to be a very interesting proposal to the federal government, because we can put forward something that can be actually scaled across the country.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me turn now to Alan Northcott. Alan, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for a great presentation. So one of the steps along the way in your proposal is to create designated encampments, which, you know, it's obvious the benefits that would have for the people who are sleeping rough. But what's a little bit less clear to me, at least, is the effect that that would have on the community in which those designated encampments exist, the residents, the local businesses. So could you say something about, yeah, maybe this might be in your engagement strategy, but how you would expect a message to the community, and how you would expect to be able to bring them on board?
I can take the question, and thank you so much. Definitely the municipalities will be a key part of deciding where this designated encampment will go, because we know that they know the residents of their city best and where that would be most optimal. But we would definitely be continuing to engage community partners and just talking to the general public, because we know that they are definitely affected by the issue and the growing issue of rough sleeping across the province. Sorry, do you mind repeating the second part of your question?
I was just wondering, what about how do you factor in consultation with the immediately affected local communities who are living right next door to those encampments?
Right. So definitely this designated encampment would be important, because it would overall reduce harm to the population when everyone can be in one single location. And so that would definitely be one of our, I guess, key messages and factors that would draw these people to this designated place.
Okay, thank you. Turn now to Trina Fraser. Trina.
Thank you for your presentation. I did ask this question before, but I'd like to ask it again with this group. What role is there for the rough sleepers themselves in resolving this challenging issue?
Who wants to take that?
Thank you very much for your question. The role that we see for the rough sleepers themselves is, we believe that the rough sleepers at the moment have considerable reluctance to even want to sign up for any form of government support. And so we believe that due to the specific and uniqueness of Saskatchewan, most of the rough sleeping population are Indigenous. And so we believe that with the help of the community, with the help of the Indigenous organizations, we can co-opt the rough sleepers to come to participate and be in the designated encampments in the short term, and possibly see this solution that we have brought forward as a favorable one that is respectful of their particular needs, that would also potentially provide recovery and reduction in any form of harms. And so we believe that due to the way that this program has been packaged, the rough sleepers will potentially be very willing to participate and to enroll in this program.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Let me turn now to Susie McDonald. Susie.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. I note that when you talked about potential for future federal funding, you talked about it going directly to municipalities. And certainly as the provincial government, it's often our preference that the funds would come directly to us and then to municipalities. So just wondering what the thought process was about why provincial government is not best placed to spend those funds.
Thank you so much for the question. So the thinking there was that we would like to give the flexibility to municipalities to decide what is the best solution for them. Like every city or every town in Saskatchewan, they have their own local, specifics. And that's why we thought that maybe municipalities have to make those decisions as opposed to us applying a lens which like one size fits all. And it's very much in line with the same approach we would like to give when working with rough sleepers. We would like to hear their voice. We would like to know what's important for them. So we want to make it very, very much individualized.
Okay, thank you, Irina. I'll turn now to Janet Golding.
Great, thank you. And thank you very much to the team for your presentation. It was super interesting. I wanted to just get you to reflect a little bit on the message that you gave at the start, which was the availability of affordable housing is not the issue in Saskatchewan. And so your proposal, as I understand it, is to kind of move individuals who are in sort of illegal encampments to places, designated places where they could be continue to sort of live together and have the opportunity to build trust with community organizations. I'm wondering though if it wouldn't be an option though to sort of take that some kind of approach, but move them into permanent housing, build that trust with community organizations as a sort of step further into your solution instead of normalizing encampments for a short period of time.
What do you think about that, folks? Reaction?
Thank you for your question, and it's a very good question. So our proposal is a short-term solution in terms of for the designated encampments. It's supposed to be maybe over the summertime. And that's because we have noticed in our research that encampments usually pop up in a cyclical, usually seasonal manner. And so that solution is just to provide a location that they're comfortable with in the short run, and then subsequently move with their support and with community agreements and with trust, start to then move them to more sustainable housing solutions that will provide them with community bonding and community living as part of what the housing options will be. And so we envisage that there might be community areas within some of these housing solutions that allows bonding and friendships to continue, and such support are very vital to recovery. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll turn now to James Hughes. James.
Thank you. You've told us that the trend in rough sleeping is up. That in fact, if I didn't get this wrong, 1,100% increase in rough sleeping over the last few years. And you signaled that there's potentially no reason to suspect that that may not continue. So my question for you is, while you have advised us on how to address current rough sleepers, what about future rough sleepers? And how do you shut off the tap?
Thank you for that question. One of the things that we came about in our research is that there are issues with trauma, there are issues with addiction and mental health issues that sometimes leads to this particular situation from happening. So when we did our research upstream, there is the need to encourage literacy, encourage education, encourage more I would say solutions that relate to individuals and people living in their own houses being better equipped to provide, I would say on a nuclear level, the society has to do better. And that comes from the government. And that comes from providing support for the society to do better. That comes from early childhood education. That comes from promoting literacy and all of these other upstream related issues. And we believe that if those things happen, and that's not really in our purview for this particular work, but we believe that if those things happen, it would help to reduce and sort of close the tap. But that's a much larger issue that involves collaborative effort with different levels and different groups. And so that's what we believe.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead, James. James, go ahead. I'm sorry. Somebody else was going to say something.
Yeah,
Alan.
I would just like to second the thoughts as a Minister of Finance. If we can if we can go back to slide number 16, please.
Yep. Oops, no. Oh,
slide number 16, please. Yeah.
16, yeah.
16.
There we go.
Thank you. So as we can see from this graph, Saskatchewan has a relatively small number of people, and those who are vulnerable people who are actually incurring huge medical costs to the system. And these people, I mean, we believe we have a good housing infrastructure based on our stats and the research, but we are falling short in addressing the basic issue, which deals with addressing the mental and financial needs of vulnerable people. And because of that, a lot of cost is coming on the system. And so we need to address what is the missing link in the whole system. And that is why we propose to provide the wraparound support as a solution to our option.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
We appreciate your advice very much, which the panel will certainly take into consideration. If you don't mind, we'll ask you to leave by the leave button, at which point you'll receive a message to join the YouTube live link. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on behalf of the panel, I'd like to welcome our Tiger team to give their presentation and advice on rough sleeping in cities. I'd like to introduce you formally to Jim Mitchell, who has been asked to lead this inquiry for the province of Ontario. You have 30 minutes and the clock begins now.
Good afternoon, honorable ministers. Thank you for taking the time to hear our presentation on Sleeping Rough, a community crisis. My name is Kate Paik, here with Nora Elgarbawi and Alana Dunlop from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, which, as you know, leads responsibility in this area. We're joined by Alicia Davis from the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, and Katie Laukus from the Cabinet Office. As a team, we bring a whole-of-government approach through the active participation of various ministries with direct interest in this complex issue. Next slide, please. We are presenting today from the City of Toronto, acknowledging that we are on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We're also reminded that Indigenous peoples only make up 5% of the Canadian population, but are highly overrepresented at 37% of rough sleepers. Next slide, please. Currently, Ontario has a crisis on our hands. 750,000 Ontarians are in core housing need, and approximately 10,000 people are experiencing homelessness across the province, at least 1,500 of whom are rough sleepers. The number of people living on the streets and in encampments across Ontario is increasing rapidly, resulting in a rough sleeping epidemic. Ongoing efforts have been inefficient, failing to meet the diverse needs of rough sleepers and their surrounding communities. Next slide. Despite government efforts over the years, there remain key obstacles that have prevented a successful end to rough sleeping. The first is a lack of comprehensive data on rough sleepers specifically. Most of the existing information is on homelessness more broadly, but even among those numbers, it's difficult to understand the individual circumstances leading to unhoused situations. This is particularly true for Black, Indigenous, and people of color who are overrepresented among rough sleepers. The broad range of circumstances make it difficult to target programs effectively, and according to the 2021 audit from the Office of the Auditor General of Ontario, this obstacle results in an imbalance of on-the-ground services, where some areas get assistance and others are neglected. Next, funding sources have also become stagnant over the years, failing to match inflation rates, increased costs of living, and the effects of COVID-19. Lastly, there's a disconnect in maintaining strong partnerships between NGOs and government sectors. Next slide, please. Rough sleepers primarily sleep outdoors and usually experience homelessness. They often have no other choice, but in rare cases, they might choose to do so in order to stay closer to their communities and within encampments. I'll now introduce Sierra. She has left her abusive partner, losing her housing and income support, and is now sleeping rough. Throughout her difficult circumstances, she began to develop alcohol dependence, causing her to lose her part-time job. She found refuge in her community within a local encampment, but was forcibly evicted from the area. And whenever she tried to get back up on her feet, she was denied employment due to having no address. Sierra is just one of over 75% of people dealing with homelessness who have at least one health issue, ranging from mental health to physical disabilities. She's also a victim of family violence, one of the main factors that lead to unhoused situations, especially among women. All of these issues leave her isolated and vulnerable to the high risks of rough sleeping. Next slide. The surrounding communities around encampments are specifically impacted. They have legitimate health and safety concerns around the presence of drug use, needles, and increased fire hazards nearby, especially for those with kids. Forced evictions of these encampments are not a permanent solution, and 72% of Canadians feel it's urgent to end homelessness. So we know that public support for these initiatives are in place. Going forward, development of comprehensive solutions in close consultation with the affected communities and rough sleepers themselves is critical. Next slide, please. In addition to economic costs, the human costs of rough sleeping are unacceptable. Coming back to Sierra, she'd encounter each of the emergency resources outlined in the graphic. As a rough sleeper, she's often in and out of emergency shelters. She's receiving emergency mental health services to aid recovery from her traumatic relationship and alcohol dependency, and she would have faced community police during the encampment eviction. From Sierra's case, it's clear that these costs are inhumane to rough sleepers and also a waste of resources towards the larger issue. Given that the average annual provincial spending on homeless-related programs was $356 million over the last 5 years, it's time for a better return on our investments while helping the provinces most vulnerable. Next slide, please.
To respond to the growing crisis, we've assessed 3 comprehensive options. Our first assessed option would enhance the capacity and the operations of community service organizations by establishing a quality management framework through the Gold Star certification program. Our second and our recommended option is the ARC strategy, or the Accelerated Responsive Community Strategy, which is designed to provide wellness services and transition rough sleepers into housing as quickly and efficiently as possible, with wraparound on-the-ground supports in place. And our third strategy is the Prevention First program, which is a longer-term initiative that's designed to increase Ontario's supply of deeply affordable housing. Next slide, please. One of the main challenges that rough sleepers face is that community service organizations often don't have the capacity to meet their individual needs. The Gold Star certification program mitigates this issue by establishing a standardized quality management framework by which these organizations are evaluated, while incentivizing collaboration and coordination between them. It also gives them the tools to achieve success. While this option is viable, it would be limited in its immediate impact and doesn't provide the on-the-ground support that we know is critical to address the situation right now. Our second alternative option, the Prevention First program, spurs the creation of more deeply affordable housing throughout the province and provides support to tenants and landlords through the Stable Tenancy program. This would be a longer-term initiative that would address the affordable housing shortage in Ontario, but it would require a greater upfront investment from the province. Next slide. After an evaluation of each option, we strongly recommend the implementation of the ARC strategy. This would engage with rough sleepers to provide rapid access to wellness, housing, and career building services. If approved, 9 mobile wellness teams would be created and deployed, providing on-the-ground support to current rough sleepers. The second component of our strategy is the construction of 1,500 modular housing units. Modular houses are prefabricated units that take approximately 4 to 6 months to build, so a modular housing site can be constructed efficiently. Each unit also has a high-quality, fully functional interior that provides a space for rough sleepers to live with stability, autonomy, and dignity. As the units are built, mobile wellness teams would be able to support rough sleepers as they transition into the new units. Our strategy also includes the integration of employment services. The employer incentive tax credit would incentivize organizations to provide skills development opportunities to help former rough sleepers find gainful employment. Benefits of this program include its flexibility and its responsiveness to the diverse needs across different Ontario regions. A modular housing community would look different in Thunder Bay than it would in Toronto, because this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. It would also include continued community engagement to ensure that the program meets the needs of both rough sleepers and surrounding residents. And the ARC strategy would have strong scalability should the province choose to increase the number of mobile wellness teams and modular units built. We see this as a solution that has potential to be implemented nationally. Challenges of the program do include the risk that individuals are not willing to accept the support that's offered through the program, or there may be difficulties securing land for unit sites, but these challenges will be addressed in later slides. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an overview of the proposed implementation timeline for the ARC strategy if it were to be approved. Our recommended approach would entail end-to-end community consultation and engagement, including with rough sleepers. The province would begin this process immediately and continue to ensure community perspectives are incorporated into all phases of program implementation. We would also maintain a focus on the perspectives and the diverse needs of Black, Indigenous, and people of color throughout this process. After a first round of consultations, we would deploy the mobile wellness teams and begin developing the modular unit sites. The construction process, as shown here, would be broken into 2-year phases for a total of 6 years, after which we would recommend the reassessment and possible continuation of the initiative. So once the first groups of modular communities are operational, employment services would be offered to individuals who have successfully transitioned into the units. And throughout the process, the province would be working closely with municipal service managers and nonprofit organizations to ensure smooth and cohesive implementation of the program. We do anticipate that the program would allow the province to make progress quickly. So after being announced to the public, we expect the province could communicate that they have successfully identified the location of 10 modular unit sites across Ontario by September of 2022. And by November of the same year, we expect that the province could announce the successful deployment and operation of 6 mobile wellness teams. Next slide.
The proposed strategy would be implemented province-wide with 50 modular housing sites made up of 30 individual units allocated based on regional need. 9 mobile wellness teams would be dispatched to communities in the Greater Toronto-Hamilton area, Northern, Eastern, and Southwestern Ontario. Next slide, please. Mobile wellness team implementation would begin with the purchasing and outfitting of vehicles, followed by hiring and training of teams. Teams would include 1 peer support worker, an individual with lived homelessness experience, and 1 social worker. While on the ground, the mobile wellness teams would provide supports for rough sleepers, connect individuals to services, and place individuals on modular housing priority lists. Modular housing site selection would occur in coordination with municipal partners and service providers. Prefabrication, construction, and site selection site development would take 6 to 8 months, throughout which extensive consultations with rough sleepers, surrounding communities, and businesses would occur. And finally, integrated employment services would be connected to both wellness teams and modular site operations throughout implementation. The proposed strategy would also designate an ARC program coordinator to ensure effective delivery and governance of the initiative. Next slide, please. To help us understand key principles of the program, let us return to Sierra. After sleeping for the last 4 months in an urban encampment, Sierra notices the new mobile wellness team parked on the side street near the park. She strikes up a conversation with a peer support worker who connects her with mental health and resources and encourages her to attend the modular housing community consultations. Sierra attends, puts her name on a waiting list, and after a few months, she receives word that she has secured a spot at the new modular housing site in the neighborhood. While in modular housing, Sierra is connected to mental health and addiction supports. She also takes advantage of the employment services and workshops. And in no time, Sierra has secured a job doing something she really enjoys, baking at a local business. 18 months later, Sierra has secure and stable housing and continues to thrive at her job. Next slide, please. The ARC strategy would have a key focus on collecting better integrated data to help us understand and interpret rough sleeping and homelessness. We understand that this is a dynamic model, and as such, it is designed to better track how people are supported by all services. In tandem with data collection, this is how we propose to measure progress over the course of the initiative. The first measurement is based on the number of individuals we anticipate will move into modular units, retain employment, and move on to sustainable housing. Reduction in emergency calls and visits takes into consideration success rates of similar housing first initiatives in Alberta and employment programs in the US. Next slide, please. As outlined by my colleagues, the cost of inaction on this issue is great, and funding allocations have not kept up with current needs. According to the 2021 Auditor General Report in Ontario, since 2013, funding approach for major provincial homelessness programs has been based on historical spending as opposed to responding to immediate regional needs. Updated investments are required to foster an effective, empathetic, and lasting response to the current crisis. The proposed strategy would cost the provincial government net new costs of $639.1 million over a 6-year period. The funding is broken down here to represent costs per 2-year phase. A formal program review in year 5 would be established to determine project continuation. And you can also see here that there are significant provincial and federal offsets available to us. We are confident that the federal portion of offset contributions can be further increased to reflect Ontario's fair share of national allocations. Detailed information on funding and proposed offsets can be found in the appendix. Next slide, please.
So here we've highlighted some key risks but strong mitigation strategies. There is a high risk of NIMBYism from surrounding communities, but we will also prioritize open and honest communication throughout this process. We would also promote communication that the ARC initiative would ease their worries in the long run because we're planning to return some public spaces to their intended use by reducing the number of people sleeping outside in parks and public areas. It's important to keep in mind that this may take some time. However, in the long run, we are confident that our strategy would build trusting relationships. Our second key risk would be in securing appropriate land for modular housing unit development. However, we plan to mitigate this risk by converting more underutilized locations using the as-of-right zoning regulations. We expect some reluctancy from our sleepers and homeless individuals to accept our services and remain housed at first, but the peer-to-peer element assists in building the trust needed for our initiative. Lastly, we want to strive for continued consultations and negotiations with the federal government to secure our fair share of federal funding by making the case on core housing needs. Next slide, please. Based on our thorough consultation and understanding of advocacy groups, we can expect some reluctancy on account that our proposed strategy may be seen as a quote-unquote Band-Aid solution. However, after speaking with representatives, we've assured them that this would be a stepping stone in the right direction to improve the care for rough sleepers and homeless individuals. Additionally, we expect some hesitancy from nonprofit service providers with our initiative due to their concerns on whether or not our initiative would address those who are most in need. But we've also communicated that our initiative would give them the opportunity to collaborate with us in this province-wide initiative, and that this is an opportunity for effective collaboration and support for frontline community partners. We would also expect the support of municipal organizations such as AMO and AMSA, as this will invite them to have greater involvement in important decision-making and enhancing collaboration with the provincial government, and that the ARC initiative would reduce strain on first responders and hospital services. Next slide. Next slide, please. Our communication strategy would surround 5 key messages. First, we aim to reassure rough sleepers that we want to regain their trust and work with them. We also aim to reassure the surrounding communities that we are open to discussion and we want to give them a chance to address those concerns and show that they are being heard. We also aim to reassure the Ontario general public that we are working hard to collaborate with all orders of government so that we can build strong and healthy communities by helping those who are most in need. We aim to communicate to service providers and municipalities that we want to alleviate that pressure that is on them with the element of support and strive for continued partnership. Lastly, we would like to convey to Indigenous peoples that we are strongly committed to confront the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples who are rough sleepers and homeless through meaningful partnerships to build strong and healthy communities together. Next slide, please. We thank you for listening to our presentation, and we will open the floor to questions.
Well, team, thank you very much. That's a very comprehensive package you've given us, and we do have some questions. I want to start by turning to Susie McDonald. Susie, do you want to start?
Yeah, great. Thanks very much for the presentation. And I haven't had a chance to review your annex, so maybe we could talk that through just quickly, because I think the federal government might say that they've already invested significantly in this space through the National Housing Strategy, Reaching Home, which has just been topped up, rapid housing, et cetera, and that Ontario has already received its fair share. So what makes you think they'd come back to the table on this particular issue? What do you think their role should be or could be in rough sleeping when they've already invested so heavily in housing?
Thank you for that question. Yes, so currently Ontario overall ranks 3rd in Canada and 1st in the provinces in terms of core housing need. And recent financial estimates of allocations estimate that
Ontario, based on those key figures, would include has the potential to receive 490 more from the National Housing Strategy based on that core housing need. So we can make a good case for more money, considering that this initiative also aligns with the federal Reaching Home strategy to reduce homelessness in Canada by 50% by 2027, 2028.
Susie, are you satisfied with that answer? Just okay, all right. Okay, so after Susie McDonald, let me turn to Janet Golding.
Great, thank you. And thanks very much to the Tiger team for your presentation. As your presentation shows, the challenge of rough sleeping is complex with lots of moving parts and lots of considerations. So I'm wondering if you could, just in a sentence or two, think about what the key message is we want to give to the Premier in terms of what is the issue here and what is the core of your solution?
Can you put it in 1 or 2 sentences, folks? Who wants to take up that challenge? Nora, or so who wanted to, Kate? Doesn't matter to me. Alicia, sorry, Alicia, go right ahead. I'm sorry, there you are.
Thank you very much for that question. Our communication strategy to the Premier about our ARC initiative would be that this is an accelerated and targeted effective response that's going to provide wraparound on-the-ground supports by boosting, enhancing services that are offered and transitioning individuals into housing as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good. Janet, any follow-up on that?
Yeah, could I just ask a quick follow-up? Thank you very much for that answer. And I think your message around the importance of wraparound supports is key. If I understand your proposal well, the idea of choosing modular housing sites and then having your mobile wellness teams connect with those sites is sort of an essential element. I'm just wondering, though, if you could comment on the availability of the kinds of wraparound supports that need to be available sort of just generally across the province, right? So as you pointed out, mental health, addiction, other kinds of services are key. So do you feel that you have that kind of adequate level of support available?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We do feel that we have adequate support that's available in the province, whether it be mental health support, addiction support services, or health services in general. So part of the initiative is that the mobile wellness teams will be collaborating and working cohesively with those services that are already in place, simply building on the good work that we know that they're already doing, working with rough sleepers right now.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn now to James Hughes. James.
So 2 questions. I think I'm breaking the rules doing that, but I can't resist. First of all, you seem to have rejected as part of your policy proposals, the prevention first piece because it's too long, takes too long, and it's too expensive. I just want to understand or hear from you a little bit more about that, because otherwise your mobile teams and your the other components of the ARC strategy will be ad infinitum. You're setting up to actually continue a supply of homeless people if it's not being prevented that would necessarily use those services. So one piece on those at imminent risk of homelessness. And then the other piece is about the role of the nonprofit sector in terms of the ARC strategy. What do you see as its role in both the design and implementation?
Who wants to take that one? Alicia again, yep.
Thank you very much for that question, the 2-part question there. So as per your first part of the question, we did not go with the prevention first strategy as our recommended approach because it would be a longer term initiative. But we do think that it is still a viable option, and we would absolutely be tracking opportunities to potentially implement those options in the future. We do know that boosting Ontario's supply of affordable housing is important as well. But we believe that the province is already doing good work in that area. So we're confident that with the employment service integration aspect of our program, the individuals who are transitioned through our program will be able to find opportunities to find stable housing after they transition through the units. Now, as for your second part of the question, we anticipate that nonprofit organizations are going to have strong involvement in this initiative. We're going to be working collaboratively and cohesively with those organizations to ensure that they are at the table every step of the way. And part of that will be through the implementation of the ARC coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Let me move now to Pam McCurry.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd like to touch on the federal government's role a bit again, please. You mentioned that that there was, I think you said about 490 million still on the table from the housing strategy that should be available to Ontario, and that your rationale in terms of asking for that money, asking for more, is that after all, the provinces and the federal government's objectives are generally aligned in this area. So, you know, we're trying to do the same things, give us the money, we've got the money. But are there any other rationales for the federal government to pitch in more? You've got an Indigenous population, are there any other reasons why the federal government might want to chip in more? Are there any legal obligations?
In other words, anything other than just fair share. Alana, go ahead.
Anything
Alana.
other than just fair share, yeah. And after all, we all want to get to a better place.
Alana, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you please take us to slide 23? Yes, so this slide breaks down current funding commitments, and as you can see, the provincial commitments are quite substantial. We also have commitments from municipal partners, and then we have the federal commitment here. As I mentioned before, we can make a good case for more money from the federal government as the core principles of our strategy are aligned with the federal principles outlined in the Reaching Home strategy. Fundamental to that as well is the collection of data. That is a very key part of our initiative and a key part of the Reaching Home strategy. So we expect their support based on this so that we can better understand the current crisis and generate and respond to that accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Let me turn now to Trina Fraser. Trina, any question from you to our team? Sorry, I can't see Trina. Maybe she's frozen. No, okay. You're okay. You're good. Yep. Good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Trina.
Thank you for your presentation. And you did speak a lot in regards to the fact that there are high numbers of Blacks and Indigenous within the encampments. And you talked about having wraparound services. And in looking at mental health, do you fear that there are currently enough culturally appropriate services that could support those folks living within those encampments? And if so, how? And if not, how could society support that to be better?
Thank you for your question. So simply due to the lack of data, which was mentioned as a key obstacle to resolving the current crisis, it's unclear about the exact numbers of how many Indigenous and Black, Indigenous, and people of color are struggling with mental health specifically. However, a key component, a key benefit of our proposed ARC strategy is to ensure that the individual needs of these unique communities are met, however that they feel need to be implemented. So in that sense, we would certainly collaborate with the affected communities in developing culturally appropriate approaches in close collaboration with them throughout the entire implementation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Alan Northcott.
I'll just take you, thank you, by the way, for your presentation. I want to take you quickly back to the question about nonprofits. You know, there's a huge range of nonprofits in the space with a range of different capacities and expertises. What do you do to ensure that they're, you know, when you're working with them, that the value they provide is optimized?
Thank you for that question, Minister. So a key issue that's currently been identified as a a problem in the disconnect of services is the lack of communication and the lack of time to simply develop stronger and more coherent relationships between non-government organizations as well as the municipal government. So in that sense, throughout our strategy, as well as utilizing the role of the service coordinator, we would ensure that these relationships are more coordinated, essentially. So that would be certainly a key consideration throughout the entire program.
Okay, thank you very much. Gosh, are there any more other questions from the people? I mean, I'm sitting here and I've enjoyed this presentation very much, and I don't have a specific additional question to ask of you folks. Let me say that I did appreciate your success measures. The fact that you had on, I think, slide 15, you had just some clear measures of success, which I think if we could just go to that briefly there. There we go. So I take it that you would be using these measures to determine, to assess and evaluate the effectiveness of the various elements of your program. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Okay. If there's no more questions from the panel, let me say to all of you, thank you very much. This is a very comprehensive and most interesting proposal from Ontario. And thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
And thank you, everyone. We'll certainly take your advice when deliberating how to address this very complicated issue. At the bottom of your screen, you can leave by the leave button in your lower right, at which point you'll receive a link to the YouTube live stream.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for showing up. That's great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Well, on behalf of the panel, I'd like to welcome our Tiger team to provide us with some advice on how to deal with rough sleeping in cities. I'd like to introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who has been asked to lead this inquiry on behalf of the province of British Columbia. So you have 30 minutes to make your case and your presentation, and the clock begins now.
All right. So thank you everyone for being here as we present British Columbia's response to rough sleeping. My team consists of myself, Adam Bobrick, Rachel Ling, Belda Winata, and Priscilla Fisher. Next slide, please. So before we begin, we would like to acknowledge that we are presenting from the shared, unceded, and ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We recognize that the Indigenous population is disproportionately affected by homelessness and rough sleeping as a result of both historical and continuing colonial practices of removing Indigenous peoples from their land. And in order to advance the province's commitment to reconciliation, we acknowledge the work that needs to be done and strive towards making positive change. Next slide, please. So today we're offering options to address the issue of there being too many people rough sleeping within BC. As of 2018, BC was found to contain roughly 7,600 individuals experiencing homelessness. And of this, roughly 14% are considered to be rough sleepers, although given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, this issue has been exacerbated, making this current figure likely an underestimate. Through our research, we have identified the most prominent issues contributing to homelessness within BC as a combination of a lack of income and a lack of affordable housing. Over the course of the last several years, rent costs have routinely outpaced wage increases within BC, resulting in residents of regions such as Nanaimo spending almost half of their income on housing, and 25% of the unsheltered population in Vancouver citing a lack of income for housing as the primary reason they experience homelessness. Based on the limited data pertaining to rough sleeping populations, we know relatively little about the demographic differences between rough sleepers and the sheltered homeless population, although we do know that factors such as lack of access to properly maintained housing, overcrowding in shelters, and a lack of mental health support are also key contributors. Next slide, please. So rough sleeping in BC manifests itself in a number of ways, one of the most notable of which being the proliferation of encampments. Within BC, tent cities are becoming more common and visible than in the past, emerging throughout the province in both rural areas and dense urban centers. These encampments often serve as potential health hazards to residents by fostering environments that lack personal security, health services, and fire safety standards. However, these encampments also often create feelings of community and autonomy amongst residents, making them a challenge for municipalities to address when attempting to balance these feelings and the safety of residents. Now I will pass it to Rachel to discuss the current support programs within the government. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Adam. Municipal governments have been actively working on community-based solutions to address rough sleeping challenges. Nevertheless, all municipal governments are very different in their needs and capacities. To tackle rough sleeping challenges, many municipal governments have to collaborate and receive support from federal and provincial governments, as well as nonprofit organizations. Currently, the federal government is providing large financial support to the whole country through programs such as Reaching Home and Rapid Housing Initiatives, as you can see on the slide here. These funds are mostly allocated to the municipalities and community partners rather than the provinces directly. In the provincial level, the BC government has a strong commitment to tackle homelessness challenges. Various subsidized supportive housing options and programs are developed, managed, and administered by BC Housing. In 2018, the BC government released Home for BC, a $7 billion investment plan for housing affordability over the next 10 years. This week, the BC budget also announced to include a $633 million investment to expand services that tackle homelessness. While all the support from the federal and provincial government are significant, it still cannot adequately address the scope of homelessness and rough sleeping challenges that many municipalities are experiencing. The municipal governments require help from many other important players such as nonprofits, healthcare workers, police officers, and the public to deal with the health and safety issues in order to meet the unique and diverse needs of the rough sleeping community. Next slide, please. When we look at the current supportive program to address rough sleeping, there are clearly some important gaps need to be addressed. First, few target fundings or programs address encampment challenges, as the current arrangement of funding disproportionately favors long-term supportive housing. As a result, the government lacks an effective strategy to transition rough sleepers out of encampment stay to a more stable place. Furthermore, this results in inadequate services for rough sleepers' critical need while in the encampment stage. Secondly, there is a data limitation. Currently, the government does not have a rigorous approach to count and track rough sleeping population. Most large Canadian cities have instituted point-in-time counts that are conducted every few years, but those counts do not include unique identifiers. Without reliable data, any attempts at service provisions to this encampment can often be misaligned to the needs of rough sleeping population. Lastly, there is insufficient support for preventative measures. Prevention of homelessness is the best and the most cost-effective solution. Currently, there's not enough social supports to prevent people from becoming homeless. It is important that government should place equal emphasis on homelessness prevention and crisis response, so the government can direct the resource more effectively and strategically to tackle the root cause of homelessness, such as poverty. Next slide, please. In light of these challenges, we have identified 4 key considerations that we are using to assess policy effectiveness with regard to rough sleeping. First and foremost, policies should emphasize on the importance of reducing the overall rough sleeping population. This can be done by offering individuals the key support necessary to ensure they have the access to basic human needs. Secondly, policy should respect the autonomy and dignity of the individuals and avoid imposing restrictions on their choices and actions where possible. We are also considering the cost and administrative complexity in our policy options. Now I will pass on to my colleague Belda to present our policy options. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Rachel. These are some of the policy options we have considered that were eventually set aside due to a lack of direct impact on rough sleeping populations and a high degree of administrative complexity. The Comprehensive Data Platform is a centralized digital case management platform which updates and standardizes methodological processes and terminology. Although we are not proceeding with the platform at this time, we recognize the importance of having good comprehensive data in the longer run, and thus will incorporate some of the fundamental procedures into the implementation of our policy recommendation. The Mobile Task Force is a tiger team of various support workers whose mandate is to build trust and connect rough sleepers and homeless people with existing services. However, we decided to deprioritize the task force due to the small expected impact it would have on reducing the number of rough sleepers. Although this option fosters trust and helps bridge the gap between services and those who would benefit from them, it does not immediately assist rough sleepers in the same way that housing or monetary assistance would. Next slide, please. Based on the current policy gaps, key objectives, and considerations we have laid out, we are proceeding with a combination of 2 policy options to respond to rough sleeping. Supported tiny home communities is a crisis response targeted at the growing urgency associated with rough sleeping and the proliferation of encampment sites, whereas increased shelter assistance payment is a proactive approach that prevents people from losing their shelter in the first place. Next slide, please. Supported tiny home communities is an immediate response that established communities of tiny homes on lands that will be designated through a collaboration between the province, municipalities, and non-governmental organizations. These 200 tiny homes will be available at no fee to those currently sleeping roughly, and the communities will be supported by 24/7 staff. The homes are a self-contained structure that can include a 1 to 2 person bed, kitchenette, bathroom, electricity, and secure storage. The provision of these facilities is aimed to mitigate the health and safety concerns that have persisted on encampment sites, while addressing the shortcomings of our current temporary housing solutions. These communities would also be equipped with services to assist transition onto a more permanent living arrangement if and when residents choose to do so. The communities will also feature a point of entry data collection strategy, which will create unique identifiers to enable us to paint a better picture of the prevalence and characteristics of rough sleepers across our province, which could also be linked to all the government services they interact with. Our 70 million investment is expected to create 200 tiny homes across the province and ease financial burden on municipalities who have been at the forefront of managing a growing rough sleeping population. The funding for this project will be explored in greater detail later on. Next slide, please. This policy will allow us to offer a safe and immediate short-term response to alleviate the actively evolving issue of rough sleeping within BC by offering individuals quick access to the supports necessary to transition them into more permanent housing solutions, while still respecting their personal autonomy and dignity. Moreover, this option is well positioned for preserving and encouraging a sense of community, which will enhance social services and continuity of care. This policy is also expected to result in cost savings in the longer run, as previous efforts to manage encampments have often included deploying law enforcement and refraining from installing basic needs infrastructure. Current responses have not been cost-effective, and we continue to see encampment sites proliferate. Meanwhile, these efforts have led to declining trust in government and significantly disrupted the social network that residents have established with each other. As such, BC recognizes it is high time we empower our municipalities to respond more immediately, and we are prepared to enter into discussions right away. Despite these benefits, we acknowledge that this option is not without its challenges, the first one being administrative complexity. Establishing these communities would require a complex level of coordination with municipalities, nonprofit organizations, and other stakeholders. Furthermore, we acknowledge there may be opposition from the public, as they have generally been opposed to the creation of sanctioned homeless communities in areas near their residence. However, we will be addressing this in our communication strategy later on. And with that, I will pass it on to my colleague Priscilla to discuss the next policy in our approach. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Belda. So our second policy option takes a more preventative approach to homelessness and rough sleeping. Our first policy is focused on emergency management, as you just heard from Belda. And we previously outlined the significant investment the province is making in constructing new housing units over the next 10 years. What we need in conjunction with these policies that react to homelessness and rough sleeping are policies that focus on preventing people from becoming homeless and sleeping rough in the first place. Keeping people housed needs to be our top priority. Our team has identified that the financial support that the province currently offers to those with very low or no incomes to meet their housing needs is inadequate. The province's largest transfer program, Income Assistance, provides a base payment of $560 a month to 160,000 individuals and families in need. Individuals eligible for income assistance can receive an additional shelter assistance payment if they have rent or mortgage costs, and this shelter assistance component is the focus of our second policy option. The maximum shelter assistance value that an individual can receive is currently $375, and this amount has not changed in over 15 years, despite the fact that rents across BC have risen dramatically in this time. Just 4 days ago, as part of the new BC budget, BC Housing announced that it would be supporting 3,000 at-risk youth, homeless shelter users, and other homeless individuals with a $600 a month rental supplement. To align our payment with this increase, we are proposing a $225 a month increase to the shelter assistance maximum payment to bring this payment up to $600 monthly. We are also proposing that this payment be indexed annually to inflation. We believe this increase is necessary to allow low-income British Columbians to stay housed. Next slide, thank you. Okay, so this policy option has a number of strengths. Firstly, by providing greater financial assistance to cover rental costs, we can actively improve people's capacity to stay housed. Secondly, when it comes to administrative complexity, we see this policy as having very little impact, as the infrastructure to administer income assistance and shelter assistance already exists in BC. Third, based on the current caseload of income assistance claimants, we estimate this increase in shelter assistance would cost a maximum of $430 million per year. This increase is necessary to guarantee low-income British Columbians a minimum standard of living and will save the province money through reduced crisis response costs in the long run. Finally, by keeping people housed, we can alleviate the burden of crisis response that has been shouldered by our municipal governments. Some challenges that we have identified include strict eligibility criteria for accessing income and shelter assistance, which act as a barrier to accessing support. We also acknowledge that the proportion of rent that the shelter assistance payment will cover is obviously going to be higher in lower cost areas compared to places like Vancouver. And we will address this particular concern towards the end of the presentation. Next slide, thank you. We now turn to our funding strategy for these policies. Construction of the 200 units for the supported tiny home communities is projected to cost $40 million, while annual operating costs, which includes salaries for support staff and building maintenance, are estimated to be $30 million per year. To fund the construction, the province would need to reallocate $20 million from the BC Supportive Housing Fund, and we are suggesting that the federal government match this contribution, as it is in line with their broader goal of reducing chronic homelessness across the country. Through partnership with the federal government, this innovative program can act as a prototype for other provinces to adopt to address their own encampment challenges. The annual operating costs of $30 million will be reallocated from within the BC budget. Increasing the shelter assistance payment is projected to cost the province a maximum of $430 million per year. This increase is possible within the existing funding envelope and is aligned with the BC budget and the Economic Recovery Plan. We will also utilise robust funds from the BC property transfer tax. We project that investing in this preventative measure will have long-run cost savings for the province through decreasing costs associated with emergency response to homelessness. And I'll now pass back to my colleague Adam to go through our implementation strategy. Next slide, thank you.
So our plan for the implementation of option 1 begins in the first quarter of the 2022-23 fiscal year. At this time, we intend on finalizing our development plans with various municipalities in which we have identified suitable locations for communities. After this, we will contract with various nonprofit organizations to arrange the operation and staffing of these communities, as well as communicating to their creation to the rough sleeping population. Once the workforce has been sourced, construction on the tiny homes can begin, taking no longer than 6 months for each community and being completed by the fourth quarter, fully launching by the beginning of the 23-24 fiscal year. Then, roughly 1 year after the initial launch of these communities, we will utilize their performance data to evaluate their success in reducing the number of rough sleepers in a community before potentially expanding the program. Next slide, please. With regards to option 2, in the first half of the 22-23 fiscal year, we will increase the shelter assistance to $600 a month. At the start of the following fiscal year, these payments will be increased in line with the inflation rate. In the second and third quarters of the 23-24 fiscal year, we will conduct a consultation in order to align the income and shelter assistance payments with our broader poverty reduction goals before implementing these structural changes in the first quarter of the 24-25 year. Next slide, please. Now, these policies are not entirely risk-free. Policy option 1 has the potential to experience delays as a result of construction complications, which we intend to mitigate via establishing contractual arrangements with contractors that incentivize on-time, on-budget delivery. Additionally, there is a risk that the funding request for option 1 will be rejected or delayed at the federal level, and in the event that this occurs, we have the ability to draw on other provincial funds to mitigate. Lastly, there is a low risk that some members of the public will object to this policy, which we intend to mitigate through our communication strategy that will be explored later on. With regards to option 2, budgetary uncertainty poses a moderate risk that can be mitigated by integrating this payment with other provincial payment programs in order to improve efficiency and lower administrative costs. Additionally, rental price variability across regions in BC may pose an issue in the short term, and in order to address this, we will consider restructuring payments based on location in the future. And now Rachel will discuss the communications plan. Next slide, please.
Here is our communication strategy. At a broad level, we want to get across the message in BC's 2022 economic plan. Putting people first means working together to ensure everyone's basic needs are met. For municipalities, this means emphasizing the increased support offered by the province, providing them with the resources they need, and collaborating effectively. This includes communicating the immediate impact this policy can have on assisting rough sleepers. For general public, it is important that we de-emphasize the othering of rough sleepers and begin to recognize them as part of our community. We believe this will work to mitigate the not in my backyard mentality that can potentially arise when enacting option 1. To conclude, putting people first and leave no one behind, British Columbia hopes to be a leader in addressing rough sleeping challenges and ensure we build up a community that suits everyone. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time, and we welcome your questions.
So thank you, members of the team. That was perfectly timed, and that was a very interesting presentation. We do have some questions. I'm going to start now with my colleague. Let's see, we'll start with Pam McCurry. Oh, now you're muted, Pam. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the presentation. And indeed, very interesting. I'm interested in your discussion around the federal engagement, and so I think if I hear you correctly, you're banking on the fact that the federal government has some initiatives that you feel are roughly in line. And at least their objectives are roughly in line with what you're proposing. And you are asking them to kind of repurpose some of the money that's intended to go out to the provinces. So my question is this, I guess it boils down to like, why would they do it? You know, the alignment of objectives is really important, but are there other incentives for them to actually buy what you want to advance in particular? Are there legal obligations, or like what's their real piece of this?
Who wants to answer? Which team member wants to answer? Time is wasting.
I can take this one.
Okay.
Thank you, Pam. We believe that British Columbia has the jurisdiction to handle this problem. We know that the feds are at capacity, and we also know that our municipal governments are taking a lot of the administrative work in reducing homelessness in their communities. So we do believe that the province is well suited to handle this problem. We've asked for a relatively small amount of money from the federal government. They are already directing significant funds into the province through our municipalities. So more or less, we are requesting that they distribute some of those funds, the 20 million that we requested, to the province so that we can take some of that burden off of our municipalities, but still deliver those same services and reduce homelessness while we're at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Priscilla. Move now to Alan Northcott.
Thank you for your presentation, Tiger Team. My question is really about research and evidence, and I want to focus that specifically on the proposal for tiny home communities. So my question would be, have you seen any evidence from any other jurisdiction where these tiny home communities have been operating for a significant period of time? And I guess the reason I'm asking that is because, you know, at what point does that become permanent low-cost housing and really kind of defer the problem? At any rate, the question is, what do we know? What's the evidence base around these tiny home communities, and what questions aren't answered by that evidence base that might give us pause?
Yeah, I think I can take this question. It's a very good question. So with regards to just basic research that we've done on these communities, you can see that they have been fairly successful in providing an immediate response to homelessness and rough sleeping that really fills the gap within the province that sort of focuses on the transition towards more long-term housing. The aspect that prevents sort of this becoming more permanent, low-cost housing is that with these support systems that we've integrated into these communities, we've incentivized individuals to take advantage of these supports. and provided a greater ease of access that allows them access to the career services or potential next steps that they would need to seek out more long-term permanent housing solutions, more so just facilitating that transition and opening up space later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Trina Fraser. Trina.
Thank you for your presentation. I was composing a question, and then just as I started to compose it, you did answer some of my thoughts around it. But the question was, when we talk about the greater public, you did talk about engaging them, but we see that encampments, they appear to pose health and security risks in the community. Can you tell us how the interests of rough sleepers can be best balanced against those of the larger community?
Thank you for that question. I'm happy to answer them. So great question. So in order to mitigate the health and safety concerns that we've researched as being prevalent with encampment sites, we are building in the basic needs infrastructures into the tiny homes itself. So the tiny homes come equipped with secure storage, kitchenette, bathroom, and these are based on direct feedback that we've heard from the lack of infrastructure that is missing within the communities, and how we are balancing that with the need of the communities that these tiny house communities will be around. We do want to reiterate that the tiny home communities will be staffed by 24/7 support staff. And in that sense, they can also act as kind of an intermediary party should any conflict arise. But also as part of our communication strategy, we will continue to engage with the public more broadly and continue to have programs such as perhaps the sharing of success stories will get the larger community to engage with the rough sleeping community more immediately in order to be able to foster that kind of harmony between both.
Okay, thank you, Belda. I'll turn now to James Hughes. James, floor is yours.
On the same topic, there's been some significant criticism of tiny homes, but from the opposite perspective, that indeed, why would we attribute a tiny home to a homeless person when we would attribute it to no one else? Why, Tiger Team, are you recommending tiny homes when we could actually provide real homes to homeless people, ones that you and I would like to live in?
Who wants to answer? Okay, Rachel, go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah. So like based on our research, like we have already find that the current arrangement of funding has already supported of the home that you're mentioning and favor those medium and long-term supported housing, which is why our policy are designated to fill the gaps of the short term and target to those rough sleepers and also the preventative measures. We recognize there are still like challenges in those medium and long-term supportive housing, but our policy option 1 is a great start and the first step to help those encampment populations.
Okay, Rachel, thank you. I'll move now to Janet Golding. Janet.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much to the Tiger Team for your presentation. I wanted to ask you a little bit about your rent supplement proposal, the increased shelter assistance payment, and just really in the context of BC. So I understand you're suggesting a fairly significant increase from $375 to $600, but I don't live in Vancouver, but I understand rents there are extremely unaffordable. And so my question to you is it enough? And if you're struggling to feed a family and you know, put clothes on your children's back, is a rent supplement of $600 actually enough in that environment?
That's a great question, Janet, and definitely something that we have discussed. What I can tell you for a fact is that $375, the current amount, is not enough. So that's where we're starting, and that's across the province. So $600 in other areas of the province may well be enough to provide for a studio apartment or a rented room. We have acknowledged the challenge in those high cost areas, and this has to involve other pieces and other departments. Affordable housing is an issue, outside of my department in social development and poverty reduction, we need to work with our housing partners to make sure that we have enough supply to bring those rents down. But certainly, I don't know if we have time, but in our implementation plan, if we could bring that up, we did allocate
Well, actually,
space.
we've just run out of time.
We're at time. Thank you, Dan. I hope that almost answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, well, team, thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation on a very real problem in BC. So thank you all very much. We took great interest in that. Thank you.
So thank you, Tiger team, for your very valuable advice. We'll take that obviously into consideration in talking about this with the Premier. If you don't mind, you can use the leave button to exit, at which point you'll get a link for the YouTube live stream, so you can watch from this point on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, so on behalf of our panel of senior officials, I'd like to welcome our Tiger team to speak to us about the issue of rough sleeping in cities. Formally, I'd like to introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who has been asked by the province of Quebec to provide advice on this issue. You'll have 30 minutes to make your case in your presentation, and the clock begins now.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for meeting with us today. My name is Chase, and along with my colleagues Mallory, Houston, and William, today we will be discussing the challenge of rough sleeping in the province of Quebec. Next slide, please. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are presenting on the unceded lands of the Kanien'kehá:ka, who are recognized as the custodians of the lands and the waters on which we gather today. We would also like to acknowledge the importance of this particular topic on nations within Quebec, including the Inuit, Innu, Abenaki, Cree, Wendat, Niskapi, and Algonquin peoples. Next slide, please. Today, we will be discussing the problem of rough sleepers. As a whole, homelessness is caused by a variety of factors, ranging from income and housing troubles, immigration status, mental health problems, substance addiction, and domestic abuse. Rough sleepers, however, form a distinct subset of the homeless population, marked by their particular rejection of existing services due to factors such as fear, mistrust, mental illness, addiction, or a desire to maintain personal agency. As such, the rough sleeping population often resorts to resting in dangerous, uncomfortable, and public spaces. Because of this, the rough sleeper community requires a distinct set of policy solutions in bettering their conditions. Next slide, please. Rough sleeping in Quebec is a wicked problem because of four main factors. The first is that the population of rough sleepers is diverse and heterogeneous, with varying and unidentified needs. Second, a lack of up-to-date and reliable information and data surrounding the population of rough sleepers means that determining their needs and providing them with services is exceedingly difficult. Third, the rough sleeper community has varied but similar experiences that, for various reasons, has led them to become particularly reluctant to use existing services and community networks. And finally, a consistent lack of funding to housing has meant that our government has not been able to feasibly implement any sort of permanent solution to house rough sleepers, even though this has been recognized in other cities and countries throughout the world as the proper solution. Next slide, please.
So where does this leave us now? First and foremost is the ongoing problem of criminalization. Law enforcement has up until now been used to address this social issue, a state of affairs which has only fostered mistrust of authority and harmed the safety of rough sleepers. A combination of inadequate policies in response to COVID-19 has resulted in the reduction of shelter capacity, a breakup of encampments, and an increase of hospitalizations and deaths due to exposure, especially during the long winters. Ultimately, this has fostered distrust and fear of government control, reducing the likelihood that rough sleepers will accept services in the future. Additionally, the impact of chronically underfunding social services, such as community groups, has been particularly severe. Shelters are forced to require people to live in densely packed conditions with shared washrooms, making it difficult to maintain residents' physical safety. Since the 1980s, the federal government has failed to adequately support the province of Quebec, and in particular the city of Montreal, in addressing the inaccessibility of housing for low-income or otherwise vulnerable populations. Limited cooperation between the different levels of government and community organizations have resulted in a patchwork system. Each level of government, municipal, provincial, and federal, has independently put into place mitigation programs that are incomplete and sometimes contradictory. No clear policy set means no clear solution. Next slide, please. The following are some key considerations. First and foremost, our solution must respect the well-being and individual autonomy of rough sleepers themselves. Our chosen solution must also respect the sovereignty of Indigenous communities, particularly, which are heavily impacted by rough sleeping, especially in Montreal. Working closely with Indigenous community organizations in development and implementation is the key in this regard. Of course, public health and safety must be upheld both for rough sleepers and for the general public. Additionally, post-COVID, our solution must be consistent with a plan of economic growth and commercial activity, allowing the business community to reopen without disruption. Finally, coordination with municipalities will be essential. Cities must be encouraged to work with their local community organizations to implement the policies. The importance of buy-in from municipal authorities and the wider population of each community cannot be overstated. Next slide, please. Our solution will have to consider the perspectives of various stakeholders, chief among which are the rough sleepers themselves, as well as the expertise of many on-the-ground organizations. Recognizing the chronic underfunding of low-income housing in Quebec, there are a number of federal institutions such as the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation and Employment and Social Development Canada, which can be important funding partners for our initiatives to support social housing and homeless services. Municipal governments, such as in Montreal, are important partners to work with organizing law enforcement, housing, community organization to implement and shape the new policy set. Community organizations will be key partners in gathering information and engaging in direct outreach to rough sleepers. Many already perform these activities, for example, the Old Brewery Mission and Dans la Rue. Given the disproportionate number of Indigenous rough sleepers, especially Inuit individuals in Montreal, our government will need to coordinate with Indigenous communities to make sure to provide culturally sensitive and respectful care. For example, by partnering with groups such as the Macabeth Corporation. Finally, we will also need to consider the concerns of local residents and property owners who have traditionally had reservations toward the presence of rough sleepers. Next slide, please.
Le gouvernement du Québec a récemment annoncé une hausse du financement destiné au programme adressant le problème de l'itinérance au Québec. Cette hausse permettra aux organismes communautaires d'élargir leur offre de services et d'augmenter la capacité des refuges qu'ils opèrent. Par contre, comme les sans-abri sont réticents d'accepter et d'utiliser les services offerts par ces organismes, cette hausse de financement ne les affecte que très peu. La majorité des contacts avec la population sans-abri se fait dans la rue, près du site où ils sont établis, à travers des campagnes de sensibilisation gérées par des organismes communautaires. Le budget dédié à ces campagnes demeure insuffisant. Bien que la hausse de financement annoncée soit un pas dans la bonne direction pour offrir de meilleurs services à la population itinérante de la province, celle-ci ne permettra pas d'adresser de façon significative les problèmes de la population sans-abri. Cette population se distingue de la population itinérante et requiert une solution ciblée pour viser une réduction significative du problème. Next slide, please. Deux options de solutions ciblées s'offrent au gouvernement du Québec. Une approche priorisant les services et une approche priorisant le logement. L'approche priorisant les services demande d'abord la décriminalisation des sans-abri et l'établissement progressif de relations avec cette communauté par du personnel qualifié. Cela conduira à des services personnalisés sur place dans le but de diriger les sans-abri vers un logement social à moyen ou long terme. Ce programme est conçu pour les sans-abri et ne s'adresse donc qu'à une sous-section de la population itinérante du Québec, et qu'il s'agisse d'une sous-section très vulnérable de cette population. L'approche priorisant le logement demande l'augmentation des logements sociaux par 35 000 unités pour permettre à toute la population vulnérable du Québec d'être logée convenablement. Cette hausse permettra aux sans-abri d'être logés. Environ 1% de ces nouveaux logements sociaux devraient être érigés près des repères des sans-abri pour éviter d'éloigner cette population de leur zone de confort. Ils devraient aussi être logés près de plusieurs services sociaux. Next slide, please. Nous recommandons l'approche priorisant les services. Cette option est idéale pour adresser les besoins spécifiques de la population de sans-abri. À court terme, la décriminalisation des sans-abri permet de développer une relation avec cette population. Effectivement, cette étape assure le respect des choix et des effets personnels des sans-abri. La décriminalisation leur permet aussi de se sentir en sécurité. Cela facilitera la collecte de données sur cette population mal comprise par du personnel terrain. L'approche priorisant les services pourra ensuite utiliser les données nouvellement accumulées sur cette population pour offrir aux sans-abri des services personnalisés à leurs besoins. Nous sommes confiants qu'une offre de services adaptée et flexible permettra à une bonne portion des sans-abri d'accepter ces services. Les sans-abri seront dirigés vers un logement social via les prestataires de services sociaux et communautaires. Ceux-ci travailleront avec les sans-abri pour identifier les enjeux individuels ainsi que des pistes de solutions afin de les préparer à accepter un logement social. L'approche priorisant les services nécessite plus de temps pour loger les sans-abri, mais l'offre de services d'abord devrait limiter le nombre de retours à la rue. Next slide, please. Commençons avec la mise en œuvre de la décriminalisation des sans-abri. Cette première étape permet de limiter et de perturber les habitudes de cette population. Ainsi, les sans-abri pourront conserver leur routine sans avoir peur des représailles. Le plus grand obstacle de cette étape sera l'opinion des gouvernements municipaux. La Ville de Montréal affirme d'ailleurs ne pas vouloir de campements de sans-abri sur son territoire. Toutefois, les expériences précédentes ont démontré que le démantèlement des campements n'est pas une solution efficace. Pour convaincre les instances municipales, nous recommandons que le gouvernement du Québec soutienne l'effort de décriminalisation financièrement. Par la suite,
Du personnel terrain sera formé et déployé afin de développer une relation avec la population sans abri. Le gouvernement du Québec devrait déléguer la mise en œuvre de ce programme aux organismes communautaires qui administrent déjà des programmes similaires. Bien que le choix de personnel ainsi que l'expérience requise par ceux-ci devraient être identifiés par ces organismes, nous devrions établir quelques recommandations incluant la sélection de personnel autochtone pour travailler avec cette population. Notre équipe a rencontré quelques représentants d'organismes communautaires de Montréal qui affirment être en mesure de mettre en œuvre ce type de programme avec le financement nécessaire. Next slide, please.
Once we decriminalize rough sleepers and begin providing preliminary services to them, our aim will be to fund community outreach, coordinate data collection and management, and eventually to integrate rough sleepers into existing systems of housing and community support. First, nonprofit organizations in Montreal and Quebec already have community outreach programs. The major issue is that they are underfunded. Our program will allocate money to community organizations specifically for outreach personnel. Indigenous organizations will be a key priority, but organizations specializing in the care of LGBTQ+ individuals, youth, and women will also be targeted. Second, rudimentary networks among shelters and nonprofits already collect and manage information, but these networks need to be consolidated. Our government is already working to centralize these data systems into local integrated health and social service centers throughout the province. Our outreach program will integrate rough sleepers into this data collection regime as it is developed. These data will be administered locally by government offices in partnership with community organizations and shelters. Finally, through this outreach program, our aim is to integrate rough sleepers into existing networks of services, but also to get them onto lists with prioritized access to permanent housing. Realistically, some individuals will remain skeptical of social housing, but the goal of the outreach program will be to build trust and connect rough sleepers to services and eventually to permanent housing. Next slide, please. Without adequate and permanent social housing with proper services, there will not be a permanent solution to rough sleeping in Quebec. An overarching goal of our program will be to immediately fund modular building to provide homes to rough sleepers and those most in need. Long-term, we will need to significantly increase federal and provincial funding for the provision of social housing. This will entail a significant increase in the share of federal funding to housing. We propose our government coordinate with other provinces and territories to develop a unified front to demand that the federal government spend its fair share on housing. We can formalize this appeal at the 2023 meeting of the Council of the Federation. As shown in this graph, initially, our government will maintain its current share of the coverage for affordable housing with slightly more federal support. Our aim will be to have federal funding at the bottom account for 35% of total funding allocated to housing in the province by 2024. Housing construction and management will nonetheless continue to be managed locally by community organizations and cities. A top-down welfare system is not the goal here. Our province has a thriving network of nonprofits, co-ops, and community organizations that will ensure that housing reflects the needs of the communities as long as they are properly funded. Next slide, please. Our program will reallocate current provincial spending to fund an additional 250 to 450 million per year to low-income housing from 2022 to 2026, and just over $3 billion over the course of the following 10 years. Short-term, immediate funding will be directed to service provision, data management, and modular housing construction. Medium-term, it will support integration and begin housing rough sleepers. Long-term funding will go to health and other services for rough sleepers and the housing program, which will be in place. Adequate care and housing has been shown to save money in the long term. For instance, monthly shelter and social housing is around $600 per month, whereas it is nearly $11,000 per month in a hospital bed. Early community care can potentially save our government millions. These savings can contribute to housing programs, but they will not fully cover the additional spending. The most feasible option available to our government will be to reorient current funding within the Accès Logique program to better target the lowest incomes and individuals that are most in need. Much of this funding needed for our government for service provision can come from funding allocated to the 2021 Interdepartmental Action Plan to Combat Homelessness. Aspects of the program will also be covered by the federal Reaching Homes program, as well as the recently established mental health transfer. In all, the data collection and service provision portion of our program will be funded entirely using these existing streams. Next slide, please.
There are some risks associated with our recommended plan. Although none fall into a category of high severity, they are each important to consider. These risks include potential rejection of services, public perception, funding streams, and cooperation between municipalities. First, the potential for rejection of services on the part of rough sleepers is one that we need to be keenly aware of. Many factors could contribute to this, but the overall unacceptance of services could pose a threat to our recommendation being as effective as possible. To mitigate this, we will continue to work with previously identified stakeholders to ensure that we know what can make our proposed services as impactful, easy to access, unobtrusive, and compassion-focused as possible. The public perception of the decriminalization components and spending of our recommendation is another very important consideration. We must ensure that the public is aware of our plan and all of its important benefits for public safety and the good of communities overall, as well as the fact that it will save taxpayers' money in the long run. With our strong communications plan that I will speak to later, this can be easily mitigated. Next, ensuring that our funding can be collected adequately and seamlessly, especially from the federal government, will require proper cooperation and consistent communication with various important stakeholders. Effective cooperation with Employment and Social Development Canada, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, the Federal Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion, as well as the Federal Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and all of their staff is our chosen mitigation to allow this process to be seamless. Lastly, municipalities are a key component of our strategy, and cooperating with them adequately is something that is absolutely necessary for the success of our plan. In order to ensure that this can be done, we will continue to work with municipalities and share our common goal of solving the issue of rough sleepers at hand and ensure that financial incentives and support can be provided to cities and municipalities across the province. Next slide, please. Ensuring that our recommendation is accepted by all, especially our key colleagues within the provincial government, is very important. Thus, our internal communications plan will involve a reiteration that our plan, as aforementioned, will save overall government spending in the long term. By making communities safer, strengthening services for all, increasing cooperation with the federal government and municipalities, and ultimately eliminating the problem of rough sleepers, the overall perception of the provincial government will be improved, which will be positive for all provincial stakeholders involved in this recommendation. Next slide, please. This finally leads into our external communications plan for the public. Here, our overall and key message will reiterate that our recommendation and plan will improve society for everyone in all communities and across all municipalities in Quebec. We will communicate that our proposed plan will empower vulnerable people to come off of the street and enter housing by providing them with key and impactful services that are personalized for them. For the public, and as my colleague mentioned, our solution will also decrease costing and strains in other public areas such as healthcare, thus making services more accessible for everyone in the province and resulting in an overall less burden on the part of taxpayers. Reiterating these benefits of our plan to the public will be the key component of our communications. Next slide, please. To conclude, we believe that providing rough sleepers with our service-first approach is the best solution to address the crisis of rough sleeping in Quebec. Our program will compassionately integrate rough sleepers into existing support networks and will eventually allow them to live autonomously in their own homes, eliminating systemic issues, increasing public safety, empowering vulnerable people, and improving society for all along the way. Thank you so much for your time, and we are happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, team. That was perfectly timed. Je vous remercie pour cette séance de breuvage. I'm going to ask my colleagues on the panel to pose their questions, starting with James Hughes.
Yeah, thanks, team. Really appreciate the presentation. My question is about your recommendation around decriminalizing encampments. I don't think I fully understand what that means in practice. Are you, in effect, legalizing their long-term existence and therefore giving, in a way, license for people to set up shop wherever they'd like? And a related sort of question about, wanting to work with municipalities. The City of Montreal, as you said, its policy is the exact opposite of that. So are you, in effect, with this policy, proposing to override the metropolis in its current orientations?
Who wants to answer?
So first, thank you for your question. The decriminalization is meant to be a temporary measure. Our goal is to help people off the streets. And to do this, we really need to build a relationship with them and build trust between the community organizations and the rough sleepers. And this, we believe, needs to be done by first making them feel safe in their current environment. And so this is the goal with the decriminalization. And as we mentioned, we are aware that the City of Montreal specifically is against rough sleepers on their territory. This is why we suggest having the provincial government shoulder the financial burden of this effort to help the City of Montreal accept this policy.
Okay, thank you very much, Melody. We'll go next to Janet Golding.
Thank you. Thanks very much to the Tiger team for your presentation. So as you've alluded to in your presentation, the issue is complex with lots of moving parts and lots of considerations. And so if you were giving advice to the Premier, what would be your key message in a sentence or two, as to what the issue is and what your solution to that problem would be?
Our solution is to identify these individuals with services, existing services, get them into existing systems of service provision and housing eventually, and to also fund that housing to directly impact the people that need it most, rough sleepers among those people. So to get them into the system, we provide services, we fund these outreach programs, get them into existing systems that are all over the place and already exist in Quebec, and then to get them eventually into housing with this continued community support.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me turn now to Susie McDonald. Susie.
Yeah, thanks very much, team. And you spoke about the limited cooperation between the federal, provincial, municipal governments and not-for-profits. And I like the no clear policy set means no clear solution. But when you spoke of the federal government, you spoke of them only as funding partners, even in the data stream that you would divert federal funding for that data. Is there a role for the federal government beyond funder for this?
Absolutely, and I really appreciate this question. The federal government has already, as we said, established certain guidelines with the Reaching Homes initiatives. And while Quebec maintains the right to develop its own programs, we do take some inspiration from federal programs and other methods of funding and other methods of addressing the issue. We are looking to find partners in the federal government, but not a superior partner. This is Quebec's jurisdiction, and we would like to assure that we maintain our own control over this particular side of the policy set. Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, the Quebec government has signed the bilateral agreement for the Reaching Homes initiative with the federal government, so they have developed that system already together.
So you're basically saying more on top of what you got already under the terms of the agreement. Is that right?
No, so what we're proposing for data management will be within the funding of these existing agreements.
No, sorry, I'm just thinking about the 375 million you want beyond that, or whatever the number was. Sorry. The federal contribution is not just data management.
Oh, of course.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
So
yeah.
most of that will be coming from the housing portion of our program, and that will necessitate interprovincial cooperation that exists. There's housing affordability concerns all over Canada, and there is that demand from the ground up to have federal funding. So we think that with some coordination, we can get more funding federally, and without more funding federally, our social housing construction projects in the province will not be funded adequately.
Okay, thank you. Let me go now to Trina Fraser. Trina.
Thank you for your presentation. What role is there for rough sleepers themselves in resolving this challenging issue?
That's a great question. So part of our solution will be to recognize these people, to build community, to allow them to have these communities moving through existing systems. So community supports for Indigenous people already exist in Montreal. So part of our program will recognize these existing communities among rough sleepers and respect their autonomy and their community throughout the process. So yeah, they'll get input into the program as they go through it. And of course we will, yeah.
We will also attempt to recruit former members of the program and former rough sleepers to help reach out to the current community. We don't want to sever these ties that exist between those who have moved out of this lifestyle and those who are still in it. We want to be able to maintain those communities so that it is a pathway out of living in the dangerous circumstances that they do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pass la parole to Alan Northcott.
Thank you, team. My question has to do with implementation, and it's particularly having to do with nonprofit organizations. So I heard consolidation of networks, integration of services across networks of service providers. And of course, the range of service providers is enormous, and their capacities is quite varied. What do you do? What can you do? What would you do to optimize that kind of integration work? In other words, to align them to the goals of your proposal and to make sure it's done effectively and done efficiently.
I can comment on that for housing. So from the ground up, there are many technical resource groups, municipal organizations that already have, and municipal organizations in Montreal and other cities that already have the expertise, and co-ops with varied experience. We don't need to go into all the specifics, but there's an existing ecosystem of housing building and housing management for social housing that exists in cities throughout Quebec that will be the on-the-ground implementers of both the construction and the management of the social housing aspect of our program.
Additionally, sorry, Houston, go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Additionally, we want to emphasize that the diversity of different programs and organizations is actually a benefit, not an issue with this. We look to be able to fund the initiatives, help them learn from each other, and also gain more communications with the provincial government in order so that the organizations can better do what they are already trying to do. They are the base of this program. That is the point.
Alan, you're okay? That's good.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, then the last question to Pam McCurry. We've just got a little bit of time, so Pam.
Okay, so thanks everyone for the presentation, and I'm going to return to the federal government. And part of your presentation, you suggested that the provinces should sort of band together and demand more funding from the federal government, which may be one way of doing it. But are there arguments that you can make on substance or policy or on a legal basis that would provide incentives to the federal government to play a larger role in funding?
So historically, there has been a tendency since the 1980s of federal retrenchment. So I'm not sure about a legal basis on which we can demand more federal funding, but there is certainly a public demand coming from big cities where we're having these grave affordable housing crises. And there's these demands for more affordable housing. And there's a recognition at all three levels of government, really, that more funding is needed. And realistically, that funding needs to come from the federal government if these programs are going to be implemented to the extent that they need to be to address the rough sleeping and homeless and affordable housing problem.
Okay, I think we've just about reached the end. Do we have more time there? I can't see our clock. We're down to 10 seconds. So therefore, let me say to all of you, gros merci à vous tous et à vous toutes. It was very good and very interesting. And, it was a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. We will take, obviously, your advice and consider that as part of our package to the Premier. So you may exit using the leave button in the bottom right, at which point you'll receive a link to join the YouTube live video stream. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so on behalf of the panel, I'd like to welcome all of you to our Tiger team to speak to us about rough sleeping in cities. In particular, I'd like to introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who's been tasked by the province of Ontario to look into this particular issue and provide advice to Cabinet. So you'll have 30 minutes to carry that out.
Robert, the slides are wrong. Sorry to interject, but the slides are, these are the right slides, but the ratio is off on these slides. Like there's
the ratio's off.
Like graphically, these are not the slides that we submitted. I'm sorry to interject. I just want to make sure that the team has the right slides up.
Chris, can you check? Can you verify that these are the right slides, please?
Like the graphics that we have on the front of the slides aren't there.
Could we confirm that it's the PDF version of the slides?
Yeah.
It is the PDF version.
Could you try switching to the PPTX version? Because there are things missing from the slides. I just want to make sure that the team is able to present the slides that they prepared.
Yep, got it, Zach. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Double check the PowerPoint.
Good. So you will have 30 minutes starting now to make your case and presentation.
Esteemed colleagues, thank you for joining us today as we discuss the matter of encampments in Ontario. My name is Jillian Wasmansdorf, and I am joined by my colleagues Maggie Debarra, Gurkamal Dahan, Lauren Drenitsaris, and Armand Hamidian. We acknowledge that our team is located in the area known as Takaronto, which is the traditional territory of many nations and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Sur ces terres de traité, nous avons la responsabilité d'honorer et de respecter les 4 directions, la terre, les eaux, les plantes, les animaux, les ancêtres qui y marchaient avant nous, et tous les éléments merveilleux de la création qui existent. Nous tenons à remercier la Première Nation des Mississaugas of the Credit du partage de leur territoire traditionnel avec nous. Next slide. Given the nuanced nature of the challenges that encampments pose, we will use 3 defining terms throughout this presentation: unhoused, encampment resident, and homelessness, to center the perspectives of those who do not have housing, who are living in emergency shelters or in transitional housing, who choose to sleep outdoors, or who are at risk of losing their permanent housing, while highlighting the urgency of this larger national issue. Next slide. Sarah lives in downtown Toronto's Moss Park encampment. In 2019, Sarah fled domestic violence and was offered an unsafe and uninhabitable temporary accommodation in Toronto's housing system. She moved to the encampment as it was the safest option for her at the time. But Sarah has found it difficult to seek additional support outside of the park out of fear of her few belongings and valuables being stolen. Steve has been living in Sudbury's Memorial Park encampment since he was laid off from his restaurant job at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite the difficult circumstances, Steve has enjoyed the sense of community he found in the encampment and appreciates the support he receives from outreach workers helping him to navigate his next steps. Steve wants to start looking for work again, but worries that his lack of access to shower and washroom facilities, together with the stigma of living outside, will limit his employment opportunities. Leo is a Métis man who lives in the encampment in J.C. Beamer Park in Hamilton. Leo's mental health has declined because of constant evictions and criminalization of encampments, yet another pattern of colonial violence and displacement he has known throughout his life. Recently, Leo was forced to leave his home due to fires in the park and was offered a motel room by a local Indigenous organization. This was the first time Leo had encountered any Indigenous-led support, and he feels hopeful that the city will adopt more culturally relevant practices to support him. Next slide. Tensions between encampment residents, housed neighbors, and police are at an all-time high. Encampment residents are at risk due to safety concerns, threat of eviction, and the perception that encampments are not real homes. Ontario does not have a workable solution to meet the challenges that encampments pose. The province lacks an understanding of the personal circumstances of encampment residents due to inadequate data collection processes. But we can shift this narrative. Next slide. There are 3 outcomes we aim to achieve as Ontario takes urgent action to meet these challenges. Encampments and neighborhoods will be stabilized, safe, and sanitary for all. Encampment residents will feel connected, empowered, and secure where they are living. And data on encampments will be timely and accessible. These outcomes will allow us to enhance existing systems while looking ahead at a national approach to this matter, and will also offer Ontario's municipalities the flexibility to improve their support for unhoused residents. Next slide.
Across Canada, approximately 30,000 people are homeless at any given time. Our province contributes about $2.8 billion. Encampments pose a number of health and safety risks, including overdoses and illness for encampment residents. Emergency services attend to accidental fires in encampments, violent altercations between shelter and encampment residents, and crisis intervention. This is a costly problem for cities and the province. In 2020, there were more than 9,000 emergency room visits in Ontario by unhoused people to hospitals. With an average cost of approximately $304 per emergency room visit, this cost the province more than $2.7 million. Encampments also present a mix of jurisdictional accountability challenges, with community complaints arising from both encampment residents and the home owning and renting neighbors nearby. Current approaches to supporting encampment residents have shown very little success, and forced evictions and camp disbandments have devolved into violence and arrests. Next slide. There are a number of key stakeholders who are committed to solving the encampment crisis in our province. Municipalities, along with police services and bylaw enforcement officers, exercise a significant amount of power to de-escalate situations on encampments. Encampment residents, not-for-profit organizations, and outreach support teams, along with nearby neighbors and local businesses, hold a high stake in the outcome, but relatively little power and even fewer options to resolve their grievances. Next slide. There are several ongoing initiatives at all levels of government across Canada. However, there is a disconnect between jurisdictions, and many unhoused citizens are falling through the cracks. Our team is based in Toronto, which is home to 40% of Ontario's unhoused residents. In 2021, Toronto spent more than $660 million to fund homelessness and housing first solutions. In the same year, the eviction of just 3 encampments in downtown Toronto cost the city an additional $2 million. Forceful evictions have only worked to further displace vulnerable community members. Current housing and homelessness initiatives in Ontario are led by 47 service managers and Indigenous program administrators, who are responsible for designing strategies and providing funding directly to municipalities and community organizations. These service areas cover a wide range of population densities, from urban to rural neighborhoods, and reflect the diverse nature of their unique communities. These service areas have different standards of care, reporting methodologies, and budgets, and have crucially different methods for organizing and storing critical data about homelessness and encampments in their service area. At the federal level, Canada is working towards a national goal of reducing chronic homelessness by 50% by 2027 to 2028. They have committed $2.2 billion to address this issue through the Reaching Home strategy in support of the goals of the National Housing Strategy. Employment and Social Development Canada have created a free data collection and case management tool called the Homeless Individuals and Families Information System, or HIFIS. This program is free to use and can be accessed by service providers along the continuum of care on web-enabled devices like a laptop, tablet, or smartphone. The challenges encampment pose continue to remain crucially overlooked and ignored. Point-in-time counts to enumerate the levels of homelessness are collected at intervals of approximately 2 years by volunteers, and as a result, these figures are not timely, accurate, or comprehensive. Next slide. We cannot solve this problem if we do not understand the full size and scope of the matter of encampments. We are proposing a coordinated approach to encampment care, consisting of policy solutions that are adaptable, place-based, scalable, and cost-effective. Next slide.
Our first policy solution is the extension and expansion of Ontario's Social Services Relief Fund, or SSRF for short, to include funding for place-based encampment measures addressing safety and sanitation concerns. Because SSRF is an already existing funding envelope in Ontario, we can expect a near immediate deployment of stabilization initiatives. This policy solution recognizes initiatives proven to be effective in municipalities across North America facing a range of seasonal conditions. SSRF allocations are to be delivered in 2 phases. Phase 1 will assist municipalities, not-for-profit organizations, service managers, and Indigenous program administrators in delivering urgent supports for encampment stabilization. Supports under this phase could include fire safety equipment as used in Winnipeg, naloxone overdose prevention kits as used in Barrie, culturally sensitive support teams and outreach staff as seen in Hamilton, and portable washrooms as used in Vancouver. These services can be tailored to the unique needs of local communities. Phase 2 of the SSRF expansion will deploy supports intended to improve mobility and security for residents. Supports under Phase 2 could include mobile shower and laundry units as seen in Los Angeles, as well as community lockers, fixed addresses, and mailboxes for unhoused residents. Community lockers and mailboxes have been successfully piloted in Ajax and Oshawa, connecting unhoused residents to banking services and government supports. The federal government has supported the provincial government through increased transfers allocated to fund social services relief, and the federal government can continue to assist our province and municipalities as we extend and expand the SSRF to support encampments and neighboring communities in the cold winter months. Next slide. Using SSRF funding, the City of Toronto could install storage lockers with mail slots near Moss Park in downtown Toronto. This would allow for someone like Sarah, whose greatest concern is her safety and security, to store her belongings without worry. The initiative also provides her with a fixed address for job applications and government benefits while she waits to be matched with supportive housing from the city. SSRF funding could allow for mobile showers and laundry units to be deployed for encampment residents in Sudbury's Memorial Park too. Steve has noticed a few help wanted signs on doors in the downtown core, and Steve would feel empowered to take steps towards gainful employment if he could look and feel more like himself. Next slide. Our second policy solution calls for the enhancement of Ontario's point-in-time count and enumeration initiatives. We're proposing that Ontario increases the Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, or CHPI for short, allocations for point-in-time counts from 15% to 30% to facilitate point-in-time counts conducted on a yearly basis. This increase in point-in-time count frequency will allow us to capture more timely information on the scope of encampments and will ensure that encampment residents across the province are accounted for. We'll require service managers to input their point-in-time count data straight into HIFIS. Again, that's the federal government's comprehensive and secure database for case management and coordination of care. HIFIS, as is not consistently used across Canadian municipalities, resulting in a lack of data coordination between partner organizations. Alignment in the use of HIFIS, though, and collection of fulsome, robust data to drive decisions is an objective of the federal government's Reaching Home strategy. Ontario's leadership to integrate and coordinate data from all of its 47 service areas with HIFIS will support the federal government's commitment to ending homelessness nationwide. Next slide. The increased CHPI allocations for point-in-time counts, again from 15 to 30%, will further promote and facilitate culturally relevant practices for data collection across the province. Leo attended a point-in-time count event in Hamilton just this past November, led by the Coalition of Hamilton Indigenous Leadership and facilitated by the City of Hamilton. He was connected with an Indigenous volunteer who surveyed him about his experiences living in an encampment, as well as his personal circumstances that have shaped his identity
as a Métis man and unhoused resident of Hamilton. The Niagara region has since adopted this model of practice, and we should expect other service areas and municipalities to do the same with this increase in funding allocations. Next slide.
The matter of encampments is complex and requires harmonized solutions to achieve our desired outcomes. As such, we recommend a commitment to both policy solutions in order to highlight the strengths of federal, provincial, municipal, and not-for-profit partners in the deployment of workable solutions to address conditions of those residing in and interacting with encampments in Ontario. The extension and expansion of the Social Services Relief Fund will see targeted funding allocations to mitigate risk, improve safety, and support municipalities to balance the needs of encampment residents and housed neighbors. Restoring autonomy and uplifting the dignity of encampment residents will be imperative to rebuilding trust and gaining a deeper understanding of their personal circumstances. Enhancing the frequency of point-in-time counts and enumeration initiatives will work to support the multilateral and collective aim and need for thorough and robust data. Next slide. The key strength in this coordinated approach to address the matter of encampments is in its timely implementation. We project the Social Services Relief Fund can be extended and expanded imminently, with Phase 1 supporting municipalities in the immediate stabilization of encampments. Once encampments are stabilized and community initiatives scale, we will deploy Phase 2 to encompass a wider range of eligible initiatives under the fund. Measures to begin enhancing Ontario's point-in-time counts and enumeration initiatives can begin immediately. More robust and inclusive data will lead to a deeper understanding of the challenges posed by encampments in our province. The provision of policy directives for stabilizing encampments and the utilization of existing funding vehicles and agreements provides an implementation timeline that considers caretaker convention in an election year. Next slide. We perceive there to be a relatively low risk with respect to application and utilization for the extension and expansion of the Social Services Relief Fund. Given the nature of the evolving situation and a shared understanding that current approaches are not working to address the challenges that encampments pose, we believe that an effective communication strategy can mitigate risk. We have also identified a risk with respect to public and media support for the initiative, which we can work to mitigate through a public outreach programming strategy. Collecting and sharing sensitive data will always pose a privacy and security risk. This risk is mitigated through existing strict data standards, privacy, and security frameworks through HIFIS. Next slide. Through a coordinated approach with municipal, federal, and not-for-profit partners, we are working diligently to prioritize the safety and well-being of all Ontarians. Our overarching communication message, Building Belonging, highlights our plan to enhance existing systems and assist municipal partners to ensure neighborhoods remain safe and peaceful. Our commitment to protect the dignity of unhoused residents and to address the needs and concerns of those residing in and interacting with encampments aligns with a collective national aim to end chronic homelessness in Canada. Our communication strategy highlights the government's objectives and the urgent need to act. It will address the greater political landscape and manage concerns that each level of government may receive in response to our proposed strategy. This coordinated approach encompasses all stakeholders of encampments and promotes an inclusive process of finding and securing a sustainable solution to this increasingly challenging matter. Next slide.
Given that HIFIS is a national hub for data and case management under the Reaching Home strategy, an Ontario commitment to contribute crucial data on the full state of homelessness in our province to HIFIS demonstrates our leadership as a government. We are willing to collaborate and innovate with an ultimate goal of ending homelessness in Canada for good. Next slide. Our coordinated approach as a province will continue to drive this work forward. Policy solutions that ensure encampments and neighborhoods are stabilized, safe, and sanitary, that allow residents to feel connected, empowered, and secure, and that promote timely and accessible data collection about encampments and homelessness will ensure that people like Sarah, Steve, and Leo are uplifted and ultimately that their dignity is always protected. Thank you, and we will now take questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Jillian and colleagues. That was excellent. The members of the panel do have some questions for you. I'm going to start with Pam McCurry.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for your presentation. It's refreshing that you are taking an approach that suggests that a lot of collaboration with the federal government in various ways, and particularly in the area of data collection. And you're talking about leveraging existing programs. But can you, in your discussions with the federal government, or in discussions that we would have with the federal government, can you articulate kind of what their primary interests would be and primary incentives would be for working with us? There's the alignment and policy objectives, but beyond that, are there any reasons why the federal government would want to make a larger contribution, for example, to this work? Legal reasons, other reasons?
Absolutely. If we could please turn to slide 33. Thank you very much. As we can see here, this is a map of the designated communities across Canada who have already taken HIFIS into account. You can see by the purple dots, these are designated communities that have already implemented HIFIS in their jurisdiction. Aside from the need for national data at the federal level to get a better capture of homelessness and encampments across Canada, it's really an opportunity for Ontario to take advantage of a platform that's already existing. Several municipalities in our province have spent money on developing their own data collection systems, and it would be better for us as a province as a whole to take advantage of a system that's already available and cost effective. Thank you.
Okay, let me turn now to Alan Northcott. Alan.
Thank you, team, for a really interesting presentation. My question is about the communities around encampments, about residents and about small business owners. And I guess I would put it in a pointed way and say, are you satisfied that, if it's possible to make encampments that are stabilized, safe, and sanitary, that will answer all of the concerns of the local residents and small businesses around the encampments?
That's definitely a very valid question. And when we understand the concerns of housed neighbors around encampments, we see that the greatest issue is that there's a concern that municipalities and local organizations, as well as the police, are just taking on de-escalation strategies that are not actually sustainable solutions. So the lack of municipal action is really where everything is stemming from. So if as a province, we are able to financially and structurally support municipalities and not-for-profit organizations to deploy these supports, we're going to see a long-term effect of satisfied neighborhoods around encampments, because we are actually looking at immediate solutions that will actually be sustainable, rather than rapid de-escalation that won't actually have any sort of long-term benefit.
So just before I go to Susie McDonald, let me just follow up quickly on Alan's question. Before I go to Trina, are you saying, though, that the encampments under your proposal would be essentially made permanent, and that the challenge is to make them acceptable to the neighborhood?
Thank you. I could take that. No, the understanding is that encampments are not going away immediately, but they are transitory as the longer term initiatives are implemented, like the National Housing Strategy and the Reaching Home Collective. But again, the intent with this is simply to stabilize them. Evictions do not work. It does not invisibilize the homeless. It simply pushes them elsewhere into another encampment.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, now over to Trina Fraser, and then we'll go down to others. So Trina.
I think Alan did it again and stole a question that I composed in my head. I just want to say thank you for your presentation, and the fact that you shared showing the resources that could be presented. For example, the showers, the storage, and the mailboxes. My question is similar to what Alan asked, but coming from a place of community, how do you see encampment residents and nearby neighbors working together for a better society among each of them, considering this is a for the time being process? How do you see them coming together in a sense?
Thank you so much for your question. If we could go back to slide 17, that would be amazing, so that I can refer to our communication strategy. We see a heavy presence of not-for-profit organizations, encampment support networks, and neighborhood residents on social media actively engaging in conversation about encampments. And I think that if the province leverages the fact that this is a conversation that is happening among residents and organizations online, then this would be an amazing step forward in order to ensure that we are communicating with each other. We are drawing parallels between what we want in the long term, and that is to end homelessness.
Okay, thank you. A good, concise answer. Move to Susie McDonald and then Janet Golding. Susie.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. And you talked about the fact that using a single data collection system will allow you to more appropriately allocate resources, and you talked about culturally appropriate ways of collecting that data. But I'd be interested in bringing that step further about what you think you'll be able to achieve with better data in terms of the not-for-profit system that's helping to coordinate.
Thank you so much for your question. We simply right now do not have an accurate picture of the state of homelessness and those who are living in encampments in Ontario. Point-in-time counts, which take place about every 2 years through volunteers, frequently do not capture everyone who is living in an encampment or who is unhoused at that time. Data that we collect from our service managers through municipal shelters really only capture the data of people who are using the municipal shelter system. In addition, several shelters and community outreach partners across our 47 service areas are using different methods of collection. Our idea is that we transition towards one system, and having a better capture of the data across Ontario will allow us to better allocate resources to the people who need them most and make those prioritizations and cut excessive costs where they could be better spent. This is going to help us transition people on a pathway to permanent housing in a more efficient and cost-effective manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. I turn now to Janet Golding.
Great, thanks very much, and thanks to the Tiger team for your presentation. I wondered if you could just encapsulate for me in a sentence or two. Think that we need to brief the Premier, and what's the sort of bottom line for him. So if you could, in just a sentence or two, tell me what the key takeaway here is on the issue and the key takeaway on your solution.
The key takeaway on the issue is that we don't have a full understanding of this situation. We can't address the situation immediately for lasting solutions if we don't have an idea of what we're truly dealing with. So moving forward, we not only need to immediately stabilize the safety risks and remove the risks from encampment sites, but we also need to understand the situation on a greater level so that we can move ahead towards our province's goals and Canada's goals as well.
Okay, Gillian, thank you. You're okay with that? Okay, let's go finally to James Hughes. James.
Thanks, team. So I've just heard the language of, end homelessness and other aspirational types of language. It's terrific. But I'm afraid I'm looking at the solutions that are being proposed. They're really more in the, if you will, the box of managing homelessness as opposed to solving it. And I'm just wondering, the housing opportunities that may be available. I've heard talk of the National Housing Strategy and the dollars and resources available there. I just wondering how that greater ecosystem, the programming, those resources are connected to the Social Services Relief Fund, which you've emphasized things like fire safety, naloxone. I think that's terrific from a humanitarian point of view, but from the point of view of actually addressing the problem in a real tangible way, I'm struggling. So maybe you can help.
Yes, I'd be glad to answer that. Thank you. So as we mentioned, these are immediate to medium-term strategies, if you will, that will help us save lives and help to stabilize the encampments, because that is absolutely what is required now. The long-term national housing strategy, again, it's already investing in the construction of up to 160,000 new affordable homes. It plans to cut homelessness in half, and it plans to remove almost 500,000 families from housing need. That's an existing strategy. And what we don't want is to risk destabilizing that strategy, changing it again once it's already here mid-implementation. What we're doing, again, is simply bridging into the long-term strategy. But for the time being, again, more data also means that we better understand how people move out of encampments and how to better move people out of encampments. So the notion, the intent, really, the reason to be here is to tie into these existing strategies that we do have.
So team, I just, there's time for me to have one quick question. So I take it that you're acknowledging, Gorkamal, that you need the data in order to make the link between getting people out of the stabilized encampments into longer term housing, into proper housing. Is that right? In other words, the fact that you don't have a strategy for going from the encampment to more permanent housing is because you don't know enough about the problem, and you're saying we got to find that out. Am I correct in that?
Yes, exactly so.
Okay. Well, team, that was really good. I mean, thank you all very much. Very interesting graphics too, which we appreciated. So I think we've come to the end of our time, and thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you very much, team. Obviously, we will take your advice into consideration when we pose our final report to the Premier. Until then, perhaps you can leave using the button at the bottom right, at which point you will receive a link to the YouTube live video stream. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, on behalf of the panel, I would like to welcome our Tiger team to provide us with some advice on rough sleeping in cities. In particular, I'd like to introduce you to Jim Mitchell, who has been tasked by the province of British Columbia to provide advice on this issue to the cabinet. So you have 30 minutes to make your case and make your presentation, and the clock starts now.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Premier and senior officials from the various ministries joining us today. My name is Darby. I work for the Ministry of Children and Family Development, and alongside me are my colleagues Clara from Mental Health and Addictions, Nicholas from Jobs and Economic Recovery, Oliver from Municipal Affairs, and Rutu from BC Housing. Before we begin today, we would like to acknowledge that Vancouver sits on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We gratefully acknowledge the 203 First Nations and Indigenous territories situated in British Columbia. Next slide, please. The purpose of this meeting is for us to provide advice on policy and implementation solutions on the issue of rough sleeping and homeless encampments in British Columbia so that we may respond to the needs of both residents and impacted communities in the immediate, medium, and long terms. Next slide. Rough sleeping is a wicked problem, and policy approaches to date have not met the needs of rough sleepers, leading to the establishment of encampments that ultimately pose a danger to their residents, service providers, emergency responders, and surrounding communities. Next slide. We come to you with a vision that because of our solution, encampments will become obsolete and cease to exist, as this policy approach accurately assesses and responds to residents' needs. The core objectives that will guide our recommendation are safe and healthy communities for all. We recognize that it is unsafe for residents to sleep outdoors and that the growth of encampments results in increased violence, crime, and drug-related activity, posing a risk to residents, surrounding communities, and emergency responders. Safety and wellness of all such groups must be at the forefront of this strategy. The next pillar is effective and efficient access to services. The data we have on this problem is insufficient because it is only collected at one point in time, and recent counts have been delayed due to COVID-19. Without such data, the system does not effectively match services to needs. A solution must prioritize a data-driven approach. Lastly, sustainable and enduring solutions for stakeholders. This problem, also exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, requires financially sustainable and long-term solutions rather than blanket fixes that result in greater drains on the system. We are advocating for a solution that ensures residents do not end up back in encampments in the long term. This rationale demonstrates that the risks of not responding to this complex problem are far too significant. To respond to the problem, we require a deeper understanding of the context, which my colleague Rutu will explain in the next slide.
Thank you, Darby. British Columbia has a sizable and complex problem with homelessness. According to the most recent available data, there are over 7,600 homeless people, of which nearly 40%, so that's about 2,800, are unsheltered or rough sleeping. Nearly 40% of those self-identify as Indigenous. Close to 60% have 2 or more health conditions, which includes addictions, mental illnesses, and disabilities. And 30% say that not having affordable and suitable housing is the reason for their homelessness. We can see then that underlying these statistics are 3 interlinked challenges. We have an infrastructure problem with a shortage of affordable and permanent transitional housing. We have a social challenge with the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples and people with mental and physical health problems. And we have a data challenge. The most recent statistic available to understand BC's homelessness problem that we have are numbers from a point in time in 2018. These figures have probably changed in multiple ways since the COVID-19 pandemic. So this point in time data provides us with very static and outdated figures to guide our policy decisions. Next slide, please. The federal government, however, is supporting British Columbia with these challenges. In 2018, the federal government announced the National Housing Strategy, which committed over $40 billion over 10 years to reduce homelessness in Canada by 50% and to build 100,000 new homes. Among other things, they announced the Reaching Home Strategy, which includes federal supports to implement the Coordinated Access System. Coordinated access is the recommended best practice on homelessness, since the by name data has already helped London, Ontario eliminate veteran homelessness and helped Medicine Hat, Alberta end chronic homelessness. The current system we have is one where, much like a maze, people enter the system from different access points and have their own and unique pathways to suitable housing options. This creates inefficiencies and frustrations for all parties involved. The coordinated access, by contrast, is a system where people who are homeless or at the risk of homelessness are directed to community-level access points where trained workers use a common assessment tool to evaluate the individual's needs, prioritize them, and then help to match them to available housing-focused interventions. This system is already in place, but not yet operational. Next slide, please. At the provincial level, we work with a number of governments and NGOs to support municipalities with innovative housing solutions. BC Housing is the central body to this issue, and they have implemented the Homes for BC program, which has invested $6.8 billion over 10 years, provided over 1,000 rooms across 9 communities, and are building 114,000 new homes. Additionally, they've also created the Indigenous Housing Fund to tackle homelessness among the Indigenous communities, both on and off reserve, in a culturally appropriate manner. Ultimately, BC Housing works in coordination with a variety of ministries and First Nations, as well as non-governmental organizations, to address the housing needs of BC residents. Next slide, please. However, despite all these efforts, encampments persist in BC. Here are 3 typical hypothetical stakeholder profiles drawn from interviews and news media quotes. Let's meet John, an encampment resident. He has found a community in encampments because it's a better option than sleeping alone for him. At the encampment, he can get sleep and store his personal items safely. Meet Shirley, a social worker. She has noticed that when her clients' needs aren't met after several tries, they end up leaving the system, and she feels helpless with these inefficiencies. And finally, meet Claire, who lives in the neighborhood where an encampment propped up last year. She feels unsafe and frustrated at not being able to use the park with her kids. Next slide. Obviously, there are many stakeholders involved, and they have diverse interests, as we saw. The encampment residents and their advocates are interested in securing long-term solutions that protect the residents' interests and dignity. Support service workers, such as NGOs that are the front line, want an efficient and effective way to provide help, while the emergency responders like police, EMTs, and firefighters want to reduce the amount of dangerous conditions. Finally, surrounding community residents and local businesses want a safe neighborhood and an attractive environment for their customers. So we can see they have different positions on the encampment issue. However, we believe these competing interests can be addressed with a safe, efficient, and sustainable solution that Clara is going to walk us through. Next.
So next slide, please. Yes, policy options. As Ruto has shown, rough sleeping and encampments are issues that involve different layers of challenges: infrastructural, social, and data challenges. With that in mind, you can see here 3 different perspectives to which you could approach the issue. The first would be to assume that encampments are not the problem, the lack of regulation is, and therefore sanctioning encampments could be a solution. The second is to look at it from an infrastructural lens, understanding the issue as primarily a lack of housing supply. Therefore, prioritize building more housing is the solution. Finally, we could look at the problem as a complex issue that needs to be closely assessed while taking all its different aspects into consideration. And for that, we could argue that deploying the current project of coordinated access that Ruto mentioned before would be a better use of our resources. Next slide, please. We use the decision matrix with 5 different criteria to analyze and understand which of our policy options leads to our vision. With that in mind, 3 of our criteria are objectives presented by Darby, and the 2 last criteria are political feasibility and urgency. Our first option, sanction encampments, does address the urgency of the issue. However, it is a band-aid solution that goes against human and fundamental rights. Sleeping outside exposed to nature and other risks is not healthy or safe. Providing temporary services for encampments is expensive and inefficient, and it is politically unfeasible due to the lack of support from surrounding communities and service providers. Prioritize building housing might look very good in the eyes of the public, but it's a long-term solution that, if not done right, might be ineffective, unsafe, and ultimately fail. Housing is necessary, but not sufficient, as you can see from the yellow symbol we used. We currently have housing programs that show promising outcomes, but social and data challenges need to be efficiently addressed for the successful achievement of a long-lasting solution that fulfills specific needs. For example, as Rujo has shown, a big percentage of our current homeless population has mental health issues. And if they can't get the help they need in that aspect, they probably won't be able to benefit from a permanent housing solution. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is the deployment of coordinated access in all levels of government, collecting human-centered and better disaggregated data to inform policies around rough sleeping. And this allows us to get the best of housing, taking into account social and data challenges mentioned before. Through coordinated access, we can assess specific needs, optimizing the referral and use of existing services and housing, leading to a safe and healthy community. Service providers can count on a less overburdened system that allows them to intervene in a more strategic and effective manner, creating long-term solutions. Community members' sense of urgency will be addressed as they see the shrinking of encampments in a short period of time after interventions begin, due to the efficient referrals and enduring solutions. And when talking about those who currently appear to not want the services provided by the government, we believe this is a phenomenon that is a result of the lack of trust in current services due to the gaps in addressing social drivers of homelessness in Canada. And coordinated access has the ability to change that. Next slide, please. Now, Oliver can walk us through the details of our recommendation and the implementation process.
Thank you. What's novel about our recommendation is that it deploys a data-driven system that is already in place, but not operational, to the issue of rough sleeping. We propose that the designated community entities funded by Reaching Home and BC Housing, such as Van City, run a one-year pilot project in one encampment in their region. By using by name, qualitative, and real-time data, the pilot would make more efficient referrals to appropriate services. This would provide the necessary learning to scale the by name data system to all encampments, reducing pressure on service providers and increasing surrounding communities' trust in a durable system. In the long term, we recommend that the BC government, through an interagency research project, analyze this data to better allocate resources. We argue that this system will meet residents' needs and, as a result, make encampments obsolete. Next slide. To illustrate, here is what Vancouver's pilot project would look like at the encampment in Crab Park. First, in line with existing Reaching Home program directives, BC Housing would match funding from ESDC to create the capacity for the community entity, Van City, to train and coordinate staff at service delivery organizations. These frontline workers would work with encampment residents to collect by name data on a consensual basis about individuals' challenges and situations. How long have they been rough sleeping? 2 days or 5 years? The services necessary are vastly different between these situations. This information would be stored in a secure database and enable service providers to make more efficient and effective referrals to appropriate services. The existing services would reach the right people and, as a result, empower encampment residents to transition to enduring housing alternatives beyond encampments. As encampments stabilize and diminish in size, we would ensure safe and healthy communities for all. Next slide. This timeline lays out the 8 designated communities funded by Reaching Home. By April 2022, they are required to have the governance of their coordinated access system in place. Based on our recommendation, they would each run a 1-year pilot in one encampment to gather an initial set of data, build trust with residents, and show that the system ultimately results in better outcomes. In the following 2 years, they would scale this system to all encampments in their region, collecting new data at least monthly. Over this time horizon, we anticipate that at least half of encampments would begin diminishing in size, not because people are rough sleeping elsewhere, but because they're transitioning to more enduring housing solutions. In the long term, the Ministry of Citizen Services would support BC Housing and the Ministry of Social Development in using population-level anonymized data to inform resource allocation to housing and health services. All throughout, BC Housing should work with ESDC to integrate their two coordinated access systems into one seamless system. Next slide, please. To provide an overview of the costs and benefits of this recommendation, we estimate that the staffing, training, and data management to pilot coordinated access in encampments would require a 6 to 10% increase in the amount that communities budgeted for this in their Reaching Home plans. This variation takes into account each community's capacity to deploy the system immediately. It's worth stressing that this cost holds all else constant. It is not taking into account the planned costs of the provincial and federal programs that Rutu went over. The total for 4 years is approximately $6 million. To illustrate the potential benefits that can be realized over time, we've calculated maximum potential savings. According to the most systematic estimate in BC, serving one homeless person with mental health or substance abuse challenges while rough sleeping cost the public system $55,000 a year. If we assume that half of rough sleepers face these challenges, then based on 2018 data, the cost of emergency services could total $37 million per year. This is the high watermark for the benefits that an efficient, durable, and evidence-based system could realize between the 2022 to 2026 coordinated access deployment in encampments. Next slide.
So this is how we envision our solution impacting the lives of the key stakeholders. So John, who was an encampment resident, has now found housing near a mental health hospital in a community where many others like him are rehabilitating. Shirley, who is a social worker, sees the difference a more efficient system has made, since people who were previously resistant to help are now feeling more optimistic and engaging with the system. And finally, Claire, a neighborhood resident, is happy to take her daughter to the park every weekend, and her community feels safe and like home to her again. Next slide. Now, let's talk about the risks that are associated with our proposal. Encampment residents and their advocates may be dubious of government action, and this can be mitigated by leveraging positive relationships with NGOs to communicate and ensure transparency. Secondly, support service providers may not understand how this project will be applied in their field. To mitigate this, a training program and clear communications will help. And finally, neighboring communities may feel that their sense of urgency isn't reflected in the plan. For this, clear communications in the form of progress reporting will mitigate this risk. COVID-19 has already showed us the benefits of publicly available dashboards, which could be leveraged here again. And Darby will now walk us through our communications plan on the next slide.
In consideration of the core objectives and stakeholders previously analyzed, we have determined the key messages surrounding our strategy. First, the government of British Columbia values the autonomy and privacy of encampment residents and is pursuing the solution to better address needs and find long-term solutions to combat recurring homelessness. Next, the government is working to build systems capacity through the collection of population data to best support service providers so that they may effectively support encampment residents. Next, the government will communicate to surrounding communities that encampments will quickly reappear if residents' needs are not dealt with through assessment and response for the long term. Lastly, the government will share its strategy on coordinated access with the community to highlight the costs, benefits, and social impact associated with this implementation. These communications will be supported by the BC ministries and partners, including BC Housing, Mental Health and Addictions, Municipal Affairs, Public Safety, and Poverty Reduction, representing a whole of government approach. Next slide, please. Based on the problem, vision, and objectives that we set out, we are recommending the deployment of coordinated access, a system that is in place but not yet operational in encampments using this phased approach. We hope to have your support in our vision so that together we may create a system that values safety, efficiency, and durability. We thank you for your time, and we would now like to open the floor to any questions.
Well, team, thank you very much. That's a very interesting presentation, and we do have some questions. I want to start with James Hughes. James, we'll go with you and then with Janet.
Thanks, team. Much appreciated. Obviously, lots of reflection in terms of coming up with your policy proposal. I want to focus in on the actual implications of this, I think, form of using existing resources more efficiently through coordinated access. As I understand the proposal, which is a fairly long term, starting with the pilot, getting the kinks out, and then deploying to try to use existing resources in a much more efficient and effective way. So two halves of the question. Are you telling Cabinet that there are sufficient resources in terms of housing, home support services, and other like medical services and otherwise in the system today to which individuals can be referred and no other additional resources are necessary? That's question one. Question two, in the meantime, the encampments remain. You noted as a very high risk component of your strategy that the neighboring communities may not be very happy about that. And so my question to you is, what will the status of the camps be, including those refusing to be involved at all in coordinated access activities?
Who wants to answer? Go ahead. Oliver?
Thank you very much for that excellent question. I might pass it to a colleague to address the second part. I think it's an excellent question. Our current and planned existing resources, programs, investments in housing, are they enough? And ultimately, based on the limited data we have about homeless and at risk of homeless people's needs and the struggles they're facing, it's a difficult question to answer without better data. The argument that we're advancing here is that absolutely the supply of programs and services needs to meet the demand, but you don't know the demand and you can't allocate resources effectively without first understanding what people are dealing with in a real-time basis, because this problem changes overnight and over years, and in a systematic way.
Okay, now how about question number two, James's second question?
Yes, I will take on question number two for our team.
Yeah.
So relative to the neighboring communities and in terms of those refusing to kind of cooperate with the strategy. We are under the assumption here that you cannot expect people to use services if the services are not to the fullest extent of their ability. And we see a lot of the time that people are refusing to access certain services or being turned away from them. One thing that this requires us to think about is really the long-term solutions associated with this. So we want to communicate to communities that this solution actually needs to be a long-term implementation, because right now we recognize that if we were to shut down one encampment, the risk just goes to a different community. It will circle around in other communities. And we can see this through current injunctions that have failed to be passed in British Columbia right now to remove people from certain encampments, both in Vancouver and in Victoria, because they understand, like municipalities and provincial government understand that imposing such injunctions will just circulate the risk.
Okay, Darby, thank you. I'm going to ask panel members and team members to keep your answers concise so we get everybody a chance to have a try here. Let's go to Janet Golding.
Thank you, and thanks very much to the Tiger team for their presentation. You put a lot of emphasis on your presentation on the need for better data and to provide better services. I'm just curious if you can talk about the evidence base you relied on to kind of make your case that coordinated access is the solution that's gonna provide what you're looking for.
I'm happy to answer that. Thank you for that question. Coordinated access is currently the expert best practice in addressing homelessness. And there have been successful cases that I mentioned earlier, both in London, Ontario, where they managed to eliminate veteran homelessness, and in Medicine Hat, Alberta, where they managed to end chronic homelessness. So we do believe that there are lessons to be learned from these places that have implemented. Additionally, coordinated access has been implemented across the United States, and we're seeing positive results in each of those case studies. So we do believe that we should follow those lessons.
Okay, thank you, Ruta. Let's go now to Susie McDonald.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. And you talked a fair amount about federal provincial partnership in partnership with municipalities. Talk to us also about increasing training and coordination for NGOs. My question is, how do you ensure coordination amongst all 4 of those together?
Yes, I'm happy to take that. Thank you for that question. Currently, municipalities, NGOs, and the province, they have a partnership going, and that partnership works really well. Of course, because of the lack of data right now, we have gaps in that, and that's where coordinated access enters. But they do have a partnership going and a relationship that's well established. Currently, NGOs do provide a lot of the services that the municipalities and the provinces are providing funding to. So we can leverage that existing relationship to coordinate this.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to now let's go to Trina Fraser. Trina Fraser, your question.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. My question is a bit smaller. If I were somebody who knew nothing about much of what you presented today in regards to rough sleeping, and I came forward to ask a question, what does rough sleeping tell us about our society?
Good question. What would you say, team? Who wants to answer? Oliver.
I think it would tell us that ultimately people are rational in whatever challenges they're facing. They are making some kind of decision. And as the personas we laid out show, people who are living in encampments, they have autonomy over their decisions, but they have really poor options. And that's ultimately where the system is failing them. And it's where we believe coordinated access can make a difference, is in connecting people with better options.
Okay, thank you. Trina, you're okay? Any follow-up on that? You're okay with that?
I'm good.
Okay, let's go to Alan Northcott.
Thank you, team. Really interesting presentation. All of the substantive questions I had in my mind have been asked and answered. So I'm going to ask you to speculate about the pilot projects for coordinated access. What do you, so it's a two-parter, I guess, because you've identified a couple of places, we gave an example of Crab Park, right, where these pilots might happen. What do you expect are going to be the biggest challenges for those pilot projects? And then the second part, and this is a bigger speculation, is, could it really work everywhere? Are there communities where coordinated access just might not be the answer?
I can take the first part of that question if someone would like to take the second part.
Okay, go ahead.
We recognize right now that some of the main challenges might be piloting in places that have less fully integrated data systems and coordinated access systems than that of others. Some communities like Victoria and Vancouver are much further along in this process and also have higher budgets allocated to kind of creating these data systems that would be able to inform services much better. So we assume that some of those more rural communities might have different challenges, which may kind of bridge into the second part of the question regarding that.
Yeah, to briefly speak to the second part, I think what the experience of successful communities who have used coordinated access to reduce and even in some cases end chronic and veteran homelessness, both in the US and Canada, have shown is that these are occurring in smaller communities. They're not occurring in Vancouver and big cities. I think one advantage of the way coordinated access is already being set up by Reaching Home is that it is on a fairly decentralized basis. So I'm a bit more optimistic that smaller communities in BC, Kelowna, Kamloops, who actually have excellent systems in place, that places like Vancouver could work in smaller areas and learn from those lessons in order to deploy it and continue with that decentralized approach. I believe that is one effective way of approaching it.
Okay, Oliver, thank you very much. I've got a quick question from Susie McDonald, from Pam McCurry. Sorry, Pam McCurry, quick question.
Okay, thanks everyone for the presentation. Very interesting. I guess I was wondering in this, is there a broader, given this is not just a local problem, but it's a national problem, is there a broader role or slightly different role, enhanced role that you might see for the federal government in all of this, and how would you link to that? And what kind of incentives would you see as existing to have the federal government play that broader role that you imagine?
Okay, you got 30 seconds, team.
I
Go
can
ahead.
take that. That
Go ahead.
comes from the Reaching Home program. And of course, the federal government is deploying that. And also, after we anonymize the data that is collected, that can inform decisions in all levels of government, including the federal government. Also, that funding is where the money is coming to actually apply this. So the federal government is a very important role in this, as well as the province and the municipalities.
Clara, thank you very much, team. Thank you very much. This has been a very interesting session and a very interesting proposal. So we thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
With that, we'll take your advice and consider that, of course, in our deliberations. With that, you may exit using the leave button, at which point you'll receive a YouTube Live link that you can join, or I think we're probably going to wait at this point until the evening reception.
There we go. Thanks very much, everyone. Very nice to see you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.